Close to the fire area, the westbound 10 freeway is closed at Lincoln Boulevard and PCH from the Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga.
So we want to show you the evacuation area one more time. According to fire authorities, approximately 30,000 people have been evacuated and more than 13,000 structures have been threatened. Officials are asking people to stay off the roads if you can to allow emergency vehicles to get through. So let's go now to Jory Rand. He's also in the Pacific Palisades area, and he has spoken to several residents affected by this brush fire. Jory.
Yeah, David, this fire just keeps pushing us east as the smoke and the flames encroach on our position. We've had to periodically move further east to get out of its way. We'll give you a view. We're on Sunset Boulevard at Amalfi Drive. This fire has just crested the hillside inside Will Rogers State Park and is now kind of making its way down the hill. It's burning away from the wind, and so it just shows you how much dry brush there is and the power of this fire to burn against where the wind is blowing it. So while the wind is taking it from right to left across your stream, that's north to south down towards the Pacific Ocean, it's also coming towards us east and north as it finds unburned fuel and continues its march east from Pacific Palisades. And we've had residents come through from Palisades evacuating from Brentwood saying, do you think it's going to reach us tonight? And the answer is it's very possible, because this is going basically unchecked. Helicopters haven't been able to get up to do water drops because the wind is so strong, and now that the sun has gone down, those fixed-wing aircraft dropping Phos-Chek fire retardant cannot take to the air because they can't see the topography well enough to get into the sky. A lot of residents we spoke to have been a bit panicked because they haven't seen much of a firefight on the ground either. This fire is moving so fast, it is so widespread, and these firefighters are spread so thin that there will be homes lost where there was no firefight at all. It's just going unchecked right now. There was a lot of panic. We spoke a short time ago with a woman named Michelle who lives on Chautauqua Drive, and it's going right up against Will Rogers State Park. She said as she is watching, she saw the flames get closer. She knew friends and neighbors who lived closer to the wildlands who said their homes were gone. And we saw the smoke encroach our area, get closer to where her home was. And she told us a short time ago the camera system on her house cut off, which led her to believe that she had lost her home. Let's see, I believe we have some sound with Michelle. Yeah, let's get to that right now.
We're all loaded in our cars, and yeah, it looks like we're about to go up. I mean, it was...
You think your home is gone?
Well, I have trees that are 100 feet that are as tall as this, so I don't know. I hope not.
Yeah. You told me you lived here a long time, never seen anything like this?
30 years. Never. Never, never, never. We've just been on the phone all day and packing, and everyone's left, so we're just, we have a lot of dear friends in the Highlands, and none of it's good, you know. Right now there are people that stayed, though, and they're watering their houses down.
This looks like the end of the world when you look at this. What do you feel when you look at this, knowing your house is right there?
I just feel like when you're packing, you don't need as much as you think you need, and it's devastating, and we've been talking to loved ones all day, and it's really sad for everybody, because I know people in the Highlands that lost everything.
And people will be joining the folks in the Highlands of what has happened here today, of having to come back tomorrow. Or the next day. That's a LA City Fire Urban Search and Rescue team making its way west into the firefight. But again, a tough situation because these folks are packing up their go bags, all their important documents, the things that they need to take with them, with the expectation that they will still be safe because they're so far from where the fire has been. And as the hours have gone on and day has turned to night, it's become really clear and quite scarily apparent that these people need to leave, and they have. And so you take these things just as a precaution, and then it becomes reality and a necessity. And there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people whose lives are being affected by this. And as the firefight continues, you know, a lot of times we see the sun go down and the winds will abate. In a Santa Ana wind event, that's not going to happen all night long. So this is just going to go unchecked, going into neighborhoods and continuing its march east, south, into more and more neighborhoods. And so a lot of panic, a lot of desperation, and frankly, a lot of sadness here as we watch what's happening and play out in Pacific Palisades, guys.
Our hearts go out to them. Jory, thank you very much. We have multiple crews on the ground covering the Palisades fire. Among them is Josh Haskell, first person on the scene today. You've been there all day long, and Josh, you've talked to a lot of evacuees.
That's right, and I can tell you the theme of today and so many Santa Ana wind-driven fires is that when you think an area is cleared, you can move on to another neighborhood for structure protection. That area, just because of these unpredictable winds, flares up again. That's what's happening right now at Casa Gateway. Apartments, they thought that it was cleared, and then we've seen flames get closer and closer. There are no fire engines here right now as they've moved to other areas. A similar situation is unfolding. We can't show you right now, but behind us, behind the camera, I'm seeing flames up on a hillside. And then further behind the shopping center, the Highlands Shopping Center, I believe that's a palm tree or some sort of a tree. You can see that in the distance. That area we thought was saved, and now it has sparked again. I want to go to some sound from earlier, people trying to evacuate. This woman left her car, and we ran into her as she tried to seek safety.
Well, the smoke just got really bad, so I just started packing up all of our stuff, and we got in the car to go. And then all the cars were abandoned, so I had nowhere to go, so I just had to get out of my car and start walking. The smoke is so bad. I have no idea where we're going. I've lived in Malibu my whole life, and I've seen tons of fires. This is nothing. I'm scared for my life. It's terrifying.
Yeah. Back here live, that has been the situation all day. So many people, not 5 cars, 10 cars, I counted over 100 cars on Sunset Boulevard. They had to leave their cars and walk on foot to safety. And the question that we kept getting, well, where do I go? I mean, that's the kind of day it is. People didn't know because there was fire in so many different places. And I hate to say this, that fire remains. It's impacting so many neighborhoods in Pacific Palisades right now. And off towards Malibu in this direction, Paseo Miramar, that street, we saw a number of homes which had burned, and then kind of moving towards that direction. And of course, Jory's on the complete opposite side of Pacific Palisades at Amalfi and Sunset. That just gives you the scope of the different directions in which this one fire is moving and how many people are impacted. David and Ellen?
Yeah, Josh, great points. Thank you for that report. And we also want to point out that those winds are so powerful, we have not been able to get Air 7 up in the air because it's just too dangerous at this point. And as a result, we cannot specifically investigate various rumors that we're hearing, one of which is that Pacific Palisades Charter High School is on fire. But Nico Kazori did find her way towards that high school. She joins us right now, trying to confirm whether or not this school is on fire. Nico.
Yeah, David, I just spoke to a firefighter just seconds ago, and he did confirm to me that, yes, Pacific Charter High School, it is Pacific Palisades Charter High School, it is on fire. So we somehow found a way up here. We took Sunset, and it was a very difficult drive here. You can see the school. It is confirmed that it's on fire. I can't really tell you if this is the football field. We have also heard that the football field is on fire. But just making our way up here, feeling the winds, it's hard even standing up, just trying to get this live shot set up for you because I have been knocked over by the wind. It is extremely strong here in the area that we are here in Pacific Palisades. Again, the school just caught on fire not too long ago. We just got that confirmed. But other than the school, right across from the school as well, you can see it's a very active street here. We have police, we have fire crews here. We have just found out that this building right here, back right there where all the flames are, that building has also caught on fire, and police, firefighters, they're here trying to evacuate the people that live in that building. We've seen people come out just on their bikes, on their motorcycles, just trying to get out of here as soon as they can. They have nothing in their hands. They are just trying to escape. So again, this is the Charter High School area. You can see a firefighter has just pulled up next to us. We don't even know if we're allowed to even be standing here or not. So we're on the sidewalk, kind of away from all of the action, close to the school. Again, Pacific Palisades Charter High School it is confirmed that it is on fire right now. It's extremely warm. Even just driving on Sunset, we drove through homes burning down. You can feel from even inside the car how hot it is. My photographer Brandon and I were sitting driving in the car and our cheeks are really hot. Just being out here too. I have a mask on, but even with this mask, David and Ellen, it's very difficult to speak. So we're just going to be out here gathering more information. If I see any residents evacuating, I will definitely talk to them. But just about half an hour ago, I actually followed CAL FIRE to a rescue. It was a house rescue of some pets. They did have a couple pets in the home. There was a resident who was worried about his dogs. He wasn't able to get past the street and he was not able to get to his home. So CAL FIRE went to that home and rescued those dogs. So I followed along for that, and just seeing the destruction, the homes that are on fire, it's just heartbreaking, especially for the areas that these people didn't think this was going to happen. So these Santa Ana winds, they came in strong. And this is just the beginning of the night. It is 6:09, and we did go to the press conference a little bit earlier. Governor Newsom was saying that this is going to get worse as we head into the night hours. So we'll be here, and as soon as we get more updates, as soon as we talk to more people, we'll bring you their stories. And if we see anything else happening outside Pacific Palisades Charter High School, we'll let you know. But as of right now, it looks like the school is burning down.
Right. The school is on fire. That's to your left shoulder. Over your right shoulder, that building we see right there, we understand that that is Theaters Palisades Playhouse. That is now on fire. So two landmarks in the Pacific Palisades are currently on fire, which is a very loud statement on this fire as it continues to roll through the community.
And
very,
that one is a complete loss, as you can see right there. Well, we've been talking to Sid Garcia, who's at Will Rogers State Beach. That's one of the command posts for firefighters. And Sid, what can you tell us now?
Well, I'll tell you what, the fire has reached Pacific Coast Highway and the beach, as we saw it come down earlier this afternoon. What was across the street, it's another parking lot, so nothing really there worth damaging. So it did reach the beach area. Earlier this afternoon, LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley talked about the thousands of people that were evacuated and the thousands of homes that have been evacuated that are threatened right now. And then you've got the hundreds of firefighters that are here battling this blaze. One of the things that LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney told us was that they're going to battle this fire from the air overnight. As we've been told, the winds are going to get stronger, starting at about 10 o'clock tonight till about 5 o'clock in the morning. And they've got specially trained pilots and specially equipped helicopters that they plan on using to battle this blaze overnight. Where we are, and excuse me for rubbing my eye, there's still all kinds of wind coming through here. When we spoke to you earlier, we talked about there was a lull. Well, the lull's over. You've got more breeze coming in here right now. And that's just the scary part. It's not really lit up that much. The breeze has been very, very strong. When we were at Sunset and Pacific Coast Highway, a couple of residents took shelter in our news van because one lady had her two dogs and a little carry-on bag. Another young woman had her carry-on bag, and she was talking to her dad because she could see the family home from Pacific Coast Highway. And they were just shaking. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. They couldn't believe that they escaped with their lives. But now they're wondering if they're going to have homes to go back to when everything has been cleared and everything has been declared safe for residents to return. So folks are leaving here not really knowing if they're going to have a home to come back to, but grateful that they've got their animals with them. You know, they're still doing okay and they were able to get out. But again, the fire has reached Pacific Coast Highway.
All right, well, we have lost Sid Garcia there, but again, the fire has reached Pacific Coast Highway. It jumped Pacific Coast Highway, is now on the beach side. And we've been covering the Palisades fire all day, and the images are just heartbreaking to watch, from the flames to those large plumes of smoke, and then cars that were left behind actually being bulldozed by fire authorities in order to clear those roads so the fire engines can get up to the roads. Multiple structures have been damaged, and thousands more are threatened by this brush fire. Mandatory evacuations remain in place, and evacuees can head to the Westwood Recreation Center located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
All right, some really important information you could gather from this next piece of video. This is time-lapse video. It shows the moment the Palisades fire started around 10:25 this morning. And take a look at your screen. This was taken by a camera operated by UC San Diego's public safety program called Alert California. They have cameras all over the state monitoring fire-prone areas to help first responders. This is a time-lapse video, so it has been sped up by our editors, but you can see just how quickly a wildfire like this can grow in these dangerous weather conditions. And Dallas has been warning us, quite frankly, for the last 2 weeks that this wind event was coming our way, and this is often what we see happen, Dallas.
That's right. These types of situations we can forecast very well meteorologically, so we can see them. Sorry about my microphone fell off. We can see them coming, but we can't, of course, we cannot forecast the starting of the fire, but we can look at it and look at 10:20 this morning. You'll see right up there, maybe around, I don't know exactly where that is. Looks like Topanga Canyon, maybe the state park area where the fire was started. I'm sure they're working on that already, but it was around 10:20 to 10:25 this morning that the fire erupted. And then we had Santa Ana winds blowing between 30 and 50 miles per hour with gusts to 75 hurricane velocity and all the way up to 80 miles per hour. This is a live shot right now as we look at our camera. Now, the wind velocities are not going to change a great deal, except for the early morning hours. We will see them actually intensify. It's also blowing across all of Southern California, not just in the fire zone. Areas for our friends out in the IE. Look at that Riverside. At the airport there at March Air Force Base, 30, gust of 37. And even down on the coastline, we have those gusty winds going. You can see all of the smoke, of course, blowing out to sea because that's an offshore wind event. It is a Santa Ana. They've been blowing through these canyons for millions of years and will continue to do that, no doubt. Population continues to increase, and of course, more people are affected by the Santa Ana winds and fires. We're going to get the red flag warning going through Thursday, but the good news, I'm forecasting the winds to back off a little bit, turn a little bit more easterly on Thursday with less velocity through all of the canyon passes. But the red flag is still there. High wind warning, we're going to keep that until 6 p.m. tomorrow. We'll probably see the wind start backing down fairly quickly tonight. And when you look at the wind profile in the area above Malibu and Pacific Palisades, a burst of Santa Ana winds, which happens many times in Santa Ana wind events just before sunrise. Low pressure. Boy, we tracked this last night coming out of Nevada. It was already snowing there. That's why I put the forecast for snow in the Big Bear Lake area. Wind velocities over the next period of 24 hours. Let's go through them for you. You can check out your area. And till 11 o'clock tonight, still blowing 47 out there at Malibu. Look at San Clemente getting gusts of 35 to 40. And then as we get into the early morning hours, one more big pulse of wind coming through the area, 53 gusts to possibly 65. Then things really start to change. We get in around lunchtime, and then in the afternoon hours, boy, it really backs off, and this event will come to an end. Here are the forecast temperatures over the next 7 days. No rain. Downtown 73, 73. Fire danger through Thursday. Then a cooler weekend as temperatures really start to drop too at night. We'll see mid to upper 30s in the valleys starting Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. Now, another Santa Ana wind event is in my forecast at the end of the 7-day period. That's next Tuesday. I do see another Santa Ana wind event. At this time, that's a long way off, but at this time, I think it will be a moderate event, not a super strong one. But this time of the year, when things are dry and we haven't had any rain, this is what can happen, of course. At the beach, it's 67, 69. Boy, it's going to be a nice day Thursday. Cools for the weekend down at the beach. If you're in the mountain areas, a few snow showers still in the forecast. Then it gets really cold at night. Big Bear drops to 14 Thursday night, 13 Friday. High temperatures warm to about 52. In the deserts, gusty winds at times. Red flags still for our friends up there, David and Ellen. But temperatures do warm a little bit as we head into the next couple of days in the high desert. So we'll be here throughout the evening for you and continue to track this weather situation.
Okay, Dallas, thank you very much.
Thank
right
you.
now we're going to take you to Sunset Boulevard near PCH. That's where our Josh Haskell is standing by, and you're near a fire station that's surrounded by flames, apparently.
That's right. If anything represents the unpredictable nature of today, Fire Station 23 and LA City Fire Station, you can see the flames are getting very, very close to this fire station. Doesn't appear that anyone is inside, but it has been a staging ground all day for this fire. This fire station services this whole part of Pacific Palisades, including the Palisades Highlands, including Paseo Miramar. So many neighborhoods directly impacted by today's fire. We have seen some fire engines on some windy roads kind of come down towards the fire station. Doesn't seem like it's quite reached the fire station yet, but lots of flame activity creeping down that hill. And then as you move just a little bit to the side, you can see that there's other fire engines that have been staging here. There are still some homes that have been saved up in the Los Leones, Paseo Miramar community. We tried to go there earlier. Our signal was just not strong enough to go live. But I can tell you that these crews here are waiting. When the crews that have been there all day and saved those homes switch out, they'll go up. It is going to be a long night up these windy roads, narrow roads, small canyons, and an unpredictable night. As you know, I never thought that I'd have to just move down 100 feet from Palisades Drive, be standing on Sunset Boulevard, and have real concern for Fire Station 23. But that is just what we are dealing with right now in Pacific Palisades. Just to give you another sense of where we are, we're only 500 to 1,000 feet from Pacific Coast Highway. That's where Gladstone's is, where Sunset meets PCH. That's where Sid Garcia has been reporting all day that the fire had reached PCH. So there is so much activity right now as the wind continues to kick up, and it's just going to be a very uncertain night and a dark night, and it's very smoky. It's very hard to see. I even saw a tree behind us go down a short time ago, not impacted by the fire, but those winds.
Yeah, the winds are extremely dangerous. That alone, besides the fire, and in addition to the fire. Let's go to Jory Rand right now, and he joins us from another part of Pacific Palisades. Jory, we've been looking at your shot. It's been ominous the whole time now.
Yeah, and it's really kind of starting to get closer to our position as that fire crested the hillside and has gone down into that valley there. You can see from the orange glow that there still is active flame, and a lot of it off towards the right, the northern side of this flank. We can see large flames leaping into the sky. Now we're on a portion of Sunset Boulevard at Amalfi where Sunset kind of has a little switchback. And so the way it looks like Sunset is going west here, it's traveling west, it actually goes a little bit north, comes back down south. So while it looks like the fire has jumped Sunset Boulevard where we are, it's actually still on the north side in that Palisades Village area of that neighborhood. But we can see through here, we've seen some open flames through the brush here. In fact, we saw a pine tree that looked like it had gone completely up in flames, and there was a building or a house directly below it. It looks as of now that it is still intact, but we're at a point now where we can't really see through the smoke, and it's been a problem all day. We don't want to put ourselves in a situation where we can't see what's coming, and so the smoke is blowing so thick and strong towards the south that we'll be pretty close to the fire lines, waiting to see if any homes are lost, and then the smoke will just completely close in on us and we lose all visibility and we don't know what's coming. So for about 4 or 5 times throughout the hours that we've been covering this, we've had to continually move our location and push east just because we want to know what is in front of us and what the dangers are. And as this fire continues to burn and more things are lost, we can't tell exactly what's happening here. So do you live right here, sir?
That way, half mile, but the houses are on fire right behind.
Right below here? Okay, he says that just not too far from where we are, that houses are being lost on Sunset?
No, literally behind you.
Okay. Yeah, so as we see these flames back here towards the left, this man says that he just came from down there and that homes are burning as we speak. And so we knew when we were in the villages on Chautauqua Avenue, which leads up into Will Rogers State Park up towards the reservoir there, the homes that were closest to that wildland had already been lost, and as the fire was burning against the wind, it was burning east and making its way towards us, that it was slowly creeping down Chautauqua Avenue on the eastern flank of the fire, and on the eastern end of Palisades Village, that homes were one by one being lost as that fire made its way down. It has now continued its march east towards closer to where we are here at Sunset at Amalfi, and that while we're watching wildland burn, we know that now down below our position that homes are being lost as well. And this is happening throughout Pacific Palisades, as this has largely gone unchecked on the eastern flank. We know a lot of attention is being paid to down by Pacific Coast Highway on the western side of this, but here we are on the east, and homes continue to be lost here.
Yeah, it's going to be really a sad, sobering sight once we are able to get overhead and check just how devastating this fire is. Jory, thank you for that report. By the way, you might have seen on your screen that the acreage has been increased, more than doubled. It is now 2,921 acres, so more than doubled in the last couple of hours. Also, we want to show you the evacuation area one more time. According to fire authorities, approximately 30,000 people have been evacuated. More than 29,000 structures have been threatened. Officials are asking people to stay off of the roads if you can, to allow emergency vehicles to get through.
And right now we want to get back to Will Rogers State Beach, where Sid Garcia has been standing by getting updates. And wow, Sid, that certainly has changed, that picture behind you.
It certainly has. Let me step out of the way here. Pacific Coast Highway, the Palisades fire has reached it, jumped over to the beach, but it's a parking lot. That's about a half a mile from where we are right now. The winds have picked up, they're strong, and that is coming in our direction, coming towards, as if you're on Pacific Coast Highway heading to Santa Monica. We're safe, but we don't know what kind of damage those flames, what they did as they were coming down the hillside as they reached the beach area. We've been watching this all afternoon, and before the sun went down, we could see the flames just shooting up into the sky and the thick black smoke heading from right to left of your screen, heading towards Catalina Island. But again, the winds have really picked up here, and those you could tell are just being swept by the winds. Look at which direction the flames are going. They're going from right to left, and that's just the wind pushing the fire, and it's coming towards our direction right now, and you've got more first responders heading that way, and that's what's this is the closest the fire has been to us from what we've seen so far. It's really smoky out here. The wind has really picked up again, and again, the Palisades fire, it's reached the beach area right now. I believe there's a lifeguard station over there. We don't think it's being threatened right now, and then the rest of it is just a parking lot, part of Will Rogers State Beach. But that's what's really caught a lot of our attention right now, is just that the flames have reached Pacific Coast Highway. And you can tell, just look at the top of the flames here. The winds are blowing it to the left of your screen right now, and that's basically coming towards us as the winds continue to blow through here. Guys.
All right, Sid, thank you. Well, it's a shame to say that Palisades Charter High School is also in flames right now, and we have Nico Kazori standing by in that area to tell us more about that situation.
Whoa, that's bad.
Yeah, Ellen, it's just devastating. Palisades High School, we have confirmed just about 15 minutes ago there was a firefighter. That's one of their concerns, but so is the Palisades Playhouse, which is right across the street, that has also burned down. They said their main focus right now is to evacuate the people that were inside Palisades Playhouse and also nearby buildings. Look at this building that's burned to the ground as well. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what this was. I think it was a business because there is a sign that says 50% off everything. So this obviously was not someone's home, but we do have some homes nearby in the street. This is Boydoin Street, right across from Palisades High School, off Temescal Canyon. So the homes in this neighborhood looks like they are in danger, but just being in this area, you can feel how strong the winds are. I want to take you across the street. Look at all the fire, the embers just crossing the road. This is a good look of what it looked like driving on Sunset. You saw fires to your left and to your right, and also the embers just crossing the road there too. We felt it driving in the car. The car was hot, and just the overall feeling of driving through the fires is extremely terrifying. There's residents here evacuating. We saw some kids, not sure if they're kids going to the high school, checking out their high school, but kids on bicycles just riding around and looking at the destruction. This is Palisades High School right now. It's a continuation, I believe, of the football field. We did look at the football field a little bit earlier as well. You could see the post was on fire. The school is just a total loss, it looks like. And just thinking about how school just is back in session. These kids were just on their winter break, and they came back to school just not too long ago. And now you wonder what's going to happen as they return. They have to go back to school, and their high school has burned down. So we'll be out here. I'm not seeing anyone else in the street, which is good. We just see some fire officials and police. But if we see anyone, we'll of course talk to them. But David and Ellen, I'll send it back to you here at Temescal, off Temescal Canyon. It's extremely hard to see anything and to breathe.
Yeah, just devastating situation there. Nico, Kazori, thank you so much. And remember that you can watch us live even if you lose power. You can scan that code on your screen to download the app, and we have real-time updates for everything you need to know about these wildfires, the windstorm, the weather updates. You can also submit your weather photos and videos, but make sure you get that safely.
As a very quick recap, the latest of the fire burning in Pacific Palisades, which continues to grow. We just got an update on the acreage. So far, the fire has burned more than 2,920 acres in just a few hours.
Big concern right now, as Dallas has been saying, is that the winds will continue to strengthen tonight. Multiple structures have been destroyed, including homes. At least 30,000 people have been evacuated, as mandatory evacuation orders do remain in effect. And there's now an evacuation shelter for evacuees and their pets at the Westwood Recreation Center on Sepulveda Boulevard.
So this is what we're going to do. We're going to stay on top of this fire. We will cover it digitally for the next half hour as we throw to World News with David Muir, and then we will be back here on Channel 7 at 7 o'clock today. So we are not letting this go. Switch over to abc7.com and our digital app for more information.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
Breaking news now at 6:30. I'm Colleen Sullivan.
All right, David Ona, let's get to the latest on this fire raging out of control in Pacific Palisades. We just got an update on the acreage. The fire has exploded to more than 2,920 acres in just a few hours. Multiple structures have been destroyed, including homes. Mandatory evacuation orders are in effect. At least 30,000 people have been told to evacuate.
And close to the fire area, the westbound 10 freeway closed at Lincoln Boulevard and PCH from the Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga. Let's get a closer look at the evacuation area. The area in red is where the mandatory evacuation orders are in place. The area in yellow there, the nearby areas where the voluntary evacuation orders are in place.
All right, and we do not have a total tally of structures burned because getting information, quite frankly, is next to impossible at this point. We can't get Air 7 up because the winds are just too powerful. We can't see it from overhead, which always has been a help in the past. So let's go to Jory Rand. All of our folks are spread out throughout this community. Jory has been watching a fire get closer and closer to him as it ravages this area, Jory.
It continues to encroach on our position here. Again, we are at Amalfi and Sunset Boulevard. We watched as that fire slowly crested a hillside here. On the other side of that hill is Palisades Village. Now, we can't even see the hillside. All we see as the fire has kind of crept down the hill into the valley below, we see flames there as it churns up. I believe what we might be looking at right now is a building on fire down at the bottom of that hillside. It's butting up against Will Rogers State Park. You can see the plume of smoke here is just being lifted and carried so quickly from right to left across your screen. That's heading down south and to the west. So it's blowing south down towards the Pacific Ocean, but that glow in the plume of smoke tells us that there is more burning in areas that we can't see because the smoke is simply too quick. We're at this location because we've been pushed from several locations throughout the evening, the afternoon and into the evening. We began towards Temescal Canyon, coming up from Pacific Coast Highway, right before where we have seen a high school, the charter high school there, which is now on fire. We drove up there when things were still intact, and this fire has slowly pushed us east along Sunset Boulevard to locations. Once the smoke and the flames have encroached on our position, we've had to pack up and move. We've seen a lot of first responders, several fire engines, a hook and ladder, and here comes an ambulance that makes its way westward into the firefight. There are structures now being lost. There are entire neighborhoods that we believe are being lost, but the smoke is simply too thick to see into. And as David mentioned, because we can't get Air 7 up above this fire, we don't have a full scope of what is burning and what has already been lost. But we do know, just based on where we've seen the flames and where we know homes are, that dozens of homes are likely lost at this hour. And the march continues, mostly unabated on here on the eastern front, as the wind is just gusting through here, nearly blowing us off of our feet. And if it's that strong that it's affecting us standing here, imagine what it's doing to these flames. Again, this fire is making its way eastward towards us, but the wind is largely blowing to the west, so it's burning against the wind. There's so much dry, untouched brush here. Residents say nothing in this area has burned for 30 years to the extent we're seeing now. And you have residents who have never had to worry about leaving due to a fire suddenly have to pack up their lives, and what they could return home to in the future could be the loss of their home. And this is repeating itself. It's repeating itself dozens of times, hundreds or thousands of times over with all these residents who have had to pack up and likely might lose their home. And so we'll continue to watch the fire as it makes its way here. There are some homes that have been lost, and we'll see what happens as it makes its way east, guys.
Anxious evening right now. Jory, thank you so much. We feel for all of those residents out there. We also have a quick note to pass along. The LA City Fire Department, they're asking us to let them know that the department, they are on what's called recall. That means they're asking any off-duty personnel to reach out and share their availability to get more resources and staffing for overnight. Again, any off-duty personnel, they are being asked to call to their supervisors as soon as possible because, of course, they need reinforcements.
It's called a recall. It shows you how desperate the situation is. They need every available man or woman to help out on the fire lines. In the meantime, another really sad spot where this fire is burning has to do with the Palisades Charter High School, as well as the theater's Palisades Playhouse. Nico Kazoria has been standing basically between the two of them, watching these two iconic facilities burn. Nico.
Absolutely, David and Colleen, it's just so devastating. You said it, these iconic landmarks, Palisades Charter High School and also the Palisades Playhouse. So from looking at them, it looks like they are just burning. We were just looking at the football field not too long ago. The football field is at a total loss. It is a total loss. And the school, I have my eyes on it. I'm just watching the school burn down minute by minute. But right across the school, we told you about this business. I was trying to figure out exactly what this business is. And it turns out it's actually a nursery. So plants were all here. It's called the Standard Design Group Nurseries. And you can just see everything is burned down to the ground. There's nothing that has survived this fire. And I'm looking at the pictures online right now. It's just so crazy thinking that this is what the home used to look like, the nursery used to look like. I want to get a picture up for you. It's kind of hard to show it, but this is a look of what this building behind me used to look like. It used to be a white home, and it just housed plants, and you can see it's just burned down to the ground. So absolutely nothing is left of it. And right across the street, we have all those embers that are just flying through the street. While we were walking to the football field, we felt some even touching us. So there's a reason why there's no one out here other than fire and police and just people in fire gear. No one should be out here walking. We did see some kids a little bit earlier on their bicycles riding around the neighborhood behind me there. I haven't seen any flames, but just because right now things look fine, that doesn't mean that people are in the clear. So anyone in this area, I have seen people evacuate. I really hope people that live in these streets have evacuated, because just being out here, you can feel how dry it is. You can feel the winds picking up. Right now, it's even hard standing on my feet, keeping my balance to talk to you guys. And this is just the beginning. We know that these winds will get stronger as we head into the evening hours. So if this is what it is like at this time, I can't even imagine. Already we've had these 3 iconic landmarks burned down. We have Palisades High School burned. We have the Palisades Playhouse also burned, and also now confirming that this is the nursery right across from Palisades High School. David and Colleen, I'll send it back to you.
It is just devastating.
Yeah, we were doing some research during Niku's report there, and the theater was founded in 1963. The high school founded in 1961. So you could see and guesstimate that that probably was a very developmental time for this community when they're building infrastructure and creating this community. And now we're seeing a lot of it just burn down.
I know. And, you know, Josh Haskell, he grew up in Pacific Palisades. He's very well versed in this area. He's joining us. Josh, it is very devastating to see, you know, your hometown being just absolutely ravaged by these wildfires.
Without a doubt, Colleen, places I never thought would burn, the fire has reached. I'm going to make this real quick because Megan Garman is trying to evacuate. You live just right up the hill. Tell us what happened.
Well, the smoke just got really bad, so I just started packing up all of our stuff, and we got in the car to go. And then all the cars were abandoned, so I had nowhere to go, so I just had to get out of my car and start walking. The smoke is so bad. I have no idea where we're going.
Where did you leave your car?
Just right up there behind the fire trucks.
Well, I can tell you that we have some resources right now.
Yeah.
At Gladstone.
Okay.
There's some people there that I think can help you.
Okay.
You can just make it down. It's not even half a mile.
Okay,
We want to let you and your daughter and your dog go. Just, have you ever seen anything like this?
Never. And I've lived in Malibu my whole life, and I've seen tons of fires. This is nothing. I'm scared for my life. It's terrifying. So.
Well, we're glad that you're safe. We'll get you down there and get some help.
Wow, that is sobering. And to see that little child there on the street
heartbreaking.
And her having to hold her dog. So Josh's signal froze up, but we're going to go back to Josh because we want to hear what he's saying about seeing his hometown on fire.
Absolutely. And, you know, we're going to Sid Garcia. Sid, you are with, I'm not sure if it's an LA City or an LA County firefighter, but you're standing by right there. Does this person know that LA City is on a recall trying to get any available firefighter who's off duty to come in to help fight these fires?
Let me add, this is firefighter David Ortiz with LA City Fire. Question from the studio is, are you asking off-duty personnel to report to duty?
Yeah, we have brought a lot of people off duty onto staff off additional resources ahead of this fire. We anticipated this possibility and we had additional resources. The state and the region has also brought a lot of resources from all over Southern California, and the request for more resources to relieve them further down the line is already in the plans.
The fire has already reached Pacific Coast Highway. What's the status of it right now, as we saw the flames really shooting up about, I think it was a half a mile from where we're at?
Yeah, this is definitely a wind-driven fire. So the marine influence, when you see the ocean front come in from the ocean, you'll see the activity pick up. And we have embers that are not visible to the naked eye right now throughout the vast area. So you'll see pockets of fire and flame build up and start up again, and there's zero containment around this fire. So anyone who's anywhere near this fire, you have any doubt to get out, it's time to get out. It's time to evacuate.
LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney mentioned the air assault at night. Has that been able to start, or have the winds basically grounded that?
And the winds have limited a lot of the air assets. I don't know for certain whether or not they have been able to fly tonight. My inkling or my belief would be they would not be flying because they're very ineffective when the winds are this strong. It's dark, the risk versus gain. I mean, when you drop the water, it just scatters all over the place, and it's just really ineffective.
All right. David, appreciate your time, sir. Be safe, cuídate. David Ortiz with LA City Fire. Earlier today, one of the evacuees who sheltered in place in our news van She was here, she's from New York, checking on her dad in the family house up in the Palisades. Here's what she had to say earlier this afternoon when she talked to us live on the air. So where were you when all this and you just had to get the heck out?
So, here's the story. I was in Hollywood and I heard about the news. And I had a cat over here in the Palisades. I live right there. I can see my house from here. And I couldn't make it. I had to leave my car up on Marquez and run the rest of the way down. Got my cat. My dad's up helping the firefighters. And then I had to run down here. Meanwhile, it's spreading. What are they calling it? Spotting, where it hops around. I'm getting hit with palm leaves that are on fire. I ran into a car. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
How's your dad doing up at the house?
Last I heard, he was good. He's up at the corner of Sunset and Palisades with the firefighters. He's a security guard over at the school over here.
Just how scary has it been just seeing all of this and just wondering if everybody's safe that you care about?
It's terrifying. I was definitely worried for my dad. But what can you do? It's a natural disaster. I'm from New York. I've never done this before. Yeah. So I don't know what to do.
And your name is, you are?
Samantha Rose Baldwin.
Samantha, this is your first time going through this.
This closely, yeah.
Just describe what it was like getting up here and then trying to get home and then realizing the safest thing for you to do is just to abandon your car and come down.
It's terrifying. I mean, it feels like a horror movie. I'm screaming and crying, walking down the street. Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, it's starting to pick up again right now, and that's what everybody's afraid of, is that the windows are getting gustier. But you've been in touch with your dad, and so far so good. Everything's okay. You can see your house.
Okay. Well, I mean, I could. It's too smoky now, but I don't know where else to go. Like I said, my car's up there. I'm just gonna go sit at the ocean because the fire can't touch it.
In fact, her father came down to check in with us to make sure his daughter was okay. He was fine and their home is okay. There was another woman who took shelter with their 2 dogs, and when I approached the dogs, both dogs were just panicking and shivering, and everybody was calmed down. Then they decided they had to go find a place to stay for the night. The winds are picking up here again. There's a lot of smoke around here. It's a little difficult to breathe, but again, the aerial assault, it's going to be limited tonight because the winds are simply too strong, and it's still blowing. And the fire that was half a mile down the road, it's calmed down a little bit, but with the winds, we're told it could spring back up and cause more damage and burn more along the hillside. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Sid, for that report. And this is an appropriate time to bring in Shayla Gerard in right now to talk about those winds, because as we've been talking throughout the evening, Shayla, this isn't even the worst of it. The worst of it's going to start in just a few hours.
Yes, we're expecting to see the worst of those winds, the strongest winds from 10 p.m. tonight to early tomorrow morning. I want to show you, this is just over the past hour. You can see from LAX, those flames just continuing to grow. This fire has been relentless all afternoon into the evening. Right now, taking a live look, can't see as much off in the distance, but still, this is just the start of what is going to be a very long evening for these fire crews. I want to show you right now just how strong these wind speeds are. And again, we're talking about them continuing to pick up over the course of the evening. You'll notice Malibu Hills, Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, even up into Santa Clarita, all seeing gusts around 35 miles per hour, even higher as you head into Burbank, 37 mile per hour gusts. Moving farther south, not much relief. Wrightwood right now seeing gusts 40 miles per hour. San Bernardino, Riverside, both seeing gusts around 30 miles per hour. Again, like we've mentioned, this is going to continue. Normally, when we see events like this, Santa Ana wind events, we are not dealing with as dry, as warm conditions and Santa Ana winds as widespread. Taking you back out to that Palisades fire, these winds, they've been coming from the northeast, 15 to 20 miles per hour. But what's so concerning, so hard for these fire crews are these gusts, anywhere from 35 to 50 miles per hour. You can see all that smoke. This is why areas southwest of the fire have been evacuated. We're talking about all the way down to PCH, Topanga Canyon, even past that, because just how quickly this fire, these flames can spread with those fast winds and that dry vegetation as well. Now, taking a wider look out, we do have this red flag warning. We're talking about, once again, just how widespread it is. We're dealing with those dry fuels. This is sticking around through Thursday. So even after some of these winds will start to subside, we've only got about 24 hours of these strong winds. We're still going to be dealing with fire conditions through the end of the week. So dry, breezy conditions, still advisory level winds through end of week, but this high wind warning lasting through tomorrow evening. So we're expecting to see these strong winds, the strongest winds through tomorrow, but finally starting to die down as we get into tomorrow afternoon. We'll look more into that timing a little bit later in the show, but for now, David and Colleen, I'll toss it back to you guys.
All right, Shayla, thank you for that report or that weather forecast. In the meantime, we have been talking about the Getty Villa throughout the afternoon because we've been getting mixed reports, some saying that some people saw it on fire. Then we got a report from Getty itself saying they are safe, but at the same time, reports from the LA Times say it is on fire. So with all of that said, we go to Michelle Fisher now, who has made her way to the Getty Villa to tell us what the situation actually is right now. Michelle.
Well, David, we're on Pacific Coast Highway at the entrance to the Getty Villa. We did make our way a bit into the property just to see what we could see. And based off of my knowledge and what me and my photographer witnessed, it is not on fire. But that does not mean that the villa and the property is not being threatened. Now, those are two different things. I'm going to have my photographer kind of pan down Pacific Coast Highway here and give you an idea of the hillsides leading up to the Getty Villa property. Now, they did release a statement earlier today. The villa saying that they swiftly closed to non-emergency staff and the site is closed to the public on Tuesdays anyway. The villa will remain closed at least through Monday, January the 13th now. Fortunately, Getty says it's made extensive efforts to clear brush from the surrounding areas as part of a fire mitigation effort throughout the year. We do want to get to some video, though, that we captured as we were making our way through the property and the hillsides that surround the villa. There are trees, there are vegetation along the hillsides, and as you're seeing in this video, there were pockets of fire that were coming incredibly close to the Getty Villa property. Certainly not something you want to see if you're someone that's working there, as there were a number of security guards and a few staff members that we encountered on the property. The villa, though, saying that some trees and vegetation on the site did in fact burn, but they say staff and the collection remains safe tonight. What we can also confirm is that once we came down from the property, we did go to South Surfview Drive, which is a street and a community that's parallel to the Getty Villa property, and there were homes there actively burning. So even if the Getty Villa itself is not burning, what we do know is that there are active fire threats immediately surrounding it, not only here on Pacific Coast Highway, but also on the other side of the Getty Villa property, which again is where South Surfview Drive is. And of course, back in 2019, if we remember, the Getty fire, which threatened and came very close to the Getty Center in Brentwood. So the hope is that this property here, the Getty Villa, safe, and that nothing of that sort will happen to where flames actually come in contact with the villa and the collection inside. So we're live tonight here along Pacific Coast Highway near the Getty Villa. I'll go ahead and send it back to you all in the studio.
Michelle, you're a superstar for getting all that information and shooting that video and kind of getting to the bottom of this. Thank you for that report. Super, super valuable. By the way, as you know, when we talk about the Getty Villa, it's not just the building we're talking about. We're talking about the priceless art that is inside that building if it ever did catch on fire. And according to their press release, they say the museum, galleries, and library archives were sealed off from smoke by state-of-the-art handling systems. The double-walled construction of the galleries are also provide significant protection. So if the building did catch on fire, there are additional protections built into that building. But as you know, fire can get through anything. So that's why we are watching this situation closely. Great report by Michelle, and she'll stay on top of it. In the meantime, we heard from state and local leaders earlier during a 3:30 press conference, and here's what Governor Newsom had to say.
Hell of a way to start a new year. Again, let me add my voice, the voice of so many others, in extending deep appreciation to the men and women in uniform across jurisdictions. I want to thank, in particular, Chief Crowley and Chief Maroney for your outstanding leadership, police chief, sheriff's office, all of our local law enforcement agencies that work hand in glove. There is simply no better mutual aid system anywhere in the United States of America. And you're seeing it now at scale once again here in Southern California. I say once again because we were here not too long ago, the Franklin fire. A few weeks prior to that, the Mountain fire. November, December, now January. There's no fire season, it's fire year, it's year round. And it's incredibly important that we heed the warnings, the calls, that we're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. You may feel at home, that you're fine down in Riverside County, San Bernardino County, down in Ventura County, other parts of the state, but there's a reason we pre-positioned hundreds of assets and personnel on Sunday in anticipation of this wind event. 110 engines specifically were sent down, 45 by CAL FIRE, 65 through our mutual aid system through the Office of Emergency Services, water tenders down here, 7 new helicopters we brought from Northern California down to Southern California. We just brought our C-130 down from Northern California and already just had its first drop. By no stretch of the imagination are we out of the woods. You heard Chief say 10 p.m. tonight till 5 a.m. tomorrow will be peak winds. And having just quite literally an hour or so ago gone up the canyon and saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed, not a few, many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, we're just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders. We've all been to memorials. I've never been to a memorial for a building, but for family members and loved ones. I know you cannot say this enough. It's foundational. One other thing I want to say, because you can't say it enough, is expression of gratitude. The President of the United States happens to be in town. It didn't take more than a text message to get the FMAG approved, which means we're getting reimbursed for the vast majority of these costs. No politics, no hand-wringing, no kissing of the feet. The President of the United States said, yes, what else do you need? Emergency proclamations being drafted as we speak. And I just want to thank the President because that's something I don't take for granted and something we should not take for granted at this moment in American history. So thank you, President Biden, as well. Final point. We encourage you. You heard all those websites. I don't want to burden you with any more except one. Fire.ca.gov. And why do I say that? Nothing like it in the country. It's nothing like that we've seen in any jurisdiction around the world. 3D maps and live cams on fire.ca.gov would also show you the evacuation orders. I encourage people to take a look at that site for information. And of course, ready.ca.org to make sure that you're prepared as we work through yet another extraordinary month in this fire year, perpetual fire year here in the state of California.
Of course, we are covering breaking news right now of the Palisades fire. Another fire breaking out right now. This one is being called the Eden Fire. We know that this is happening at Pinecrest. This is near Altadena. You can see the fire right there. LA County Fire. They're on the scene. Structure defense, they're saying, is being set up as flames are visible from the freeway. We do know that we have ground crews that are also en route. Take a look at some of these pictures right here. We know, again, that LA County is asking for a helicopter to help fight this fire. But again, you can see it. A lot of people are obviously watching this that are in the Altadena area. But again, this is at Eaton Canyon, at the Kinaloa Canyon area, a hiking trail. We know a lot of people hike in this area, David. So again, a lot of anxious nerves right now.
It's the worst possible news you can get because of so many resources are moved over to Pacific Palisades, and that's a desperate situation with so many homes going up in flames. What if this one continues to increase rapidly, and as we saw, they cannot get air support overhead? So that is a major catastrophe waiting to happen because they can't use any of their air assets to get on top of this fire, especially if this fire is in a place that's hard to get to on the ground. Then we have something that's going to exponentially make things far, far worse. But we're going to continue to watch the situation in Eaton Canyon and, of course, continue to concentrate on what's happening in Pacific Palisades. In fact, more video to show you right now from what was happening earlier today. Incredible images showing the chaos unfolding during the early hours of this fire. A bulldozer had to clear parked cars blocking Sunset Boulevard because firefighters had to get up to the houses on the top. A lot of people deciding it was better just to ditch their cars, fleeing on foot during their chaotic escape. This is exactly what we're talking about when it comes to heed the warnings, get out when you can, because if this happens, then more people's homes could go up in flames because emergency personnel were not able to get there.
No, again, that big problem, the road access, people, they were parking and walking out from their cars to the hills. Here's what Chief McDonald had to say about cooperation from the community.
Thank you very much. We are here in a support role to our fire partners. Just a quick rundown. We have over 100 officers here deployed, another approximately 60 ready to be deployed once a mission is given to them. So far, the major job for our people have been evacuation, traffic control, allowing ingress and egress to emergency vehicles, and those can be helpful. I would have an ask that if you would, please do everything you can to open up the streets so we can get the resources we need to be able to deal with this emergency. Please take this wind emergency very seriously. As you heard from the speakers before me, this is something that is going to get worse throughout the night, so we all have to look out for each other. Areas of evacuation so far, about 30,000 people have been evacuated from a total of 10,000 households or 15,000 structures, to include businesses and other buildings so far, with no injury. So we're very thankful for that. But we truly ask for all assistance that we can get in making this as smooth as we possibly can. Thank you.
All right, that is Police Chief Jim McDonald.
Yeah, talking about today. And our 6:30 streaming news coverage is coming to an end right now.
But our fire coverage will continue coming up on ABC 7 and abc7.com, so stick with us. We'll be right back on Channel 7.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
All right, we have breaking news at 7 o'clock. You are watching a special edition of Eyewitness News as we come on the air for the major breaking story, a brush fire burning in Pacific Palisades. And you can watch Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune on Channel 7.2. I'm David Ono.
And I'm Colleen Sullivan. The fire exploding to nearly 3,000 acres in just the last few hours, as the winds are expected to get even worse tonight. Multiple structures have been destroyed, including homes. At least 30,000 people have been evacuated as mandatory evacuation orders do remain in effect. President Biden, who is visiting LA, has been briefed on this fire.
We want to show you the evacuation area and the fire zone. Again, 30,000 people have been told to leave. More than 13,000 structures have been threatened. The evacuation map has actually expanded all the way to Calabasas. The yellow is evacuation warnings. The red is evacuation orders. Officials are asking people to stay off of the roads if you can to allow emergency vehicles to get through.
And we're going to talk about another breaking story right now. Eden Canyon, there is another fire happening right there. Leanne Suter, you know this area very well. This is near Altadena. Tell us what you're seeing right now.
Hi guys, I think you're coming to me here. We don't have good cell service up here to be able to hear anything. We're on Canyon Close Road. Lori, one of the residents here, joining me. Lori, how quickly did this break out, this fire?
My husband saw it was maybe 5 feet high, and then the gusts came and it just blew up.
And it has been a long time since Eden Canyon has been on fire up here. What is your concern, obviously, with this burning so quickly?
Plus the drought. We haven't had any rain in the mountains, so dry. It'll just go in a puff.
Yeah. And you guys are right on the hill overlooking Eden Canyon. Have you seen how close the flames have come to the back of your home yet?
No, but you have permission because the fire hydrant is right across the street, and last time they took their hoses and went right to the canyon with it.
Got it.
So at least they were able to save some of the houses from the last big fire. I think it was 1991.
Wow, so it's been a while. I know we see a lot of engines coming in, and I know they came in and evacuated you guys right away. You heard the officers going
us right away. Yes, but I had to get our 95 and 90-year-old neighbors out because they were confined to their second story because she just fractured her hip. So I had to get them out.
So you got them out. I know you're rushing to get out as well. Lori, you see these all the time. I know you know it's a risk living up in here in the hillsides like this, but what's going through your mind, your heart at this point?
Just people and pets and lives are what is important. Just lives are what's important.
Thank you, Lori. I know you're rushing. I appreciate your time. I know. Again, we're on Canyon Crest Drive here in Altadena. I'm going to walk, see if it works to go. We'll go behind with the into the backyard here and show you. There's a lot of engines that have come in. We can show you the fire up here around the edge. Make sure I don't dump Duncan in. You can see up on the hillside there, you can see this is literally the fire is burning down in Eaton Canyon at this point. It's coming up kind of what I would call is the west side of the hill here. You can see the flames moving a little closer. There are homes all along the edge of Eaton Canyon here. I'm going to help Duncan as we move in closer. I just don't want him to trip over any of this. We're going to go around here. She said we have permission to go in the back here. We have seen dozens of police come in. Pasadena police has been rushing in. I've seen a couple of sheriff's deputies. The fire department's all here making a stand, trying to protect all of the homes that line Eaton Canyon here. You can see the embers that are flying. The wind really has been a major challenge in all of this because it has just blown this fire up in a matter of minutes. We just encountered a couple of minutes ago dramatic gusts. I mean, I'm guessing they had to have been at least 50-mile-an-hour gusts. Yep, you can see it coming up over the edge here, Duncan, if you can see over there. This wind and the embers, that's going to be the problem. It's pushing all of these embers, and those can quickly start other brush fires in the area. I see a bunch of firefighters here in the backyard. Yeah, they're doing the best they can to douse, and on the other side of that is where Eaton Canyon is, literally just on the other side of these trees. The hillside goes straight down into Eaton Canyon here. This is a very, very hiking area. Lots of trails.
Hang in there.
Wow.
All right, we're having some issues with it
here, and as you heard.
I'm sorry, Leanne. Go ahead. We got you back.
David.
We got you back.
Yeah, sorry. Up in this area, it's really hard with the cell coverage in order to get us our live shot. But it's been a while. You heard Lori, the resident, say 1991. She believes was the last area. So there's a lot of concern with this. Again, the wind has been the issue. We can barely see also because of the smoke. The smoke is so thick right now as the fire is burning along the edge. We see lots of firefighters that have come in. We did see a couple of helicopters, so I know that they're trying to get some units in here, trying to do some water drops and trying to stop this blaze and try to at least slow down the progression. Now, it's hard to see because of the smoke, but we could see that it was going to the east, burning all the way up through the hills here and headed that direction, but the fire also then burning to the west. So it kind of was shooting, it looked like it was kind of shooting up into Eaton Canyon. As I was saying, it's a really popular hiking trail and lots of homes up all along the edge here. We'll certainly be keeping an eye on the situation here, and we'll bring you the very latest as this fire continues to burn here. Live in Altadena, Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, Leanne, thank you for that, and we're going to go back to you soon because that is a frightening thought that this fire is burning is now broken out in Eaton Canyon. So just to be clear, we are now dealing with two different fires that could be absolutely devastating.
Well, we just got some word that water dropping capabilities, they will be shut down for the Eaton Canyon fire because the winds. So we're hearing it might be a very treacherous firefight happening right now. They're trying to get people in position to fight that fire in Eaton Canyon as well.
You could see the ash, the smoke,
raining
and
down.
that just broke out. And look how quickly it's moving. So that could be devastating, and it's going to spread our units even thinner than they already are. So that's Eaton Canyon. That is near Altadena. We're going to go back there since it's a brand new fire, but we want to go back to Pacific Palisades where we've been all afternoon and evening and talk to Josh Haskell, who is from this community. And Josh, we lost your signal because the winds are blasting where you are as well, but we are very curious to find out what your thoughts are, this being a community that you grew up in, and you're seeing all these iconic places that you grew up with that are now on fire or in ashes.
It's honestly made me sick to my stomach to hear the different locations that our reporters and teams are at telling us that they're now on fire. That community playhouse, the Pearson Playhouse, I grew up there, I did community theater there. Palisades Charter High School is such an important part of this community. So many people that live in this community go there, their parents went there, and it is just a heartbreaking scene and surreal that I am now on Sunset Boulevard, not too far from Pacific Coast Highway, standing in front of LA City Fire Station 23, just take a look. Fire is extremely close to this fire station, and I can sadly report that the Jewish congregation, Chabad of the Palisades, they have lost their building here. The Westside Waldorf School has also sustained damage. So it looks like Chabad of the Palisades is a complete loss. That fire very close to Fire Station 23. And there are just so many structures impacted in and around here. And every time I look at my phone, I keep hearing about legendary businesses, restaurants, people's homes along Pacific Coast highways we get towards Topanga that have gone up in flames. And until I see that with my own eyes, I'm not going to report, but it just tells you there's so many landmarks here. Los Leones, where we are right now, such a popular hiking trail. There are so many homes, David and Colleen, tucked up in these canyons that are just pitch dark right now, filled with smoke. And I can tell you, there are homes on fire up there. We tried to go live up there earlier, but the signal was not strong enough. The Palisades Highlands, I can report, has mostly been evacuated. They're under a mandatory evacuation. I do not think that many people remain up there. There are a lot of firefighters up there for structure protection on what will be a very long night. But just surreal that I'm standing in front of LA City Fire Station 23 with flames kind of surrounding the fire station. And if those winds pick up, firefighters are going to have to make some tough decisions as they've already lost some businesses here in this area. David and Colleen?
Absolutely, Josh. You know, you're talking about the firefighters. You're looking at your community. We know there are so many people right now watching our news, trying to gauge how it's going in their environments, because a lot of people have opened their doors to their friends who live in this area. They're watching to see if their home is going to be standing. A lot of anxious people watching tonight. LA City Fire, I know, Josh, you're watching everything happen before your eyes. LA City Fire, they're in a recall situation where they're asking anybody who is off duty, any off-duty fire personnel, call their supervisor, come in, volunteer. Obviously, you will get paid, but come in and work, because look at this fire that's taking place right now. We know Jory Rand, you're at Amalfi and Sunset. I don't know if this is your live shot or if that's Rob Hayes. I think that's one of our other Eyewitness News team members. But Jory, we're with you right now. Right behind you is just a hue of amber.
Yeah, we've watched as this fire has marched towards the east. The smoke is blowing to the west and to the south. This has continued its march to the east, out of Palisades Village, up and over a hillside, and now towards our neighborhood. And things have gotten so bad that right here on Sunset Boulevard, they have completely shut it down. We just heard an LAPD officer go through on the loudspeaker saying, if you are here, if you can hear my voice, evacuate now. So a mandatory evacuation order looks like it has reached this area at Amalfi and Sunset Drive. He said evacuate to the 405. Everybody head east. Do not turn into neighborhoods. Just go east. Get out of here to the 405 freeway, because this fire is not slowing down. It continues its march east. We just heard a discussion. You talked about the call for more resources. This LAPD officer was in a bit of a discussion, heated discussion with someone who said he was with a private fire brigade who was trying to get to some point here west of where we are on Sunset Boulevard, and the LAPD officer would not let him through. He would not let him go by. They have now shut down Sunset Boulevard up to Amalfi and are rerouting traffic east, and they don't want people going off of Sunset into the neighborhoods because it's going to block people's egress, their evacuation out of here. So he is going through telling people to leave, pack up, and head east to the 405. Guys, we're talking, that's 4 miles to the east. There's a little canyon just through there. That's Sunset Boulevard as it switches back to the south, but there are homes just beyond that. We don't know, I don't think it has jumped Sunset in our location, but it continues to march east, and right behind us, there are homes right below there, that hillside. There are homes here south on Amalfi, and there are a lot of homes north. That's the most concerning, because that's the wildland up against Will Rogers State Park that we have seen burn throughout the evening unabated. We just saw one helicopter circle through and made a really low pass, but other than that, we have seen no firefight in the air or on the ground, and there are dozens, if not hundreds, of homes right now in the path of this fire.
That is absolutely frightening. And seeing those flames come up behind you, Jory, be careful first of all, but keep us posted. That's what we're hearing throughout, is that all of these homes are in danger, and some may very well be on fire right now. Jory, thank you for that report. Let's go to Rob Hayes right now. He's in a Rivoli Drive, and that was Rob's ominous shot that we were looking at just a few seconds ago, and that is something to see behind you, Rob.
Yeah, Rivoli Drive here is just above Sunset Boulevard. We're on the east side of the fire, and about an hour and a half ago, this was just an orange glow, right, as the fire burned behind this ridge. Well, in the past hour, it has jumped the ridge and is now approaching Sunset Boulevard, which is down below us, the curvy part of Sunset Boulevard there. And you can see the flames have just crept down the mountain. Not really crept, it kind of moved pretty quickly because these winds are so strong here. And it's not just dead ahead here. I mean, this is a pretty broad view of where you could see this fire. I mean, if we look, Dave, if we pan to the right, you can see it's orange. You pan all the way to the left, which is towards the ocean, and it's still orange behind those trees. There is so much fire going on here that it is really kind of hard to comprehend. And you could still hear these small explosions that are going off, even where we are, which is probably half a mile away from the flames. And you hear these things, and it's trees that are burning, structures that are burning, cars that are burning, and you just hear these pops like fireworks going off. Now you can see if you follow the wind, it is blowing towards the ocean. It's a classic Santa Ana blowing towards the waters. But the concern now is these fires, these flames have crept down the hillside and continue to work their way towards this neighborhood on Rivoli Drive. So it is quite the scene. It's very hard to comprehend. And, you know, Senator, I'm struggling to fathom what the damage is going to look like when the sun comes up tomorrow.
Oh, no kidding. And Josh Haskell was also saying that as well, Rob. Just, you know, you can see it right now, but tomorrow when you see daylight, it is going to be devastating.
Very brutal.
Yeah, and now we're going to go to our other Eyewitness News reporter, Michelle Fisher. Michelle, you're on Pacific Coast Highway near the Getty Villa, which of course a lot of nervous people around there watching these flames encroach very close to this iconic structure.
Yeah, well, I want to echo kind of what was just said about the noises that we're hearing. It's kind of this weird juxtaposition because this fire has jumped the highway. So on one side, out of my right ear, we're hearing the waves crash, which is usually kind of a peaceful sound that people like to rely on. You also see this brush in the bush behind me burning. And then out of my left ear, just on the other side of the highway, we're hearing some popping. We're hearing fire alarms going off. And what we are seeing is just really difficult. Homes just fully engulfed in flames, burned down to just nothing. This is close to a second entrance for the Getty Villa, which we know has been threatened. As far as we know, it hasn't actually caught fire, but it is certainly being threatened by all sorts of kind of flames tonight. Now, the Getty Villa did make a statement earlier saying that non-emergency staff in the site is closed to the public on Tuesdays. The Getty Villa right now set to remain closed until at least Monday, January 13th. Now, fortunately, the Getty says that it has made extensive efforts to clear brush from the surrounding area as part of fire mitigation efforts throughout the year.
All right, we're losing her signal, but we're going to try to stay with this for a little bit longer because what she's talking about is the Getty Villa and how it is now basically surrounded by flames, and so far they've been able to fight it back. She's on PCH. Michelle, we've got you back. We lost you about 30 seconds ago.
Alrighty. I was just mentioning that we went onto the Getty Villa property and we were able to make our way up there despite, as I mentioned, it's closed to the public on Tuesday. So we weren't sure if we were allowed to be up there, but we made our way there regardless. And what we saw, I believe we have video of that to show you some of the flames that are burning. There is brush, there are trees on that property, and that vegetation was on flames in flames in various spots, which is a threat to the property. The villa confirming that, in fact, some trees and vegetation on the site did burn, but they said that not only the staff, but also the collection is safe due to those fire mitigation efforts and moving the collections into various places to keep them safe as this threat continues to burn tonight. What we can tell you is Pacific Coast Highway here, where you do see these flames burning, is dangerously close to the villa. Also on the other side of the villa, the South Surfview Drive. We also went up that road and saw several homes on fire. We saw vegetation burning up hillsides. So we know in 2019 a similar situation for the Getty fire, which was threatening the Getty Center in Brentwood. And even though right now, as far as we know, the Getty Villa is safe, as this fire continues into the evening, as the winds continue to pick up, and as these embers blow anyway, it's anyone's guess what could happen tonight. So we are here along Pacific Coast Highway, keeping an eye on not only the homes here, but also the Getty Villa to make sure the flames, or just hopefully to keep an eye on it for you. And hopefully the reports throughout the evening will be that the Getty Villa remains safe from the flames tonight. That's the latest here live. We'll go ahead and send it back to you all in the studio.
Yeah, really important report there. Michelle, thank you for that, and we'll check back with you to make sure the Getty Villa remains safe. In the meantime, we want to go to Sid Garcia, who's been at the command center for this fire, just off of PCH, with the very latest. Sid, are you out there?
Yeah, we're out here right now, and that's where that is burning right now. Across the street is where the command post was at Will Rogers State Beach. We saw the command trailer from LA City Fire leave here a couple of minutes ago, along with a number of other fire personnel and other LAPD personnel as well. The wind is howling. That is blowing towards us. You can feel the heat from that fire. The Palisades fire earlier this afternoon, it reached Pacific Coast Highway, went to the beach. Across the street, it's Will Rogers State Beach. It's a parking lot and sand. Now it's burning towards us. To the right of your screen, up above, we believe there are homes, and I think I see the lights of a couple of fire trucks up there situated for structure or property protection right now. But I can tell you, the wind is blowing strong. You can see the flames and the smoke blowing from right to left on your screen, and that is coming towards us. And the scary part is that 5 minutes ago it was on the other side of the ridge there, and now it's just blowing, and there's plenty of dry brush that we were able to see here during the day. There's a lot of dry brush that's just primed to burn as the winds continue to blow this fire not only towards the beach, but in our direction as well. We are just south of Will Rogers State Beach, and again, a lot of fire personnel, including the command post, their big trailer that LA City Fire uses for major incidents like this. They packed up and they left further south to find a safer place to be. So again, that it's coming towards us. The flames are pretty tall over there right now, and the wind continues to blow this fire not only to the ocean, but coming towards us, heading south as well. Guys, let's send it back to you.
Absolutely, Sid. Thank you very much. And you're talking about those winds. Meteorologist Dallas Rains, he has been talking about this wind. And, you know, Dallas, I know that we're in for a long night.
Oh, absolutely, because we already have another fire that was started near Altadena, and we don't know what's going to happen for the rest of the evening as far as that's concerned. But we do know meteorologically the winds are not going to back down tonight. They're going to blow hard even through tomorrow morning. This is a look at some of the wind velocities that are being reported around the area still. And up in the Altadena area, we've seen wind gusts up there of 52 miles per hour coming through those canyon passes. So again, those are out of the northeast, very strong winds blowing up around that area. And that is going to happen tonight through tomorrow morning. There will be a break in the winds, but that won't happen until tomorrow afternoon. We'll start to see a little bit less of those powerful 60 and 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Here's a map showing you where the fire was started above Pacific Palisades. We had the camera on it. It was started around 10:22 this this morning, and of course spread very, very rapidly in those powerful Santa Ana winds. Now let's head up to, there's Mount Wilson. This is Altadena. This fire was started above Altadena in the Eaton Canyon area about an hour ago, and it is spreading southbound at this time. So again, when we look out over the large area of Southern California, these winds cover all of Southern California. Therefore, the red flag warning is in effect for everybody, pretty much everyone in on this event, due to strong north and northeast winds feeding through these canyon passes. And overnight tonight, they're going to have to watch very carefully down in the foothill areas of Orange County. No fires yet, thank goodness. But all of this area will have very strong winds. Dry conditions too. Humidity staying at about 15 to 20%, even in the overnight hours. All right, with this shot here, looking at wind forecasts for Pacific Palisades. Early in the morning, just around sunrise, there will be another burst of strong Santa Ana winds with velocities up to hurricane force, 74 miles per hour, and that will be in a quick burst. Then we'll start taking everything down a little bit by late afternoon. That's the good news, and that shows up on this fabulous wind map here that we can show you as the winds will be dying off as we go through time quickly. PW, let's get through here because we're out of time, and we want to show the winds dying completely as we get into the afternoon hours. I'll have another weather for you in a few minutes.
All right, Dallas,
Okay.
Thank you. Friday cannot get here soon enough. Thank you, Dallas, for the update on the weather forecast. In the meantime, we have been trying to get to the Eaton Canyon area where there is a brand new fire that is burning out there, which is of major concern for us. Now, we are having some signal issues, so in order to fix those signal issues, we've put Leanne Suter on an 8-second delay. So when we toss to her, we need a little bit of patience on her kicking in. So now let's throw it over to Leanne. There you can see the fire. And Leanne, what is the latest?
Yeah. Oh, this is an absolute firestorm, David, up here. This is a tremendous fight by crews. We now have flames pushing up the back wall of a home here. We are just on Altadena Drive, just north of Canyon Crest, and you can see what the winds are doing. It's just embers going everywhere as the flames push up the Eaton Canyon of Canyon Crest, and there are homes that just rim the edge of Eaton Canyon here, and that is where the crews are focusing their attention now on structure protection. But right here in this section, unfortunately, this is getting very, very close to this home here. They had been here a while ago and put out some of the hot spots earlier, but it has come back with a vengeance. And when the winds pick up, and let me tell you, some of these gusts are so tremendous, it is just a sea, a massive wall of embers that just get blown across the area here. And again, there are homes throughout this area, just solid neighborhoods for blocks up here in the hills in Altadena. And it's those embers that really are the big concern, because it could get lodged in any of the homes next door. It also could start fires just, more than a mile away because of those embers. But as you can see, they are just swirling everywhere because of the wind here. I mean, it's a horrible scene, I have to say, but I'm amazed. They have brought in so many resources. We have seen firefighters from the Angeles National Forest. Pasadena Fire is up here, as well as several other local municipalities that have come up here trying to help and do structure protection along Canyon Crest. And wow, it's almost too difficult to stand here because I'm gonna have Duncan turn around so he puts it.
All right. Maybe we should get Leanne out of there.
They're absolutely tremendous. I don't have any way of clocking them myself, but I have to tell you, Yep, here we go. We got it. We got.
All right. Leanne, I know there's an 8-second delay. Get out of there. We're going to check back with you when you're in a safer spot. But I think that picture says everything about how dangerous it is right now in Eaton Canyon, how quickly this fire is moving, and how this is of major concern for everybody, because this is going to demand major resources to handle this fire as well. And as Dallas just told us, Colleen, that these winds are going to increase throughout the night, not decrease. This is only going to get worse.
And I know that, you know, we're not in the line of the fire in Glendale, but our studios, we're sort of running on a generator right now. We certainly are taking some power hits, and we know a lot of our neighbors are certainly dealing with power outages. So we're going to go back over to Jory Rand. Jory, you are at Amalfi and Sunset still. I'm assuming you've stayed in your same location because, boy, again, looking behind you is incredible.
Yeah, we're here at the same location, but I'm not sure exactly how long we're going to be able to stay here as this fire continues its march east. Again, we've talked about the pops that we've heard throughout the night. We've heard 3 extremely large explosions within the last 20 minutes. One of them, just as you were tossing to us, they could be transformers going, they could be gas tanks going, they could be vehicles. Well, there was a time when we heard dozens of pops. It could have been ammunition that has been going off inside of homes. I was just checking to see exactly how close the flames are getting. We are told that it has, if it hasn't jumped Sunset at some point down here to the west of our location, it is going to imminently. There are homes on both sides of Sunset here at Amalfi, and the tension here has raised up. It's ratcheted up as the LAPD has shut down Sunset Boulevard. They are trying to push people out of this neighborhood and staying on the main thoroughfare. But you can see as residents realize the seriousness of the situation, they have begun to pour out of this neighborhood here on Amalfi. If you look up, we're looking up north there, that neighborhood, we see cars making their way down. As they evacuate, there are more homes down to the south. One by one, we see cars like this vehicle right here start to trickle down Sunset and get out of this area as the flames have marched to the east. Again, we're talking about a fire and winds that are blowing to the south and to the west, but we keep having to relocate to the east because it is churning up this brush, and we believe at some point it will start hitting homes here on this side of Palisades Village. We were talking with a woman in Palisades Village a short time ago off Chautauqua. It was burning at the top of her street. There's a reservoir up there and just open land, and that had gone up in flames. The homes that were up there by the reservoir, she said, were gone, and she started getting reports of residents that were a little bit down, neighbors of hers, friends of hers that were down the hill from that wild brush, believing that they were beginning to lose their homes, and she thought hers was going to go as well. She was paying attention to the security cameras around her property, and after we left that location, because the smoke began to encroach on our spot and it got too thick, she texted and said she had lost connection with her cameras. She believed her home was lost. The entire neighborhood there of Palisades Village is under threat if it has not been lost at this hour. There are homes down below our location where you see those flames are. It's tough to get an exact view of what is burning down there, but an officer just drove up here, and I heard a couple of the other LAPD officers ask what it's looking like down Sunset, and he said it's getting bad. It's getting very close. If it hasn't jumped that location yet, there was an officer driving through here on the loudspeaker within the last half hour to an hour, telling residents, if you can hear my voice, there's another loud explosion. If you can hear my voice, he said, evacuate now, head east to the 405. Get out of here right now. So they believe that impact with these homes is imminent. A lot of these homes are likely to be lost tonight. We don't see much of a firefight on this flank of the fire, and so there are dozens, if not hundreds, of homes who are in the line of this fire, and there's really nothing at this point to stop them. We've seen 1, maybe 2 helicopters cycle through over the last 3 hours, though we have not seen any physical water drops. Their altitude, one of them tore across here, across Sunset Boulevard at a very low altitude. We thought it must have been for some kind of water drop, but again, we don't have eyes on it. The smoke gets so thick as soon as you get north or west of our location. And so we'll continue to keep an eye. There's a crowd. A lot of this are vehicles that have been turned around by the LAPD on Sunset, told to leave, and so they drive through Amalfi and just park and get out. And so the LAPD, there's a lot of tension here with the officers here trying to get people out of this neighborhood, and vehicles that are now clogging Sunset Boulevard, and a lot of people just standing here waiting to see what happens. And so that's basically what we are doing as well, to see when these homes will come under direct threat from the flames. The LAPD wants people to get out now. They were coming through as if an official evacuation, mandatory evacuation order has come through for this neighborhood, because the flames, as you can see, let me step out of the way one more time, the flames are moving this way, heading east from Pacific Palisades, as the wind once again is picking up. It's blowing in our direction now, so that is going to take these flames directly towards us, and directly towards these hundreds of homes here, guys.
Jory, we're looking at those heartbreaking images. We're going to go to our Eyewitness News reporter, Michelle Fisher. She is somewhat close by. She's on PCH near the Getty Villa. And Michelle, how is it looking where you are? Because we know that that fire jumped PCH.
Yeah, it jumped PCH, as you mentioned, Colleen. So to our right here, we have a bush that's burning and the ocean, which is a peaceful sound. To our left, we have the sounds of popping, as you heard Jory mention. We have fire alarms going off and just the sight of homes that are burning behind us on this hillside. It's also incredibly windy out here. And as we know, as we've heard our meteorologist team describing this afternoon, things are going to get worse. It's only 7:30 right now, and I believe I heard them say that it's around 10 throughout this night into early tomorrow morning when the winds are going to pick up even more. So that's what concerns me as we look at the conditions here. I'm going to step a bit out of the way so my photographer can kind of get a better view of what's happening. But it's just remarkable how quickly these homes burn down. The large property that you see here, when we pulled up here about 15-20 minutes ago, that home, you could still tell what the structure looked like, and it still had some type of formation to it. And now just 30 minutes later, all you see is just beams where they were standing just fully engulfed, and this home just fully destroyed, which is a difficult situation. A couple of houses down just moments ago, we actually saw two people on a balcony screaming something. I don't know if they were screaming for help or what, but again, this area has been evacuated, so anybody who, for whatever reason, might still be in their property or still trying to save their property, I think at this point it's safe to say that you should immediately evacuate and try to get somewhere safe, whatever that may look like, because this fire is just burning so out of control in various different directions, and the wind certainly is not helping. Also, as we made our way near the Getty Villa, we ran into a man who was unable to make his way back into his neighborhood because he was being turned around by law enforcement and firefighters that were in the neighborhood, and he asked us, he said, can you please make your way to this address? He gave us his address. He said, if you're able to make your way up there, this is my number. Please let me know if my home is still standing. I said, well, when you came down this hill, what was going on? And he said, the brushes in front of my home were pretty heavily engulfed, but I'm hoping that somehow they got put out and that my home is saved. So at some point in the night, I'm going to make it my mission at some point in all of our continuing coverage to make my way to that gentleman's home to just see if his house is one of the ones that is burned down tonight, if it's one of those structures that has been destroyed by this Palisades fire. You know, but it is a busy night, as we know, for firefighters that are out there, for our crews that are on the ground. The fire department's now calling in anybody who's even off duty to volunteer their time. I believe a couple minutes ago we saw a Ventura County fire truck coming through, which it was just a couple months ago that Ventura County had to deal with their own fire, and we know mutual aid from here was sent to help them. So it has been a very busy season in terms of the fires, and our thoughts and prayers just with everybody tonight that is being impacted by this. For now, we're live along Pacific Coast Highway. I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see fire crews behind you kind of moving to another part of the scene. Michelle, thank you for that great report. We'll check back with you. In the meantime, let's go to Rob Hayes, who is also standing by with an ominous sight behind him as there, too, the fire seems to be encroaching closer and closer. Rob?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we're on Rivoli Drive, which is just above Sunset Boulevard. And it is orange now. Before, probably about 20 minutes ago, it was all flames. Seems like a lot of this fuel has kind of burned, but the fire continues to creep eastward towards us. I'm going to step out of the way. One thing we've been talking about all night, I think I heard Jory mention it as well, are these popping sounds, these explosions. Recently, probably in the last half hour to 20 minutes, we've been hearing really loud explosions. Now, I don't know if these are fuel tanks on vehicles exploding or if they are propane tanks from barbecue grills, but some of these have been so loud, like they shook our car, and they're very noticeable. So that's one thing, one of the sounds we're hearing. The other, of course, is that steam train of wind that tends to kick up every so often and rip through the trees here, and it just will howl at times. So right now, from Rivoli here, it is a broad vista And we can go from the north side over here, and you'll see an orange glow, and it's kind of hard because it's hidden by some of these bushes here. And then we pan all the way south towards the ocean, and it's an orange glow over there. So this fire is still burning out of control. The wind is ridiculous, just insane how fast these wind gusts are moving through. Here comes another one right now. So I'm sure that's going to feed more flames. But we have a whole night to look forward to more of these strong winds. And sadly, that is really bad news for Pacific Palisades. We'll throw it back to you.
Yeah, absolutely tragic, Rob. Thank you for that report. Try to stay as safe as possible as we continue to deal with this epic story that has been unfolding since about 10:30 this morning as this fire has been raging through Pacific Palisades. And then also, as of this evening, we're dealing with Eaton Canyon and near Altadena, and the winds are absolutely blasting out there. If you saw Leanne Suter's report, it is of great concern of what is happening over there in Eaton Canyon. Just in the last few minutes, it has really ramped up, and the winds are blasting, and they can't get any air support there either because it is just absolutely devastating how gusty and powerful those winds are. And as we've been pointing out, they're only going to get worse as we go deeper into the night.
Right, and we are getting some, breaking news on the Eaton Canyon fire. We know that there are some mandatory evacuations. We are looking at live images right now of the Eaton Canyon fire, so you can take a look. Fire crews are trying to get in position. This fire is really a devastating one. You can see it raining down with embers right there. We know Leanne Suter had a very dramatic live shot, but again, there are mandatory evacuations, as in leave right now. It's in caps. This is the message that we have received. East Altadena Drive, Kinaloa Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Veranda, Kinclair. Again, this is according to the Angeles National Forest. They're putting out this. So again, if you are living in this area, heed the warnings, get out, have your ready, set, go bag in position, because this fire shows no sign of slowing down.
No, it's only going to pick up speed. I mean, we've been seeing it before our very eyes. And Dallas Raines, let's bring you in on this conversation, because this is where you're saying we are about to get into this moment where the winds will be at their maximum.
David, that's not going to change. We have to go through tonight, through early tomorrow morning, when there will be a pulse gust of Santa Ana winds that can reach hurricane velocity. That is not going to change. We will see a change after lunchtime tomorrow, but not for tonight and not for early tomorrow morning. This is a close-in shot of the fire zone in the Altadena area. It's in those canyons about there. And all of these canyon areas in Southern California, from the OC out to our friends in Riverside, are vulnerable tonight. As I mentioned before, earlier this afternoon, no fires had been started so far, thank goodness, down in the OC. And they have no fires started in the IE, but we just have this new one that was started in the Altadena area, and of course it is explosive. When we look at wind forecasts tonight, they are strong. This is for Pacific Palisades, north of Malibu, in that area, very strong. And look at that little burst there right around sunrise, 41, 46, and those are just possible sustained for 2 minutes. So we could see winds easily approach hurricane velocity in this. Now, Altadena, same deal. It's a canyon location. All of these areas through the canyons are the ones where, when the fires are started, they're almost impossible to stop. And we get into after midnight tonight, still really strong winds in the Altadena area. And then, as I mentioned, during the afternoon tomorrow, we'll see these winds start to back down a little. Where is that area of low pressure? There it is right there over the northern portions of the Sea of Cortez. Very powerful winds coming down out of the north, feeding into that area of low pressure. Tomorrow, that low moves on up to the east, and when it does, that's when you'll see those winds go down. As we go through time, there it is. Look in the right-hand corner at the time here, 11 p.m. tonight, still howling. OC, below the Santa Ana Mountains, where the term Santa Ana winds actually were developed for the mountains and foothill areas of the Santa Ana Mountains. Out there in the IE, powerful winds blowing through there. Then in the late afternoon for tomorrow evening, notice how the wind field completely changes. Here's the 7-day. For tomorrow, red flags. Red flags on Thursday. Clear on Friday, temperatures start to cool. And then again, when we get into next Tuesday, 7 days from now, I'm forecasting another Santa Ana wind event, which will more than likely be moderate to strong, not severe like this one, but this is the time of the year. And so far this season, we've talked about this, Colleen and David and folks at home. And with a La Nina, you're going to see a lot more of these offshore winds than the last 2 years, where we had just tons of rain coming in off the Pacific Ocean.
Man, we desperately need rain, especially after this, Dallas.
That's right.
That is just too bad. Thank you for that update on the weather forecast. Now, throughout Dallas's forecast, you saw the images on the right-hand side. That is Eaton Canyon, and then so is Leanne Suter. These are both, we're trying to show you how devastating this fire is quickly becoming. And Leanne, again, in order to solidify her signal, she is on an 8-second delay. So have some patience as we throw to Leanne. So Leanne, take it away.
You guys, the wind here is unbelievable. You just heard Dallas talking about how strong these gusts are, and I can tell you, we are experiencing them firsthand. We just had a gust, literally just a couple of seconds ago, that I'm going to say is probably around 50 miles an hour, if not more. Duncan, my photographer, we both had to hold on to each other just to stand up in the wind. It sounds like a freight train is coming through the trees here. Like, here comes another one. You can hear it kind of building as it starts, and then these winds really hit hard, these gusts, and that is the problem for all of these firefighters. As we look up the hill here, it's hard to see because there's so much smoke. Every once in a while, the wind will kind of blow out the smoke, and you can see the fire making its way all the way up the hill. But right now, there's just so much smoke in the air, you can barely make it out. But we have seen where there are hot spots now because so many embers had come from the fire burning in Eaton Canyon. All of those embers have blown up onto the street, or across the street, I should say. We have not seen any houses across the street yet on fire, but we have seen where at least some of the brush, some of the trees across the way have been on fire. There is a tremendous response by Pasadena Police and other agencies coming up in here and going through the area with their announcements on urging everyone to evacuate immediately, warning of the danger, and this truly came up so quickly. So many folks up here really didn't even have time to grab anything. They had to just jump. Here comes one of these gusts we're talking about. Yep, these things are so strong. I have covered a lot of fires in my time out here in Southern California, and I have to tell you, I've not experienced one like this in terms of the gusts. I've been in windy fires and Santa Ana blazes, but these gusts are extraordinary, and you can understand why. It's fueling these fires, both here in Altadena and Eaton Canyon, and then of the fire in the Pacific Palisades. The wind is vicious, and that is what is spreading the flames, and again, blowing all of those embers out into the area. I'm going to walk around this way now that we've Duncan. We can walk a little bit and see if we can show you. There's so many firefighters and engines that have moved into this neighborhood. We're along Canyon Closed Road. When those winds come in, you really have to hold yourself steady. All of the engines have come in, and they're just keeping a close eye on the homes that line the canyon here. We saw them coming, some of the flames coming up in the backyard of some of these houses, but they've made a really good stand. The structural protection has been tremendous. So far, we have not seen any homes that have caught fire, at least in the area where we're standing. We've seen some of them get pretty close, but have not actually seen any of the homes catch fire. Although I say that, and I want to turn around, and Duncan can show everybody through the pass up here. This is kind of the corner. If you can look through, you can see the fire we're talking about. I know because of the depth perception, it's hard to make it out, but that is still on the other side of Altadena Drive here. That is would be on the west side of Altadena, or sorry, you have the east side of Altadena Drive, where there's numerous engines up there making a stand. But as you can hear as I'm talking, I hope you guys can really get a sense of how strong these winds are and how difficult this firefight is for crews here. I mean, I don't even know how they do this. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I haven't heard any of the aircraft up yet. I'm assuming because the winds are too strong, they may not be able to fly to do any kind of water drops. But this battle is so intense. I can't imagine how difficult it is for the crews out there, because I don't know how you stop it at this point with these winds. I know that they're doing a really good job of doing structure protection up here around these homes. And this is a beautiful area up here in Altadena. Lots of multi-million-dollar homes up in here. You can see what I'm talking about when you hear that. Here it comes through, these gusts. It just is so strong. Again, I don't know how they're doing this battle here in this firefight. But again, these crews are going to be out here all night, and this is their job. This is what they train for, and this is what they love, because this is what they fight to do. They want to make sure that they can save structures. More importantly, they want to save lives. That is the #1 concern. We saw so many elderly folks up in here that were being helped by police department and fire department, just getting them out of their homes and getting them into the vehicles and getting them out. I know that this area has been evacuated, at least where we are here, but those mandatory evacuations now continue farther to the west here in Altadena, and I also know there are some headed to this kind of southeast area of the fire here. This is going to be a battle for hours. As Dallas said, these winds are going to continue throughout the night, and so it's going to be a very difficult fight. I want to see if we can try to find, as I said, most of the residents have left here, so we haven't had too many people that we can speak with yet, but we will see what we can find up in here. And if you don't have goggles on, if you don't have a mask on, I don't know how you survive up in here because of the smoke and the fire. But we're going to see what else we can find in the area, see where this flame, where the fire has gone. Again, we were watching it very closely on this corner of Altadena Canyon, so we'll keep an eye on it. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio, live in Altadena. Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Leanne, I realize there's an 8-second delay, so this is going to be a little bit tricky, but a couple of things. First of all, we're getting reports that the wind gusts could be as high as 85 miles per hour where you are. 85 miles per hour gusts. Also, there is no air support right now because with those gusty winds, they can't get any of their assets overhead to help fight this fire, which is really detrimental. And finally, and most importantly, are you in a safe place? We need to know that you are safe, and if not, you need to get out. 8-second delay.
I know there's a big delay in this, David, and as you were asking that question, we got hammered with another one of these winds. I feel pretty confident in saying yes, there have been gusts up to 80 miles an hour. We really had to brace ourselves for this. We can see some of the hand crews here coming in. I'm going to show them coming in. These guys are the ones that are really going to help this fight because they're going to be able to cut some of the lines in and put a stop to some of the flames here. The crews coming in here to do a really good job on this. So these are the CAL FIRE crews, the hand crews that are coming in. So this is a great contingency. This is exactly what we want to see as they come in here into Pasadena, or Altadena, I should say, to do it. So to answer those questions, yes, the gusts are absolutely that strong, and we definitely have felt some of them. You can see these guys just disappearing into the smoke. You can't even see because the smoke is so thick. As for our safety, yes, we are dressed head to toe in safety gear. We have our goggles on, we have our masks on, and so we make sure that we stay out of the way, and we are protecting ourselves from those gusts when we see all of the embers. We have on full gear, tactical gear, so that nothing can burn us per se. And we're keeping a very close eye on the situations. Yes, it looks here comes one of those gusts again. It looks very dangerous, I know. And it is, I'm not saying it's not, but it looks very dangerous. Wow, these gusts are amazing. It looks really dangerous to those watching at home, but we make sure that we take our precautions. We keep a very close eye on our surroundings. And again, when those embers blow, we are protected, turn our backs into them. But you can see why it's such a risk and such a danger. Duncan, hold on. My photographer, Duncan Callis, I'm telling you, I don't know how he's standing facing the wind in this. But you see why. It's all those embers. I mean, I'm feeling acorns that are flying, pieces of wood, and those embers as they kind of blow this way. So my photographer, Duncan Callis, is taking it head on. So great job to him facing these winds. But that's what the issue is that all of that gets thrown for miles, carried for miles with this wind, and that's what they're worried about with the fires. So again, yes, we are making sure we are safe and keeping a very close eye on conditions here, but we want to make sure we stay here and can bring you guys the very latest. I know residents in this area are very concerned about where this fire is going and what is happening, especially to the homes. I will say at this point here at Canyon Close and Altadena, we haven't seen any homes that have caught fire yet. Again, making a very strong stand for structure protection. I'm going to have Duncan move up just so we're out of the way of the fire department. So that is a good thing, but now we can see off on the distance a little bit there again. The fire keeps coming to the edge of the road here along Altadena Drive, and it's so far we have not seen any houses, and it hasn't completely jumped Altadena Drive yet, so that is great, and that is what these guys, all of these crews, these hand crews that have come in, that's what they're going to help with, is to put some of that out as the winds continue to blow. I'm going to look around the corner here just to see what we're seeing. Yeah, we have a lot of engines here. There are houses at the end of this street. Got a full engine there. We saw a bunch of crews. There counted at least 4 homes in this little cul-de-sac at the end of the street here. And again, wow, these winds. Can you hear it? It just sounds like a train roaring through every time these gusts comes in. And earlier in the... Oh my gosh, that's a steel barrel being blown all the way down the street. I assume that came from somebody's backyard or something, but there, if you can see it, Duncan, can you see that? That steel barrel just came rolling down and blown down the hillside here. That's dangerous, clearly. But again, it's the wind. I've covered, as I said, David, I've been in, I can't even count how many wildfires now in my career here in Los Angeles, and I have been in some where I have just been dumbfounded by how it works with the wind and how quickly it spreads those spot fires, but I have not been in one with this strong of gusts fueling the fire, and I am hats off to all the firefighters here and their amazing dedication, because I'm amazed that this entire area here in Altadena is not on fire. That just, I mean, shocks me, but I'm so glad that it is not, and that they are doing such a great job of at least trying. I wish they could get the aircraft up, but certainly can't in the weather here, in the wind, and that's what's making such a big difference. So I'm going to send it back to you guys as we get, here it comes, if you can hear it,
yeah,
another one of the gusts coming in. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the station here as the firefight continues here in Altadena. Back to you guys.
It certainly is continuing there, and again, we were talking with the weather team, and some of those gusts are up to 85 miles per hour. But on the right-hand side, Leanne Suter was talking about the firefight. On the right-hand side of your screen, that is a confirmation that we do know that structures are being threatened, destroyed, on fire in the Eden
that is a live
area.
Picture.
Yes.
Of the Altadena area where a building is on fire. It looks like a home. Our other photographer, Sean Callis, is shooting that shot. So both of those images that you were seeing as Leanne was talking, both of those are coming from the Eaton Canyon, Altadena area, and it shows you just how dangerous it is. And there is confirmation some buildings are on fire there in Altadena as they continue to deal with those unbelievable winds.
I can't get over the force. Just look at that fire just licking right up there. And you also saw that steel barrel just moving down the street. It is very dangerous out there. Of course, that was great to hear Leanne say that that people have evacuated. She says she has not seen residents. You see the firefighters there. We know that there is a recall going right now. We know a lot of firefighters are coming in, showing up to help fight these fires when they should be off. And we know firefighters work long hours as it is. So for them to come back in, and we know that, you know, our crews, Leanne, Sean Callis is out there, Duncan Callis. They're two of our photographers. They're both there video taping, capturing the images from the Eaton fire. David, you have something you want to add here?
We just want to update everybody on the mandatory evacuations that are underway in this Eaton fire area. So again, just like Pacific Palisades, this is the Altadena area. The yellow is the warning area. The reddish pink is the mandatory area. And they are saying specifically, leave now. And you saw Leanne's live shot. You saw how powerful those winds are, gusting at 85 miles per hour, and you can understand the need to get out of the area. So here it is. Leave now if you live in the Altadena Drive, Kinaloa Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Veranda, Van Clair. We'll try to distinguish those or get some clarification on exactly what all that means. But if you live in that area, more than likely they're already telling you to get out. And if you could see these images, then you know how important that is to get out of the area so law enforcement can get in and hopefully save your home. Very important, and these winds will continue to grow throughout the night. Right now, 85 mile per hour gusts where Leanne was standing.
Yeah, we know that the city of Pasadena is responding right now. They're talking about those mandatory evacuations. They're discussing north of New York Drive, east of Altadena Drive, west of Sierra Madre Villa Avenue. And Pasadena Fire, the U.S. Forest Service, and LA County Fire, they are in a unified command mode right now. Over 200 acres have burned, spreading at a very rapid growth. They know a mass care and a sheltering. They are being established right now. So again, as people are evacuating, they're trying to figure out where to go. We can tell you that that is being set up. They are trying to establish a place for evacuees to take shelter. Of course, they're going to have to deal with animals as well. But of course, they're going to be posting more on the cityofpasadena.net website as well.
To reiterate the point, we want to show you again a clip of Leanne Suter. Now, this is not live any longer. That picture that you see right now, that is live as firefighters try to save a home. To the left, look at that. That is on videotape, but that was during her live shot. Look at her trying to struggle to stay on her feet. That's how powerful these winds are. Poor Leanne, but she did an unbelievable job as she stands out there, and she continues to be out there in that community as she examines this fire as it continues to roll through the Eaton Canyon, Altadena area.
And we do know our journalists do get a lot of fire training as well. Every year there's fire training that happens. And again, we also know that our videographers, they are just absolutely invaluable. And thank goodness they are also safeguarded against the wind and the embers and the fire and the heat. You have to have goggles anytime you cover these fires. They are intense, and you can see right there the firefight taking place, and this is in Altadena. And again, we saw Sean Callis. He is on another camera. I believe Sean Callis is filming this right there. We know Leanne Suter is with Duncan Callis. So again, we know our journalists, they are out there. They are being protected. We've continuously asked them, monitor yourself, your situation. Leave the area if you find you leave if you feel that you are in danger. Again, we are following two fires right now. Eaton Fire, this is in the Altadena area. We've been talking about the evacuations taking place there. We've also been covering all day the Palisades Fire. We know Niku Kazori, she is in an area that has seen extreme devastation in the Palisades Fire as well. Again, you're looking at some incredible firefighting taking place right now. You're looking at live images of Altadena. This is in the Eaton Fire area. Again, we know that this fire is growing. Again, Niku Kazori joining me right now. Also on set is Mark Brown. Niku, Mark Brown and I, we're going to be getting your live report right now because you were in the scene where there was a lot of destruction taking place.
Yes, and right now, Colleen and Mark, we're talking to Nancy Cruz. She evacuated and she came here to the command post. Tell us a little bit about your experience so far.
It's been really scary. I was trying to draw when this happened, and I was also on call with my mom, and all of a sudden the power went out, and I saw the smoke getting worse and worse, and it's just really hard because I'm disabled, and like and like emergencies like this, it's really hard on me.
Absolutely. And right now, the firefighters, I saw that they gave you guys water, Gatorade. What are they doing right now? Where are they taking you guys?
They're taking us to Westwood Rec Center, where my friend is going to pick me up, and my aunt's friend is going to pick up my uncle, my aunt.
Okay.
And basically take us to safety.
And when you came down here, you were kind of going through, explaining how it felt. You saw the fire in your backyard.
Scary.
Yeah.
It was so scary. I kept wanting to evacuate. Family kept stalling on it. And it just got to the point where, I was like, no, we got to get out of here now.
Yeah.
And
you made the right call.
Yeah. I love my family.
Yeah, and I'm seeing they're here with you now. You guys have all your supplies. You guys are out safe. That's the most important thing. And you have the firefighters that are going to be helping you all, taking you to that other center, that shelter. Right. Okay, well, thank you so much for talking
Thank
to
you
us.
so much.
Again, you did the right thing by leaving. So, I'm glad that you're safe and you're in good hands.
Thank you so much.
Wow, what a scary experience, though.
I really appreciate you guys taking your time to talk to me. Because one, this whole experience is messed up, and two, I've never been on the news before.
Yeah. Well,
so it's cool.
Sad that it's for something like this, but
sad
again,
that it's something like this, but still kind of cool. That it's, I'm on TV now.
Well, thank you for sharing your story, and good luck. Yeah, so as you see, Nancy, literally at this moment, the police department, they are taking her to a different shelter where she's going to be safe. We didn't really see that many evacuees here at the command center because I don't believe they're supposed to even come here, but for Nancy, it was such a last-minute thing. They called the fire department. The fire department came to rescue them. They brought them here, so that's why we ran into Nancy, and luckily she has all the water, Gatorade, we saw food as well, and they're getting taken to safety. So it's really good to see that. But just being in this area, Colleen and Mark, a little bit earlier, I'm sure you saw, we were at Palisades High School, and
Niku?
the high school has burned to the ground. It's just, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hold that thought for a second? And ordinarily, I wouldn't want to interrupt you, but this is important because there's a new evacuation order, an entirely new area. The city of Santa Monica. The city of Santa Monica now issuing an evacuation order for all areas of the city north of San Vicente. That evacuation order because of an immediate threat to life. They are telling people in Santa Monica, in all parts of the city north of San Vicente Boulevard, to leave now. Again, this is new, a brand new evacuation order in the city of Santa Monica. You're looking at a map right here. If you are north of San Vicente Boulevard, leave now. Go ahead and continue, Niku.
Well, as Niku's right there.
Yeah, that's just so sad to hear because we went into Santa Monica not too long ago. We took a quick little break. We went to a gas station, grabbed a bite to eat, and we saw people just out and about, especially just on the bridge, recording, taking videos of the fire from the distance. And to know that an area in Santa Monica, they're under that evacuation order, it doesn't surprise me because of the proximity, how close they are. And I want to show you guys what it looks like. It's just so crazy knowing that this is PCH, and right across from PCH, we can see the fires just so close to the highway. So thankful that they haven't crossed over to the highway, but we're seeing those embers just spread really fast over the highway. We're safe over here, but the situation is just constantly evolving, and just knowing that the winds are supposed to get stronger in the next couple of hours, that is what, to me, I am the most scared about. So we are out here again monitoring the conditions, hoping and praying for the best outcome, but just knowing that we have no control when it comes to Mother Nature, and knowing that it's going to get worse. I'm just on standby to see what else happens out here. Colleen and Mark, hopefully everyone is fine and they do evacuate.
Absolutely. Niku, thank you very much for that live report. Of course, we have a team of Eyewitness News reporters fanned out throughout the area. Jory Rand, you are still in the same position where you were a little while ago in Malfi and Sunset. It still doesn't look great behind you.
It does not, and we have a lot to get to here. First, we're waiting to see when and if these flames make their way to our position. They have been slowly marching eastbound, eastward towards us. We have had to move throughout the evening east as the fire continues heading this way. Again, we're keeping an eye, and let me step out of the way. In fact, you can see some open flames here just over the crest of this hillside. That's still north of Sunset Boulevard from our location. In fact, we have some video of some homes that are burning right now on Sunset Boulevard that we could see just off of our location here. There are at least 5 homes that we saw fully engulfed in flames. And that is just a small section of what has gone on here in Pacific Palisades today. There are dozens, if not more, homes that are lost right now. Another thing you were talking about, that area north of San Vicente and Santa Monica, that's basically where we are standing right now. We're very close to Riviera Country Club. It is just about 3 blocks away from our location. On the far side of Riviera Country Club is Santa Monica, north of San Vicente. So that's the location that we're talking about. Down Riviera to the south, or excuse me, down Amalfi to the south, up Amalfi to the north. There is a congregation of LAPD officers here right now, and they have begun evacuating residents up Amalfi Drive. They have a loudspeaker going, saying, if you can hear us, it is time to get out. They want people out of this neighborhood. In fact, I was just chatting with a sergeant who's on duty here. He said, this is unofficial, but if I had my way, I would have everyone from here to the 405 freeway leave. That's 4 miles we're talking about from where we are on Amalfi Drive on Sunset Boulevard. He said if he had his way to play it safe, he would evacuate everyone, get their stuff ready, and get going. In fact, there was a report about a mile east of us on Mandeville Canyon that there was some fire at the top of Mandeville. They sent some officers over there to check it out. It turned out that wasn't the case, but several hours or tomorrow from now, that might very drastically change because it is in the path of where this fire has been headed. These wind gusts have been swirling around. At times it's at our backs, which is a big problem. This fire and the wind has been pushing to the west and the south. We're getting wind at our backs, which means it is pushing it to the east in our direction, continuing its easterly flow, which is against where the majority of the wind gusts have been going. At times it reverses and it'll blow in our faces here and start blowing that way. That is the Santa Ana, the typical Santa Ana direction, coming from the mountains and blowing out towards the ocean. But again, it is such a wild situation that the winds are swirling at most of the time. They're at our backs, and we're watching these flames as they continue to make their march here. So again, homes have been lost on the north side of Sunset, just beyond this ridge here, and there's a fear from these LAPD officers that it's going to spread, mainly because there is no firefight. There is zero firefight on the ground here from where we are. We know that is not the case in different parts of this, but on the eastern flank of this fire, no fire protection, no firefight. This fire is moving unabated, unchecked into these crowded neighborhoods, and the fear is that these homes could be lost within hours, guys.
That is just heartbreaking to hear. Thank you so much, Jory, for that live report. Again, we're covering 2 breaking fire stories right now. One that is exploding. You see it. That's Eaton Canyon. Leanne Suter, we've had such communication issues talking with Leanne. We are on an 8-second delay. Leanne, weirdly, it looks calm in your live shot right now, but we know that you have been enduring some incredibly powerful wind gusts up to 85 miles per hour. How are you doing right now?
I have to tell you guys, we just made a comment, Duncan Callis, photographer, and myself. We were just saying that suddenly there is no wind. I have no idea. And now this is just a break, I'm sure, just a pause in the wind. But right now it is calm and relatively quiet, which is such a stark contrast from what we have been dealing with in the last about hour and a half. I think we've been up here, hour at least up here, with these tremendous gusts. But right now all is quiet. I'm going to show you what they're doing in this neighborhood, and I can show you one part. Let me look over the shoulder here off to the distance. So we're up here on Canyon Crest, or Canyon Close, I should say, Canyon Close Drive, and we can see that the fire has now moved through this part of Eaton Canyon. It is now pushing south. You can see the glow off of the distance there. So it's pushing kind of southeast from where we are and continuing down along there. All along that edge of Eaton Canyon, there are homes up on kind of hillside homes overlooking Eaton Canyon. So that is certainly a major concern. But here in this neighborhood, amazing firefight by all of the crews that are out here. You can see all of the hose lines out. We have engines that have been stationed throughout this neighborhood doing structure protection. And I just spoke with one of the crews, and they said things look much better from this vantage point here on Canyon Close Drive, that this area looking better. Certainly not out of the woods just yet, but looking much better. That fire really has moved now in that direction. Now, there was another edge to this fire which was burning up and towards the west, up into the hills. We have not been able to really get a good look at that just because there is so much smoke. You really can't make out anything. You can't see anything but smoke. But here in this neighborhood, I'll show you guys all the trucks that are here. So this part looking good. We're going to go see how the other sides of the fire look, but we'll send it back to you guys. For now, live in Altadena, Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Leanne, thank you for the update there. Joining us now by phone, Lisa Didarian from the city of Pasadena. All these folks who are having to evacuate, and there is a larger and larger swath of Southern California that is being told to do so. They have to go somewhere. What can you tell us about evacuation centers in and around your city?
Well, we just issued mandatory evacuations north of New York Drive, east Altadena Drive, and west of Sierra Madre Villa. We are now trying to establish a mass care and sheltering in the city. So we encourage those that are being evacuated to check citypasadena.net as soon as possible. And we will also get it out to media once we get the logistics and the staff support for a shelter. We are in Unified Command, Pasadena Fire, U.S. Forest Service, and L.A. County Fire. As Leanne mentioned, well over 200 acres spreading at a rapid rate. Unfortunately, we don't have any aircraft to be able to use because of the wind. It's been grounded, and there are structures threatened. So we really want people to heed to the evacuation orders and leave when they're told to, because we've been seeing all day what's going on in the Palisades, and we really need to ensure we keep our community safe.
Yeah, you're talking about trying to get some a shelter in place for the people who are evacuating. Do you have any information on about schools or any sort of logistics for families who are trying to figure out what does tomorrow look like?
Yeah, today we were asking people if you can stay home, work from home, please do so to keep the roads clear for emergency vehicles, for our public works crews to clear the roads. I'm sure we'll be doing the same tomorrow based on the predictions for the wind overnight. It looks like it will be worse before it gets better, which is not good, especially for this fire. We have been in constant communication with our Pasadena Unified School District, and I believe we have a call later tonight so they can establish if they will open tomorrow. To put in perspective, this area burning right now is adjacent to the Eaton Canyon Nature Center, very popular hiking area and destination up there. And this area has not burned for years. I think early in the 90s, we had the Altadena fire that was wind-driven. We lost several structures and homes, and they evacuated. At the time, it was St. Luke's Hospital up there.
So are you thinking that, obviously, being that it's close to the Eaton Canyon Nature Center and this whole area, that we know that the evacuations are underway, but will people have any access to kind of any looky-loos, or is this really closed off?
Oh, we are closing it off. We have sheriffs assisting Pasadena police. We've called in mutual aid from other police jurisdictions, numerous fire resources. So we want people to stay away from that area. I'm in Hastings Ranch, so I can see it clearly from my front yard here. And with this wind, we anticipate that this will get worse, unfortunately, before it gets better. So we really need people, if you're told to evacuate, leave.
Indeed. And that's been the prediction from our meteorologist team as well, headed by Dallas Rains, that it is going to get worse before it gets better. I'm curious about your resources in the city of Pasadena. Do you have enough? Are your firefighters able to cope with the situation as it is, or are you requiring mutual aid from other agencies?
Both. I mean, we feel very confident we have our resources in place. Every day, we rely on our neighboring fire agencies to assist us. In this situation, we have the Forest Service, LA County Fire, and Unified Command, so we have great resources. What we're missing is the helicopter that be a lot more beneficial at this time, but unfortunately they are grounded. So as soon as we can get aircraft up, that will also help in this fight.
Yeah. And Lisa, have you heard anything? We know that LA City Fire is in a recall situation where they're asking off-duty firefighters to please call their supervisors and please report even if they're off. Are you anticipating anything like that happening for Pasadena?
Definitely. It's all hands on deck. We're getting as many resources as we can. Today, we have all of our city employees are considered disaster service workers. So they may not have been doing their day-to-day job today and assisting in, helping in debris removal. So it's all hands on deck with fire, police, recalling them in, getting assistance from our other cities. And it will continue, I'm sure, for the next few days based on what we're seeing weather condition-wise.
All right, Lisa Dudarian from the city of Pasadena, thank you. All hands on deck in the city of Pasadena, but unfortunately no resources in the air, and that has been the problem. We have Chris Christie, who would ordinarily be in Air 7. Oh, nope. We're going to go to Michelle Fisher in Pacific Palisades because our helicopter is grounded, just like much of the firefighting fleet at this moment. Michelle.
Yeah, tough conditions for everybody tonight, Mark. For those who have been watching our continuous coverage, about 30 or so minutes ago, I mentioned that we saw some people on a balcony of one of the homes here along Pacific Coast Highway. The home beside the home was burning, and those individuals on that balcony were actually hosing down to try to protect their property. That gentleman, one of the people that was on the balcony, we're going to bring him in, Arosio. Yes. Am I saying your name correctly? He was actually up on that balcony, owns one of the homes with a neighbor trying to protect their property. Walk me through what your day has been like.
Well, it's been insane, scary. I wasn't even here when the fire started. I thought it was far away and it was not going to make it all the way here. And I went to work in Hollywood, and I was told to turn around and go home and try to get whatever I could. But another friend of mine called me. He lives in Malibu. He's used to the fires, and he said, I'm going to come and help you. And we did as much as we could. We saved two of the neighbors' home for as long as we could, and then we saved my home, and then now it's too late. Now everything is gone. My home is almost gone. My neighbor's home is threatened by the fires right now. The fire department is trying to save those 2-3 homes on that side of the street, but it doesn't look great. I mean, it's scary.
Besides it being scary, what's going through your heart right now?
It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. I mean, a lot of the people lost their home already. If I lose mine, I lose mine. I don't mind. But we're safe. There's nobody else. We try to help other people. Everybody's gone. None of the neighbors are here. So, I mean, there's not much you can do.
You mentioned that you had to get inside as quickly as you could, and you grabbed a couple things. Walk me through what you were able to get and why you selected those items.
I got my mom's cars. That's one of the most important things in my house, and a couple of other things. Mainly gifts from my kids, but I don't have any animals or anything, so I just took whatever I could. And now I'm here with my neighbor trying to help him out also, because he doesn't have a car to get out. So we're just waiting. We're looking at this. It's devastating.
Devastating, yeah, it's probably an understatement. What's the plan for the rest of the night? We know the evacuation orders are kind of extending. Some people have been going to Santa Monica, but now parts of Santa Monica also being evacuated. Where are you going to go from here?
I'm going to go to my girlfriend's house. So I have a place to go. I have my kids that are in contact with me. They wanted to come and help, and I beg him not to come because I don't want to stress over that. Our lives is the most important thing, and so I'm just glad that I'm out and I'm ready to go hopefully soon.
Unrelated, but you mentioned you have a business in Hollywood that actually experienced a fire a couple of years ago. With that in mind, how much more difficult is it now to see your home? You saw your place of business burn, now you're seeing your home burn.
I think it's very different. The first thing when my restaurant burned in Hollywood, all I was worried about is all the employees, because I had all the employees working there, and that happened actually 2 years ago exactly now. And I was just now, after 2 years, able to reopen and working on that reopening thing. And now this is happening, so it's not great. But we're still going to be fighting it.
Yeah. especially after last month, seeing what happened in Malibu, not far from here. Was this ever something you thought, hey, my home could be next? This could happen in this neighborhood?
No, I never thought of that. No, I thought it was safe here. It's by the water. We're right next to the water. It's supposed to be humid and moist, but no, this is, and I don't think it's ever happened in this area here. It's been close by, but not this bad. This is probably the worst.
Probably the worst.
Even the fire department is burning on Sunset, right around the corner.
Wow. All
So,
right.
but we at least have the firemen here fighting and trying to protect us a little bit, whatever they can. They've been amazing, but there's only so much they can do.
There's only so much they can do. Well, thank you so much. I'm sorry that we're meeting under these circumstances.
Thank you.
Good luck to you and your family. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, again, that was a gentleman here who lives along Pacific Coast Highway. His neighbor's home is burned. A home on the other side of the street from him also burned. He says he stayed and did what he could to try to get his property protected with water from the balcony. But at this point, he's going to just evacuate and kind of pray for the best and hope for the best. As we've seen with these wildfires, it is so just unpredictable. One home on one side of the street can burn and the homes beside it are completely safe. So a lot of people leave their community not knowing what they will come back to, and that's what's in store for the gentleman we just spoke with tonight, unfortunately. We'll go ahead and send it back to you guys now in the studio.
Michelle, what a great interview you just had with that gentleman. And are you still by the Getty Villa? Because, of course, a lot of our thoughts are, you had some incredible video just a couple hours ago of what you encountered when you went very close to the edge of the villa.
So we've moved a bit down from the Getty Villa, and one reason why is because, as I've mentioned in some of my earlier reports, the fire's actually burning on both sides of the highway here. So there was a bush that was where we were, and we were getting a little bit concerned because the bush was growing with regard to the flames that were taking over that bush. So we didn't want to be too close to that. So we have moved a bit down the street. Between now and our next hit, for people who are with us all night, we'll go ahead and make our way back toward the Getty. But at last check, it's kind of a similar situation as a lot of the property here near these hillsides. It's that the properties are being threatened by active flames. The hills kind of fueled by the dry vegetation and the winds. There are various pockets where flames are active, and the Getty even making a statement earlier saying that there were portions of the property and some trees and brush that had burned, but the actual Getty Villa had not been engulfed in flames. So at last check, that's what we knew in terms of the Getty. What I can say right now from the firefight above the hill here is that we actually are feeling some mist from those fire hoses as fire crews continue to work really diligently to protect homes, protect the Getty Villa, and just schools and everything in this area. But a tough firefight and a long night ahead for sure.
Absolutely, and you can see absolutely a long night ahead, Michelle, and you can see active flames right behind you as well.
The structure burning right behind her. Michelle Fisher doing yeoman's work out there. We await your update on the Getty Villa once you have been able to get closer to it. That there is just another structure. Looks like a home that is burning there, and that is in Pacific Palisades along PCH, where Michelle Fisher has been reporting. Where are we going next?
Chris Christie.
Chris Christie, who ordinarily would be reporting for us from Air 7. Of course, Air 7 grounded like all of the helicopters tonight because the winds are just too strong. Chris, are you there?
Yeah, that's right, Mark. I think this long night is about to get even longer, both in terms of the productive firefight, but also just in terms of the morale, because there are now no more rotorcraft fighting this fire. They have now grounded all rotorcraft. That includes all the helicopters, including the Chinooks, which have been, just absolutely vital in this firefight. Today, we've seen very limited aircraft in general. We had the Super Scoopers out there all day. They were doing their best work to try and impede the fire, especially as it was getting close to some structures. Same thing with the Quick Reaction Force. But we can now report that the firefight from the air is essentially done for the night until the sun comes up and until those winds start to die down. We have a pretty strict threshold in Air 7. About 50 miles per hour is about our limit. That varies from aircraft to aircraft. The Black Hawk is pretty much in the same range. That would be the LA County Firehawks and the Orange County Firehawks that have come up here to help out. But unfortunately, what we're dealing with tonight is nothing short of hurricane force winds, and that is just impossible to fly in, whether you're fighting a fire or just about anything else, unfortunately.
You have had, over the years, of course, of covering fires, and so many of them here in Southern California, you have seen the impact of what these aircraft, from the smallest to the largest, the impact they can have and how they can really assist ground crews in fighting a fire, or something like this maybe wouldn't spread quite as quickly as it has. You're seeing places where it's being absolutely going unchecked, unabated, because there are no firefighters to put it in check in that particular area. You've seen the impact, and when we're seeing the impact of not having those air resources, aren't we?
We've seen the impact steadily over the years as the assets have grown and each department has brought in more aircraft. And in the last 4 or 5 years, when they introduced night vision to the equation and allowed these helicopters to fight these fires through the night, the amount of property that has been saved over the years and the amount of money that's been saved over the years is just remarkable. But now on a night like tonight, we not only remove the night fight, but basically all aerial resources from the equation. And as you said, that fire is now burning unabated and just blowing through the Pacific Palisades.
And it's not just necessarily the water dropping or the retardant dropping aircraft. There's reconnaissance aircraft that are involved here, too, that can tell them where the fire is moving and how it's spreading, correct?
And that's also vital because they are playing a vital role in coordinating the resources on the ground. We've been listening to the calls go out all night. And about every 5 to 10 minutes, there is a new structure on fire, whether it's a house or an apartment building. And they are doing, I mean, it's really remarkable and really a little bit emotional to hear them rushing from spot fire to spot fire. And this has been going on all day. It is going on right now, but without those reconnaissance aircraft, it does get a bit trickier. Those reconnaissance aircraft not only tell them where to go, they tell them where not to go. And, they are just vital, not only in fighting the fire, but saving lives and saving firefighters' lives.
Right, keeping the firefighters safe. And you, as a journalist in Air 7, the role that you play in this. We have been up in the air, so to speak, about a few things, including the fate of Getty Villa and other structures that have been, there have been varying reports about their condition and also different neighborhoods. And the role that you play is vital in terms of informing the public about where to go and where not to go. How does it feel for you to be stuck on the ground like this?
I will tell you, Mark, it's really heartbreaking in a lot of ways. I've got so many people who are affected by this fire checking in because they are hanging on all of our words here. But I've been thinking a lot about the Lahaina fire and how the Lahaina fire might have been different in terms of getting the word out and evacuating the town of Lahaina had there been adequate news media and helicopters to inform the public. And, it was a tragedy that was compounded by loss of life in Lahaina. And I fear that even as the word has gotten out throughout the day, certainly we can only hope that people have been evacuated. But, whether you're hunkering down, trying to ride this out, or you're just trying to find out what your property is going through or your loved ones who might be still stuck in this fire, it's heart-wrenching because we can't actually put eyes on the fire. We're seeing a lot of amazing coverage from our team, but when you can actually see the fire from above and start listing off the streets that are about to be impacted imminently, it's a vital tool that we just don't have the luxury of tonight.
Absolutely, Chris. It is really, so many of your live reports are reporting, of course, because fire season is all year round now, as we keep saying, but we do see so much of your live reports from above these fires. Again, it's incredible to hear you grounded and not having the air resources to help fight these fires. It's also heartbreaking because we know how valuable so many tons and pounds of water can help right now with these firefights. Chris, we're going to come back to you later on in this newscast, but we're going to go to Niku Kazori. Niku, you have been right where so much damage has been taking place at the Palisades fire. You're right outside the Charter High School, I believe, correct?
Colleen, I'm sorry, it's extremely hard to hear. We're having some problems with the earpiece, so I'm not exactly sure if I can talk back and answer questions because I just hear static in my ear. But I really wanted to show you what it looks like behind me. We're at Palisades Charter High School, and we showed you this shot earlier. The school the iconic school has burned to the ground, and just being here, this is off Temescal Canyon. We tried to go up further up Temescal Canyon to where that nursery was, the Palisades Playhouse was, but we were stopped. The police are not letting anyone go through, and that is because that neighborhood now, they are evacuating people. So we were wondering, when are these homes going to get evacuated, because we saw many homes catching on fire, yet we saw people just out on their bikes. They were teenagers. We saw teenagers checking out their high school on their bicycles, and we were wondering, when is this area going to get evacuated? And it seems like it is finally happening now. We're seeing more police here, and you can see they're letting fire units go by. They're letting police units go by, but not the media. So we are just out here in front of Palisades High School watching the school burn down minute by minute. We saw the football field a little bit earlier. The football field has burned down. The aquatic center was fine. It was untouched. No problems there. But what you're seeing, this is, I believe, the front of the school. You can see the sign. It says Palisades Charter High School. This is a very iconic school. So many celebrities have gone to this school. Movies were shot here. I'm sure you know Freaky Friday was shot here, Teen Wolf. So definitely a lot of meaning behind this high school, this landmark in the neighborhood that's been around since the 60s. And it's just so devastating watching it burn to the ground. The people that I talked to at the command post earlier, the mom of the girl that I talked to, she was in tears. She said Palisades High School is where I went to high school, and they evacuated from this area. So just passing by the high school, she said it was just so heartbreaking on their way to the command post, watching this high school burn down. And that is the case. I'm seeing people have driven up as they're getting out of this area, evacuating. They're stopping, they're slowing down by the high school and just watching it burn, again, minute by minute. Extremely, extremely disturbing and just terrifying and sad situation out here, Colleen.
It certainly is, Niku. Thank you very much for that live report. Again, we have been talking about, we are following two breaking stories right now, two fires. They're ravaging the area. We're going to go back to Leanne Suter. She's in Eaton Canyon. She has been dealing with some incredibly violent, strong wind gusts. Leanne, we now have sort of established a little better connection with you, so we're now just on a 3-second delay. But how are things in your area right now?
Yeah, we've moved kind of down the mountain a little bit, so it's a better cell service, which allows us to have better communication. So that is good. I will say, unfortunately, the winds are back. We had a bit of a break there just about 20 minutes ago, but now they're back. I'm going to show you kind of what's happening. We're still along Altadena Drive, just north of New York. We're right across at Veranda Avenue, and this is on the opposite side. This is literally almost the entrance to Eaton Canyon, the official entrance. And you can see that the trees here are completely burned. There is a fence that has gone up. We've seen crews out here trying to knock this out as much as they can. I'm going to show you to the left here as Duncan pans over. This is right next to homes. Again, homes right on the very edge of Eaton Canyon, and we have not seen any damage yet to any of the homes, at least on this side, directly right next to Eaton Canyon. The firefighters out here, I can't say it enough. They have made a tremendous stand so far. I'm not saying this firefight is over, far from it. These winds and the fire are continuing to rage out of control, but they have done a tremendous job on structure protection to make sure that no homes have been lost that I can see so far. And we've traveled up and down Altadena Drive here to see what we can see in terms of potentially any damage or any lost structures. We have not been able to see that just yet. But again, this fire continuing to burn out of control. I'm going to see if we can, Duncan was already showing a little bit, but again, it's the winds. Once the winds pick up, then it starts to spread the embers. And as we look down the street here a little bit, I can show you what we're talking about. Can you see those trees down the street? Literally the top of the trees there are on fire. Embers up into the trees there, catching them on fire because of these winds, and that has been this battle all night. Now, earlier we had gusts. Dallas was saying up to 85 miles per hour. I can say for sure that we experienced at least one or two of those blasts when the fire was really raging. It seems like the super strong gusts have died down ever so slightly, so that will help. Now, this is still very windy, but at least those strong gusts aren't here, so that is helping. We're going to continue to move around to the other side of the fire here to see what we can find out. We'll bring you that as soon as we can. For now, live in Altadena, Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Leanne, thank you. And as we talk about these areas that are being hard hit and the evacuation orders that are ever expanding, there are tens of thousands of people literally on the move right now, or being told to be on the move or preparing to move in order to evacuate and keep themselves safe from these fires. And new evacuation orders are being issued. Joining us now on the line is Dr. Lucy Jones. You may be familiar with Dr. Jones. She is a seismologist, but she has a vast array of knowledge and research, and joins us now to talk to us about the people who have had to evacuate and what they're going through from a mental and emotional perspective, something we don't think about a lot. Dr. Jones, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thanks for having me.
Okay, what can you tell us about folks who are suddenly uprooted like this and having to flee an area for their own safety?
Well, it's extremely disrupting. I went through it a decade ago with the station fire. I was in the first block evacuated. And, we're creatures of habit. We need our certainty. And anytime things become very uncertain, that increases our fear. The psychologists have really studied how people respond risk to danger, whether it's an earthquake or a fire or winds or whatever. And when we feel powerless, we're more afraid. When we feel uncertainty and don't know what's happening, we're much more afraid. And and when you're forced to leave your home, you're losing a really big base of uncertainty. But I think all of us, the evacuation orders are less than a mile from my house, or at least the watch. And that might happen to me tonight. That itself, even before you're forced to evacuate, is a very high level of uncertainty. One of the ways to deal with it, which I personally is reach out to people around you. Maybe there's somebody who needs help. And if you can do something for somebody else, you're going to feel more in control. You're going to feel more powerful. I activated a disaster group that I did planning with a year ago. Check in, is everybody doing okay? And we shared information. Somebody needed help being evacuated. And we all felt better, too.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier today. There's a lot of people who find themselves in a situation where they need to be evacuated, but they can't get out. They don't have a car. They're disabled. It's very hard. And that was one of the sort of the takeaway moments. I was thinking, you have to call your family members or your friends or people who are alone and may not be able to get out safely, being that they might be disabled or they just may not have access to a car. So that is one of those key things to hear about, how you who knows so much about disasters and evacuations and watching these devastating images in our community and in devastation around the world, that you decided to come up with a group to kind of get together. What do you say to other people who are watching right now who know, we are in a Santa Ana wind event storm? Start it. Just start it.
Well, all right, so you can just start. How about think about the people who live around you. Do you think any of them might need some help? Are they going to, are you facing the possibility? I'm not sure if there's any part of Los Angeles right now that's not too worried. Some of us are at greater risk than others, but especially if you're in one of the higher risk areas, call your neighbor, text them, maybe go over and knock on their door. Just check in if they're okay. You're making a human connection. And that gives you also a little bit more meaning and purpose in what you're doing. We're willing to undergo, we're more comfortable with risk if we're doing it for a purpose.
That is pretty powerful. When you went through this years ago, you had to evacuate. How long did it stay with you? How long did that unsettled feeling stay with you before you finally were able to kind of put it behind you, or did you?
Well, we ended up moving out of that neighborhood.
That's one way to do it.
Well, there were other reasons, of course, as well. Our kids were grown, and we wanted to move back closer to the Caltech campus and reduce our commute. But it was only that really made me let go of everything. these are situations, too. People need to realize that when they're back in, assuming their house doesn't burn down, the whole neighborhood's going to be really disrupted. It smelled like an ashtray for 6 months after the fires. And then especially if you're up on the hillsides, and, you know, what comes after fire? Floods, right? We have our debris flows. And that really greatly increased risk. And, in fact, we almost were evacuated a second time because of the potential for debris flows. So it doesn't, just the physical reminders are going to be there for a while. We had K-rails out there for years afterwards. And then just emotionally, it's still part of my, you know, it's part of my mindset. I think I did a little more preparation just in case. I mean, I'm probably not going to be evacuated. I'm down near Caltech. That's pretty far away from the mountains. I still wanted to make sure I could get out of the house if I had to tonight.
Wow. Okay. So it really never leaves you, does it?
No, right by now, it's an enriching experience. I know what it's been through. I know I can handle it. And that little bit of extra preparation always makes you feel better.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about that. Dr. Lucy Jones, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Sure.
Again, you're always here. Well, I know. Good luck to everyone as well. Thank you so much again for being available to talk to us, because you're sort of that calming voice during times of stress. So we appreciate you taking a moment to talk to us on the phone. Again, Dr. Lucy Jones. We're going to talk about some new evacuation warnings happening right now for the Santa Monica area. You can see there's the new area that we've just been learning about for Santa Monica. This is the yellow area between San Vicente Boulevard and Montana Avenue, also between 26th Street and Pacific Coast Highway. You can obviously see this is a large area of Santa Monica that now is, you know, under evacuation orders. We know that the areas of the city north of San Vicente Boulevard, those evacuation orders also immediate threat of life. We heard from the city of Santa Monica that came out just before 8 o'clock. So within, you know, less than an hour, there's new evacuation warnings being put into effect for Santa Monica.
So the people in the yellow area that's bounded by 26th Street on the east, Pacific Coast Highway on the west, San Vicente, also I guess to the west or north, and Montana Avenue on the south. That yellow area is a warning. You are being told that you might be required to leave at a later time, and you should be ready to leave if called upon to do so. The people in the red area north of San Vicente, leave now. Leave now if you're in that part of Santa Monica. Also, the other areas, of course, in red that are threatened by this Palisades fire, you have also been ordered to leave now. So far, people are, for the most part, heeding the warnings. One exception, of course, being that man that Michelle Fisher interviewed, who fought to save his home and ultimately couldn't. Made a stand and unfortunately lost it, but came away with his life. And firefighters will tell you it's not worth your life to try to save these places. Plus, when you stay behind, now you're something that the firefighters have to worry about in terms of trying to save you in case you get into trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw it earlier today. All the cars, there was sort of a bottleneck, and then people started abandoning their cars. And then LA County had to have a bulldozer come through and push these cars out of the way to clear a path for the fire engines to get through. And again, we're talking about the Palisades fire. Jory Rand, he's been reporting live for us all day, all evening long. Jory, where are you right now, and how's it looking? It looks, I mean, I dare I say, deceiving. It looks a little calmer behind you.
Yeah, it absolutely is deceiving. And in fact, it might be worse than what we think, because when the smoke starts to plume up above us and is pushed down by the winds, it blocks out a view of what we're talking about behind us, which are these flames that have been encroaching upon us for the last 4 hours. And they slowly have been marching our direction. In fact, there was a large group of LAPD officers here making sure that people were evacuating. About 10 minutes ago, one of the lead officers came over to me and said, we're leaving. We're going on to the next major intersection because there's nothing left for us to do here. The people who are going to leave have left. The people who are going to stay are still here, and they're moving on to another location because they want to expand this evacuation warning area. They want people to get out now if they can. In fact, one of the sergeants I was speaking with as I mentioned earlier, he wants people to just get out. From here to the 405, if he had his way, he would have everyone between Amalfi here and the 3.5 to 4 miles to the 405 freeway to pack up and leave now, because that's the direction the fire is headed. But that's not going to happen. It's not exactly realistic. And so a lot of people still remain here. We can see the flames. The smoke is clearing a bit here, and we know that what we're seeing over there are at least half a dozen structures. The homes that stand right above Sunset Boulevard that have been lost and just continue to burn into the night. And you can see as the smoke is moving across just how powerful these winds are. That smoke plume is moving quickly. It is going across from north to south at a very rapid pace. And that's the direction we've seen the smoke kind of make its way all throughout the evening. However, when the wind starts to gust and swirl, we have felt it at our backs here from the fire moving east to our location. We've been kind of using the moon as a gauge to see where the smoke and the fire has been moving, because we can't see a whole lot through the smoke. And right now the moon is clear. It's right about the line of where the smoke is pouring down to the Pacific Ocean and where it is clear. So we can see it right now. We feel like we're in a decent position, but that could change at any moment. I also have my eye on a flagpole that's next to a house here. That flagpole is bending at times, and we're going to see if it makes it through the night, because these are literal hurricane force winds that are pushing through here. And that's bad news for residents, as embers can be picked up and moved. And the LAPD wants to see folks who are here leave to the 405 and parts east. So we'll see how this continues, guys.
All right. No official request for that particular area, but it would certainly be in the druthers of that one officer you spoke to. Jory Rand, thank you. This is affecting a lot of families in a lot of places. One of those is a member of our own ABC 7 family, Mark Cota-Robles, who is in an evacuation area. He's under an evacuation warning, or is it an order right now? Mark, are you there?
Oh, my gosh. I mean, let me tell you, from what I know, it's a warning, but never before, Mark, never before have we had these types of conditions. So we see the glow from the Eaton Canyon fire. I am directly south of Eaton Canyon, where the smoke and the embers are blowing in this direction. I am north of the 210 freeway. Thank God my mother was here at the house. She just took my two boys. They're evacuating, getting far away from here. So, yes, we are a distance away. But the way that these winds are and the embers, the covers for the attic in my house blew off inside the house. It is insane. So we backed up. The kids are gone. I'm on standby, waiting for my wife to get home. The dog's gone. My neighbors evacuated. There's sirens. It sounds like a freight train. It is insane. Absolutely.
Mark, I'm Colleen here, too, talking with you. So, of course, you are going to have a very long night, and then obviously you will probably be with us covering these fires throughout the evening for our morning newscast. So you decided to stay back because you are in a warning area, but your mother was kind enough to take your little boys and your dog, and you're going to stay behind. At what point do you feel like, you know what, I'm going to have to leave? I'm going to have my wife join me where I'm going to be evacuated?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just watching. And this is like a situation. I heard someone else say it before, too, as far as when, you cover these things, and then when you're kind of caught in the middle of it. And that being said, look, I have hundreds of homes, between me and Eaton Canyon. So, I'm not unique here. We're all in this mess, but you never expect it to get this bad when I am a distance from the mountainside. So I'm watching, I'm waiting. The winds are insane. I mean, things are blowing like they haven't blown before. I mean, I've been at this property for, nearly a decade. And typically, forecasters and the National Weather Service will tell you this, that Pasadena itself is like in a pocket. When we get Santa Ana's, Pasadena doesn't always get the winds. So it's unique. So when we have wind events, honestly, I can count on one hand the amount of times that it's hit Pasadena, but nothing for me like this. I know a lot of people talking about 2011 when there was a bad event. I was not in SoCal yet. So I got to assume this is on that level. So I'm watching, I'm waiting. I see the glow over the houses here across the street. I have neighbors again who evacuated. And this is a situation where I was already in bed to work for tomorrow morning. And I had the neighbor come over just to alert us. My mom and the kids were awake, but I heard the knock knock and the neighbor walked in. And I'm like, what's that? And then I smelled the smoke, which was, I was like, oh gosh, here we go.
Yeah.
And there's another colleague who works for another station. I'm getting texts from her. She's evacuating with her baby. It is just wild, the amount of people impacted by this fire. And again, for the viewers who are listening right now, I'm in Pasadena, so this is the Eaton Canyon fire that's impacting me up in Altadena. You know, the lines blur when it crosses from Pasadena into Altadena. So it's just north of me here. And as I look north, that image that we see when we're arriving to a fire, that glow over the houses, and I can see the smoke, going over my house. So we'll watch, we'll wait. I'm here now and see what happens. But it's really concerning hearing, apparently, that the peak of this is 10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
Right. Now, you, of course, having covered a lot of fires in Southern California over your time here, over your career at ABC 7, you've seen people who have stayed behind and elected to try to fight the fire in their homes, and you may have either questioned their motivations or understood them completely. Where do you fall right now on that question? Right. So we said this before on air. When there's a mandatory evacuation, it's mandatory, get out. But you, the homeowner, it's up to you to literally do so. I don't know. I mean, look, houses that I can see across the street start catching fire, I'm probably gone. That's not the case right now. But I know a lot of people probably think, oh, well, it's windy and that fire's, a mile and a half away. But the way that this wind is blowing, these embers, they can do the spot fires, and you never know. So I think this is kind of a once in, I don't want to say a lifetime, but, once in at least a decade here type of event. So I don't know if I can give you that direct answer. Clearly, I'm here now. Last I heard, it was an evacuation warning, not mandatory. I think the mandatory is, I don't know, it's up the street from me. It's not far, but I'm north of the freeway. I hear sirens in the distance, of course.
And you smell the smoke. That was
absolutely. I smelled the smoke over an hour ago when I was awoken. After I was hearing the commotion, I could hear the phone texting, text coming in. I was like, oh, I better check to see what's going on. And then, sure enough, smelled the smoke. I was really blown away though by the fact of our covers to our attic in the house blowing off. That speaks to the wind velocity that is hitting my house.
Yeah, we were talking. Leanne Suter was. We are looking at live images from Leanne Suter's camera right now from the Eaton fire. But Leanne Suter was taking some gusts up to 85 miles an hour. And Mark,
we were watching. Were you watching?
Absolutely. And so maybe you were watching as well when we had Pasadena's public information officer on a little while ago, and they hadn't made a decision about the schools. Well, now we're finding out Pasadena Unified School District, they called for classes to be canceled tomorrow.
Good. There was no way. I that was a total back thought, but I loaded the kids up and I said, it doesn't matter, get out of here. Because, my mother, they live over an hour away, but as I get the kids out of here, there's no point in them staying.
No, absolutely not. And you don't need to worry about it. We just heard Michelle Fisher, you saw her live shot too, where the gentleman came back. He was trying to fight a house fire, and he didn't want his kids there because he thought, I'm already worried about the house. The last thing I need to worry about are my children.
Yeah. And it's such a chaos here, because I now have, I guess maybe to speak to Mark's point in his question, I do have the car loaded up. Mm-hmm. I grabbed the essentials, the important documents, loaded up the suitcase, and I have it pointed out. That being said, I'm not in a fire zone. I have a wide street, so that's not a concern. And my wife's getting home right now, so I'm sure there'll be chaos from her when she gets out of the car.
Of course, but, that's a whole nother subject. But when you did pull your car out and have it face, pointed outward, did you look around your neighborhood to see how many people are doing that? Because that's one of those key things, to get out, evacuate quickly at a moment's notice.
Yeah, I didn't take it seriously. I guess I don't want to take too much of your time, so I know you have 5 reporters on the ground like Leanne, but I guess this is the message to anyone listening. If you're in this area of Pasadena, north of 210 Freeway, and you're thinking, well, it's windy, it's just a warning, I don't know, take it more seriously. Be ready. This is a rare event. And my attention, look, I mean, I cover this all the time, and so, I approach it perhaps a little bit differently. But now me being here kind of on this side of it, like, yeah, I packed up my bags because you never know. So take it seriously. I have an elderly neighbor as well across the street. I saw his family member come and pick him up, and they're gone. Again, our other neighbors with kids, they're gone. So take it seriously. You're in a building, just be ready because, you don't want the situation of the, oh no, and you have to leave within a minute.
Absolutely, Mark. Mark, thank you very much. Give our best and our love to your family and Jasmine as she just walked in the door. And we're now going to go. We've been watching Leanne Suter's live shot. We're going to go back to Leanne Suter. Leanne, obviously things are, that Mark is somewhat nearby. He is in a warning zone and he's ready to leave at a moment's notice. It doesn't look like it's dying down at all behind you.
It has, and I know where Mark lives. He's not too far from me, actually, here in Pasadena, but he is a little ways away. He's not in immediate danger, so that's very good. But he's certainly, as he said, ready to go when they get that notice, and, anyone should be. But I'm going to tell you, we just moved south a little bit. We are now off of New York, and this is what I was afraid we would find. We have at least one home here we know of that has burned to the ground. You can see it fully engulfed. We are in the 2600 block here of New York Drive, just to the east of Altadena Drive, and the winds have picked up tremendously again and are pushing this fire down towards these neighborhoods. Now, I will say that this part is not normally the neighborhoods that you would think of that would be a risk because of wildfires, because while they are, I say air quotes, close to Eaton Canyon, they are not directly up against there, and they are a bit of a ways down. But because these embers continue to kind of push south, that is pushing down towards the neighborhoods where, Mark Robles and Jasmine Beal live. So it's pushing in that direction, and that's what has so many residents in this area concerned, and rightfully so. And that is why authorities are issuing these mandatory evacuations and certainly putting everyone on alert to be ready to go. Again, this is one home we have found that is burning. We're going to walk along New York here. I'm going to show you the firefighters working on trying to at least, they can no longer save the home clearly, but what they're trying to do is they're trying to knock it down so that the embers don't continue to blow in the wind and spread along the way and catch more homes on fire. I can see across the street there may have been another structure that was lost, but as we go down along here, you can see this is part of this home. I believe this is all the same home that we have seen burning and that they're working on putting out. Now, where we were earlier, to try to give people some idea if you know this area, we were north of New York Drive on Altadena Drive, and that is literally right along Eaton Canyon, the rim of Eaton Canyon on the west, or actually on the west side of Eaton Canyon. And I will say there, we did not see any homes that were burning, but unfortunately, yeah, I see another one. As we come down into here, we're heading down into Creekside Court. And it appears this is where, as you can see, we're getting the winds again. Here they come. These tremendous gusts. That is what is making this so incredibly difficult for crews to be able to battle. I'm going to come down here. It appears we have at least one of the units here in this area. You can see all the fire crews that have come in to put up structure protection here in this area of homes. So I know that the canyon, there's kind of a wash that runs down behind all of these homes that is kind of a spillway for Eaton Canyon that continues kind of down from the north down south into Pasadena. And this homes and these condo complexes here sit right up against that area. And it does appear, yeah, Duncan, can you see down there on that side? It appears that we have some of the structures on fire on that end. I can see a roof that appears to be on fire. We're trying to get a handle just how many homes and structures have been affected here in this area. I'm going to get us out of the way because the engines are coming through. So that appears to be one right there. I'm going to see if we can walk in a little bit more. We haven't been able to get in, obviously. I mean, this is counting the number of structures is the last thing that any of these crews are worried about at this point. Right now for them, it really is just about getting this fire under control, at least trying to gain some upper hand. Can you hear this wind? Again, I try to see these trees. This complex that we're in is kind of down in a little valley, so we're kind of protected from the super strong gusts. But when they come through, you just hear it roaring through the trees like a freight train, and kind of that's the first clue that the gust is coming. I'm going to do one more quick pan over as we just show you. It appears, yeah, we have another structure for sure burning here on Dove Creek Lane here in Pasadena. So we're going to keep looking through this area, see how much we can spot in terms of damage. But that is the latest here in Altadena. Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you guys.
All right, Leanne, thank you. We're going to check in now with Shubha Ravindran. Okay, well, we're going to get to her in a second, but first we're going to show you the two fires that we are covering now. Both of them, in both of these fires, homes and structures are being lost. In both of these fires, people are being forced to evacuate. Tens of thousands of people either on the move or being told to prepare to move. Now we have Shubha Ravindran, and if that name sounds familiar, she used to work here at ABC 7 not too long ago. She joins us now, and she has an update on her condition and the condition of her family in this very catastrophic situation. Shubha, are you there?
Hi, Mark. Yeah, we spoke to the station earlier today. In fact, I was standing in my front yard and showing the flames from my front yard live on TV. And just about an hour ago, I saw it up in flames on Channel 7, and it is now burned down to the ground. We don't know exactly the extent of. I do know that I could see the backyard, the big oak tree in the back, and it was completely engulfed, and we've lost everything. And it was our beautiful home we built a couple of years ago, and we evacuated in such a hurry. We grabbed just a couple days worth of clothes, and now I'm just sitting here thinking about all the things we left behind, and it's not just us. Our whole beautiful, beautiful community of the Palisades has been devastated. So many homes been burnt down. I'm just trying to figure out how they are going to rebuild. How are we going to rebuild all these homes?
Yeah.
It's so massive. And, I'm in a hotel right now, safe with my family. I'm so thankful for that. But this whole hotel is filled with other Palisadians just walking around, just kind of like zombies. They've got their dogs, they've got their suitcases, and everyone just telling me, we don't even know each other, there were no firefighters. It was just burning. It was just burning. And they couldn't do it. They couldn't get in there. The firefighters just could not get in there to battle these flames. They just took over, and we're all just walking around in complete shock. And I think that it's going to take us a while to rebuild and to get back to normal.
What a horrible, difficult day this has been for you and for your family, and our hearts go out to you and everybody who's affected by this. Having been on both sides of this, for people who haven't, for people who are thinking about whether to evacuate or not, what would you tell them right now?
You're right, Mark. This is so crazy. I have reported on so many wildfires in the past, and I've been there watching as people standing on their roofs, hosing it down, trying to stay and protect their properties. And, we have been evacuated before in the Palisades, and we've gone back to our homes, and they've been safe. And we always just feel like that, it's not going to be us. It's not going to be us. But when they say you got to go, you have to go, because you never know. When I left this afternoon, I didn't think this was going to be me. I thought I was going to be back maybe one night in this hotel, and then we'd be back and we would be okay. But now I don't have a home to go back to, and we got to figure this out. And it's, again, not just me; it's our whole community. I have so many neighbors. My parents live 2 streets away. Their home, I don't know for sure, but their Ring cameras went out a few hours ago. I could only assume the whole Alphabet Streets, my kids' friends, their best friends. just, this is devastating for this community.
Shuba, I was hearing you earlier today during one of our live broadcasts, and I remember you saying you were driving back to your house because your little boy had stayed home from school because he wasn't feeling well, and you were going back, and then you're going to get your girls, and you had said you could see that there was smoke and there was fire, but you were so calm talking about it as you are now, and you just thought you'd be proactive and get a hotel room. I can't imagine when you did go home and you saw your son, and I think you said you had a babysitter there. What happened when you went home?
I think we immediately went into, okay, let's get ready, because right when we got home, we got an alert saying prepare to evacuate. So, I was kind of flustered, and luckily my husband said, let's get his meds. I'm like, you're right, the meds. Let's get the meds together. And then I'm like, let me just pack a bag for each kid, just throw a couple of days worth of stuff. We're going to be fine. I sent my babysitter home, and, we got in the car, and then, I spoke to you guys live, and right when I was live, that's when the order came out for a mandatory evacuation. And so we had to go. We got in the car, and driving out of the Palisades for us at the time was somewhat easy. We've been hearing, all the horror stories from friends and neighbors who waited longer, and it was just bumper to bumper to get their kids from school. We know that Paul Revere Middle School, which is the public middle school in the Palisades, they evacuated, and our friends, it took them almost an hour to get their child picked up from school. 2 hours, I'm sorry. And so, I feel like we reacted quickly. And like you said, Mark, I think because of my past experiences doing this, like I know when they tell you to go, you go, and, most of the time, at least in my experience, we've had these things in the past, we've come back and our home is there. Mm-hmm. My home is not there anymore. And it's gonna take a while to just figure out how we're going to go back to normal and figure out where to live. My son was crying about his Legos. He got a lot of Legos for Christmas. He's very upset. But, we just think, I kept saying it's stuff. It's just stuff. We're fine. We've got each other. We've got all of us together here. We're safe. We're not hurt. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the case for most people. They've left when they were supposed to. And, I think that's all we can really hang on to right now.
Yeah, cling to that thought, definitely. Was there a point at which you, before you got the news of the fact, or the word of the fact that your house was gone, that you thought, oh, this is really bad, that my house may not make it? Was it the fact that there were no firefighters in the area when you were leaving?
We were watching, I was watching Rob Hayes. In fact, I was messaging with him earlier, and I was like, you're on my street. I saw Jory right a little further down the street as well, and I could see it. I could see it coming down. And at this point, we had been watching the news for hours, and I told everyone, let's go feed the kids. So we just, walked a block away, fed them dinner, and we're sitting at dinner, and my husband gets a call from the alarm company that the fire alarm has gone off in our house. And I could just see it in his eyes that this is it. This is the moment. And, when you get that feeling, you just pray and hope that it's just, okay, it's just smoke. We don't know for sure. And then I just saw Jory on about an hour ago on Sunset and Amalfi, and that just is a straight shot into my backyard. And I saw my house. I saw the railing. I saw the tree in the backyard, and I said, that's it. That's the house. Wow. It's on fire. So we're fine. We're all in here together. We're healthy. We're okay, and we're going to build back. The Palisades is going to build back. I'm sure it's going to take some time, but our community will build back.
Yeah, you're going to stay in that neighborhood?
I have been there for 15 years. That's been our home. I don't know where else to I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. My parents live in the neighborhood. Our whole family's there. I don't know. These are a lot of questions I will have to figure out in the coming days.
You will have a lot of time to think about those questions, but you can think about them with your family around you. And for that, you can, we are glad of that for you, and we hope you are obviously as glad of that as we are. And we wish you nothing but the best, Shubha Ravindran. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Shubha. I'm so sorry to hear about this loss, but again, your babies are okay and you're okay. So you are blessed. So, but good luck. We're gonna switch gears. We're gonna talk about this wind event that is really devastating our community. Chief Meteorologist Dallas Raines. Dallas, you've been talking about this for days. We've been prepared. It really was the perfect recipe for this to happen.
That's right. And when we saw this fire this morning, when it was started, we actually had the camera on it, and you could see it was started in the foothill areas, in the canyons, because that's where most of the fires are started. And then with a Santa Ana wind, they burn all the way down to the ocean, and that's what the situation is right here tonight. The winds are going to continue to be very strong tonight through tomorrow morning, and then we'll see a dramatic difference. There it is. Wanted to share this with you so you could see where the fire was started. No problem with that at all, and that's generally the case. For instance, we were talking a few minutes ago with Mark about the 210 freeway is the mark. If you're south of the 210 freeway, it's unlikely you're going to have to deal with a lot of fire problems. If you're north, you're near the canyons, yes, and that's what's going on up there tonight, too. So we'll talk about that. But there's a zoom-in shot of it. Fire was started here. Strong north and northeast winds has blown the fire all the way down to the ocean. Now, once we head out to this area, which is Altadena, same deal. This fire was started in the canyons above Altadena with strong north winds blowing it southbound. So all of those homes, unfortunately, between the 210 freeway and north are vulnerable to this, but this is not the only area. I mean, all of Southern California, many areas had canyons, and you can see how it drops off dramatically once you get to the South Bay. Areas like Manhattan Beach normally don't have to worry because it's coastal plain there, and very few fires are started because of the problem. Red flag warnings remain in effect, though, all the way through Thursday, and we look at some of the wind profile now and some of the computer coming out here the last minute or two still shows very strong winds through the overnight hours, which is typical. At night, the deserts get really, really cold. That cold, dense air flows and floods down into the LA basin. That is a Santa Ana wind. They're strongest in the wintertime. All of our powerful Santa Ana winds occur December and January and can into February. So we're out of time right now, but we're going to be watching another Santa Ana wind event that will be coming at the end of the 7-day period. Back to you guys.
All right, Dallas, thank you very much. Okay, well, let's get back to the Eaton fire, which is burning right now. We can go to Sophie Flay. Sophie, this fire has just been incredible, and you are with somebody. Is this person evacuating right now?
Yeah, Colleen, we are on Washington and Altadena, where houses are burning all around us. But we're with Elizabeth here, who just had to help her mom evacuate from a nursing home just across the street here on Washington. And so your mom has been there. You got her out. Where is she going now? What has the last hour been like for you?
It's been a little chaotic, and the wind is so strong it'll almost knock you over, and the embers are blowing through the parking lot, and the ashes will hit you in the eyes. It's been a little crazy because there have been a lot of people, and there was almost no notice because the fire's so close to the facility. So they were just getting people out as fast as they could, and before they could get enough vehicles like ambulances to evacuate people, they had everybody meet. They had most of the folks go over into the parking lot and aggregate here, just any way they could get them here. And then they started calling ambulances and fire trucks and everything. Well, all the fire trucks have been coming, and the police and everything. So I think they've finally gotten just about everybody out.
Yeah, just for some context, guys, there were a bunch of wheelchairs out here, a lot of people loading into buses. You live in Arcadia, your mom lives here, but where is she being evacuated? What do you know?
She's going to Los Feliz, near the 5 and the 2. So they're putting people anywhere they can find space. So any place that has an opening. They sent people out in ambulances. They sent them out in Pasadena transport buses. whatever was available depending on the ambulatory state of the people. They had some people, they had to push the beds out of the mechanized beds out of the facility across the street just to get them out. And there's a assisted living facility next door, and I know they were out of power and they had embers landing on their place too, so I assume they had to evacuate all of them as well.
Yeah, and you mentioned that this happened so fast. Were you able to get everything out that your mother needed?
Most of it. Her hearing aids are still in there, and the rest of the stuff that's in there doesn't matter. So, but she's out. I got her BiPAP machine and her cards from Christmas and stuff, and that's the most important stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And you said that she was holding these stuffed animals.
She was holding her little plushies. I just gave her Jellycat for Christmas.
Well, we're gonna let you get over to her, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for talking to us. Stay safe. Thank you so much. We wish your mom the best, of course. Yeah, you guys, as you can see kind of behind me, there are still a lot of fire trucks, but it has cleared out in terms of the people in the nursing home and the assisted living home that needed to be evacuated. Again, we're on Washington and Altadena, but really around us, there are so many houses that are on fire. We're going to keep checking it out and bring you the latest from here in Altadena. Colleen, I'll send it back to you.
Oh, Sophie, we want to stay with you for a few more moments because I want to get a gauge of the wind. We can see that there's still strong gusts where you are right now. Have you felt it get stronger or let up? But right now it looks very strong.
Colleen, it's only gotten stronger throughout the time that we've been here. We've been here for just about 45 minutes to an hour, and as we've been reporting all day, even last night, we knew that these winds were going to get stronger into the night and then into the early morning, and that's what we're feeling. I mean, the winds are physically moving us, they're physically moving the trucks, and of course, they are moving these flames very fast, and the visibility out here is horrible. You can't see 5 feet in front of you, even with a light. I mean, it's so hard to see where you're going, what's in front of you, again, making this a very dangerous situation.
You can absolutely see it. I hear the fire crews. You hear those sirens. We've been hearing them everywhere all day today between the Palisades fire and now the Eden fire. Just to hear how challenging it must have been to evacuate that residence. And, as of right now, Pasadena is still trying to come up with an evacuation shelter. But have you been seeing anybody else being evacuated? We know that I can't see any cars moving behind you, but people are heeding the warnings that are just normal residents?
Yes, Colleen. Actually, as we were driving to Altadena from Glendale, we saw miles of cars, people evacuating. That's what you're supposed to do tonight. You are supposed to get out of here. And another thing that we're keeping an eye on that I want to mention is, again, hard to see. Of course, the power is out, but we're really at the intersection of Altadena and Washington. And really, just a few feet away from us is the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center. And we did see some fire trucks over there. Again, we don't know anything about the condition of it, but it is something that we are going to check out while we're out here because, again, basically everything around us is going up in flames. The wind is moving so fast.
It is, and in response to that, we're getting word now from the Pasadena Unified School District that all classes have been canceled for tomorrow. School canceled for the Pasadena Unified School District because of this situation. So many people have had to evacuate, so many people still under threat, so many homes still under threat by these fires that the Pasadena Unified School District has canceled classes for tomorrow. And as we continue to, there it is, there's the statement there with the volatility of the high wind event affecting our area, increasing reports of wind damage and a fire near Eaton Canyon. In an abundance of caution, we have made the decision to close all schools tomorrow, Wednesday, January 8th, 2025. That is from the City of Pasadena Unified School District, assessing now whether to declare a state of emergency in addition to that due to the impacts of the weather.
Yeah, speaking of the weather, this wind event is really affecting everybody. Everyone's feeling the winds outside. People are having some power outages. I know that, I'm just learning from somebody I know in Culver City. They said some parts of their roof are just being blown off. So it's just a very powerful wind event that's happening right now. Leanne Suter, Leanne has been in sort of the eye of some of the most powerful wind gusts this evening. And Leanne, again, looking behind you, it seems to never ease up on you.
No, and the wind's really picking up again up in this area, making it so difficult. This is what we were afraid was happening on the south end of the fire here. And as you can see, I mean, it is taking numerous structures. We are on Dove Creek Lane, or Dove Creek Lane, I should say, Dove Creek Lane here at the end of the cul-de-sac, and it appears there are 3 to 4 of the townhomes here that have been lost. Firefighters continuing to try to put some water on it to try to stop the embers, but every time we get one of these huge gusts, and look, here comes another one. You can see what we're talking about. Look at those embers just flying through the air, and that's the challenge. Those embers then land on these homes, you know, down the street, next door. It just kind of starts spot fires wherever these embers go, and it is just raining embers on top of this neighborhood, and that is what is creating so much damage. This is exactly what they saw today and continue to see in the Pacific Palisades. I'm going to have Duncan walk around the edge here. I'm going to show you this. We are on Dove Creek Lane. Then you come around on the other side, Creekside, and you can see then the whole nother section of homes that are now up in flames, and firefighters now trying to stop the spread here. It's just an intense firefight. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to see this. It broke my heart to hear Shubha talking about what it was like, you know, to lose her home. But then as you're in this, watching this burn, you realize there's just, there's not much the firefighters can do. I mean, they just, they can't stop it in these kind of winds and in this firefight. It is so tough. But they are doing such an incredible job of trying to slow down the progression, or at least try to save as many homes as they can. I can't tell on Creekside here how many homes may have been lost here, but I can account, it appears at least again another 2 or 3 on Creekside in terms of where it is, and then the crews are definitely trying to stop it where they can. We'll move back out of the way as they continue their firefight. I'm going to come back out here to the main area. We heard Sophie mention that homes are on fire down around Washington and Altadena. That is what a lot of us locals would say is so far south of a traditional wildfire area. It's not what you would normally think of, and not an area that's normally considered at risk, forgive me. But it just shows you the wind and these embers, and as you watch it, I mean, as soon as the wind hits this stuff, the embers just go everywhere. And so this is absolutely heartbreaking to see. And again, this has just been on repeat all night here in Altadena. This blaze taking off so quickly and just spreading through the area. I will say that I'm going to send it back to you guys only because I have now lost contact, so I can't hear from you guys right now. I'm not sure when you want me to send it back, so I'm just going to send it back to you guys right now. But real quick before we do, Duncan, yeah, they were trying to save this unit right here, right next to us, and I could see those embers get up under the eaves, and you can kind of see, whoa, Duncan's even getting pushed around by these winds as he's trying to hold steady with the camera. So now we have another unit here on Dove Creek Lane going up. So this is a very tough firefight right now, at least at this location. But this is, again, a scene on repeat throughout this area and throughout Southern California. It's absolutely heartbreaking to see, and I can't imagine what it's like for those who have lost their homes, and also for these crews, I mean, that are doing everything they can to try to save as many structures as possible. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio for now, live in Altadena. PM Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, thank you very much, Leanne. When you think about it, you know, the typical fire response to a single structure fire, it might take them 30 minutes, 45 minutes, maybe even an hour to put out a fire in a house, in one house. Now they're faced with 4, 5, 6 in one area at a time.
And you have multiple firefighters on one house.
And they're doing their best, but they're just overwhelmed. They're doing everything they can. You can bet they're exhausted, they're tired, they're dehydrated, all kinds of things they're having to deal with. And that's the result, is that homes are being lost. Who are we going to next? Sophie Flay. Sophie Flay, you are there in Altadena. You were just speaking to someone whose mother was evacuated from a residential facility. What do you have for us now?
Yeah, Mark, that's right. We are standing at the corner of Altadena and Washington, where a nursing home and an assisted living home was evacuated. I heard that there were 96 people that were evacuated from this area, a lot of people in wheelchairs. So a difficult situation as this fire moved in really fast. Again, thankfully, most of these people have already gone. They have evacuated they're on their way to Los Feliz. That's where they're being evacuated, is what I was told by that woman that we spoke to earlier who was here assisting her mother. You can see there's still a lot of ambulances, fire trucks here. But if you take a look over here, you can see this is some of the equipment that was used to help transport people, to get them into those ambulances, to get them into those emergency vehicles, to transport them to their evacuation center, again, which is in Los Feliz. But look at this. I mean, we have beds, we have stretchers, we have so many wheelchairs. This was not easy. This was not easy and terrifying for so many of these people, for the people inside the nursing home, the assisted living facility, and of course for their family members. That woman we spoke to, she lives in Arcadia. She said the power had been in and out all day, so it was hard for her to understand really what was going on, where her mom was staying. Again, as a locator, we're at Washington and Altadena, and we'll continue to update you as we learn more. But again, thankfully, most of these people that were here, that were, again, coming down in wheelchairs, coming down in rolling beds, they have been evacuated to Los Feliz.
Wow, what an undertaking that must have been. And think about the disruption to the people who are there. It is very, very traumatic for an elderly person, especially someone who's in assisted living, to be moved during the best and calmest of times. To do it under these circumstances must have been, frankly, very dangerous and physically troubling for all of them. And so we hope the best for them and hope they get through this and that they all survive it, really. Sophie Flay, thank you. We want to give you an update now from Eaton Canyon, just about the evacuation area, as we take more live pictures from that area, watching more and more homes in different neighborhoods that are going up in flames, throwing up embers, spreading the fire to different areas. Now, this latest evacuation order is for the area east of Allen Avenue, north of Washington Boulevard, and west of Sierra Madre Villa Avenue. Those are the new evacuation orders for the Eaton Canyon fire. This is in Pasadena. This word coming to us just a couple of minutes ago. Again, if you live east of Allen Avenue, north of Washington Boulevard, and west of Sierra Madre Villa Avenue in the city of Pasadena, you have to leave, and you have to leave now. And the reason should be apparent and obvious if you have been watching our coverage over the last, almost not quite 10, 11 hours now on ABC 7, how quickly this fire has been spreading in Eaton Canyon, and also, of course, in the Palisades, driven by these incredible winds. At one point, and probably continuing, there have been gusts as high as 80 to 85 miles an hour in the Eaton Canyon area, sustained winds in the mid-20s. All that dry, Santa Ana wind that has been so disruptive and has been so forcefully pushing this fire just rapidly through this area, and serving the same function as also keeping aircraft on the ground, the firefighting aircraft that we would normally see that would be battling this, from fixed wing to rotor wing aircraft, helicopters, airplanes. They're all grounded. They're not flying this. And as these winds continue and are expected to get worse overnight, we're going to see more and more scenes just like this. Homes lost, neighborhoods lost. So far, luckily, we have heard of no injuries, and we hope that remains the same. People are heeding evacuation orders. Again, I will, just for the sake of the safety of the people there in the Eaton Canyon fire, I'm going to let you know again about the new evacuation orders in the city of Pasadena. If you are east of Allen Avenue, north of Washington Boulevard, and west of Sierra Madre Villa Avenue, you are asked to leave. Leave now. Again, City of Santa Monica for the Palisades fire. City of Santa Monica issuing an evacuation order for all areas of the city north of San Vicente. That evacuation order has now been, there's a warning now in the Santa Monica area from 26th Street to Pacific Coast Highway, and from just south of San Vicente all the way to, what was it? Take a look. We'll see if we have it over here. Anyway, it is another large area of the southern part of Santa Monica that is under an evacuation warning. And the evacuation order in Santa Monica has been extended. That is for the Palisades fire, which we have been covering since about 11 o'clock this morning. That has claimed a number of homes there. As far as we know, no injuries in either the Pasadena, the Eaton fire or the Palisades fire. And we are hoping that that remains the same. But the evacuation order area now, the area in red or pink, you see how vast it is. It has grown steadily. This is the Palisades fire. And the area that is in the lower right-hand corner of your screen that's in the yellow, that's an evacuation warning. If you live there, you're being told that you might need to evacuate. You should prepare. There's a warning right now, and that warning may become an order. It could happen at any time. That's determined by the behavior of the fire. And if it does happen, you will have to leave and leave quickly. We have seen what has been happening. Dallas Raines has been covering this from the meteorological perspective for us. He's told us about these winds that were coming. Dallas, they are here, and it's going to get worse.
That's overnight. Right, Mark. We have another pulse of strong winds coming in overnight tonight through early tomorrow morning. Then we're going to see a big improvement across the area. These are the latest winds we have for you, and they have been knocked down a little bit. Not a great deal, but a little bit. But right along those canyon areas, that's where you see the strongest winds. No doubt Burbank Airport was still reporting winds gusting up to 38, and then Pasadena had reported strong north winds up to 50 miles per hour, especially in those canyon areas north of the 210 freeway. Then we head out to the IE. Of course, the Santa Ana wind blows very hard for friends out in the IE. Fortunately, we have had no fires started in that area. And the same deal down in Orange County below the Santa Ana Mountains. That's where the term Santa Ana winds comes from. Actually, it should be Santana winds because they blow in many other parts of California, as you know, not just Santa Ana, California. There's a shot there close in. So, of course, the smoke blows all the way out into the ocean. I was looking at the visible satellite just before the sun went down, and we have the smoke way out there, hundreds of miles out into the ocean. Here's a close shot of the Altadena situation. Yes, we did have a wind gust reported in the 80-mile-an-hour range in one of the canyons. Of course, that is not the normal, but it's still plenty windy out there. And if you're viewing from Altadena, anywhere, any of the homes, businesses north of the 210 freeway, you are vulnerable. Now, the red flag warning is for all of Southern California. We're going to try to take that down on Thursday. When you look at the wind profile just coming into the Weather Center out in the Pacific Palisades, still strong throughout the night. We anticipated that. This is the wind direction showing the arrow pointing from the north. And then tomorrow morning, I think late morning, we'll start to see an improvement in the wind field. And here's what I'm looking at Altadena, for instance. Strong winds tonight with gusts up to hurricane velocity. And then once we get into 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, the winds start to back off. I think at that time, and Mark and you and I were talking about this, that a lot of the helicopters, the smaller ones, will be able to attack the fires in the late morning hours into the afternoon. The center of that low is finally moving off to the east very slowly tonight, but there's still enough power coming around it. I don't know if you saw earlier, we had nice snow today up at Big Bear Lake. At the same time, we had a fire that's typical of a Mediterranean climate like Southern California. We have so many different microclimates to deal with. Here's a look at the wind forecast as we go through the morning hours. Still liking or looking at a lot of heavy wind coming through the canyons at Malibu. And then, of course, as you see, down on the South Bay, if you're ever wondering about why they don't have big fires there, because they're not in the canyons. They can still get some gusty winds, but certainly nothing like they do, and therefore we're not forecasting any problems anywhere from downtown LA, South Bay, Carson, that area. Really, you don't have to worry too much about this. Here's the 7-day forecast in red flags the next 2 days. However, Thursday, the winds will be backing down considerably. So I have northeast at 25, still gusty tomorrow morning, and then for the weekend, we'll start cooling off as the weather pattern starts to change. Then once we get into next Tuesday, that's 7 days off, but another possibility of a Santa Ana wind event. At this time, my forecast is for one of moderate intensity, nothing like we have tonight, but certainly this is the time of the year when powerful Santa Ana winds can blow in Southern California. As a matter of fact, it's the most likely time to get powerful Santa Ana winds due to cold air advection this time of the year. Here's the valley forecast, 72, 75, 77 on Friday, no red flags, and then cooling for the weekend. Santa Ana winds return next Tuesday. At the beaches, we've got a chance chance of some strong winds again tomorrow morning through the canyon passes. And then on Thursday, still a red flag. And then we take that down for Friday. For the weekend, it's going to be a lot cooler. If you're viewing from down on the coast, Laguna Beach, only about 59 or 60 degrees over the weekend for highs. Still a chance of some snow showers up at Big Bear Lake tomorrow. It's cold up there, 39 degrees. Remember, these are adiabatic compression winds. So at the mountaintop, it's cold. But by the time the wind comes down and it's compressed, it can go up into the 70s in the valleys tomorrow. In the mountain areas for Saturday and Sunday, another blast of cool air Sunday, then powerful winds blow again next Tuesday. Now let's take a look at our forecast for the deserts. Palm Springs, 71, 75 Thursday. Red flag still out in the desert, 58, 60 with a warming trend as we head toward Friday and Saturday. Santa Ana winds are going to be a problem tonight and through tomorrow morning at least, and then backing down a little bit in the afternoon as we go through the typical transition of Santa Ana winds.
Yeah, we cannot wait for that moment to come, Dallas. This is just, you know, it is so difficult to sit there, and every second is agonizing.
I can't imagine.
Thank you, Dallas, for the update. So we are getting into the nitty-gritty of this horrible wind event. Leanne Suter has been right in the middle of it, dealing with these massive gusts of wind. She's a little bit more protected right now, but I can see the firefight going on behind you, Leanne.
Oh, this is absolutely horrible. We were afraid this was what was going to happen, and it certainly has here throughout the Altadena, Pasadena, as this fire is now moving kind of south into Pasadena. And this is what we're seeing. It's just structure after structure that has been lost. We are here on, did you hear that one? That made me jump. Because it is a residential area, there are cars up in here. There's all of the items inside of a home that can pop and crackle and explode. These firefighters have been out here on this area for several hours now, trying to save as many of these homes here in this area, but they have lost numerous. It appears there's at least 3 of them here on this stretch where we are at Dove Creek Lane, and then on the other side is Creekside Court. As we walk over here, I'm going to have Duncan walk this way. We'll show you. You can see the firefight. It just, those embers suddenly, you know, get up under the eaves of these structures, and then once they're in the attic, it's all bets are off. It is so hard to save it. But I will say, this building right here, there was tremendous amount of fire coming out the very top of it. You can see it's still coming out of the roof, but these crews have been sitting here trying as much as they can to try to knock down that fire, to try to prevent it from spreading. The big issue is the wind. I mean, that's why so many of these structures are on fire, obviously, is because of the wind. It's pushing the flames, pushing those embers. And the wind, when the winds really gust, it's just a sea. It's raining embers. That's literally what is happening. It is raining embers all around the area because of these winds, and the gusts starting to pick up again. Sometimes we'll get a little bit of a break, you know, a kind of a lull in the wind, which is really nice, but like right now, those gusts really pick up, and you can see all of the embers coming through the area as they try to do that. I'm going to see if we can walk around and see on the other side, Duncan, as we come over here. If you can make it out through this wall of firefighters, you can see all those hoses. They now have, I see at least 3 to 4 guys, crew, that have their hoses aimed on this structure, trying to save it from jumping, obviously, the next one, but trying to save this building. Then directly behind it on Creekside, there are numerous that have been lost down there. Several buildings, again, on that side. We are hearing reports of more and more structures, unfortunately, being lost in this firefight, just because there's not much they can do. Now, we haven't seen many residents, I will say that. When we first arrived on scene, and those winds were howling at 80 to 85 miles per hour. People were running to get into their cars. I mean, they literally did not have time to grab anything. I saw so many people in the neighborhood that we were at, up along Altadena, literally right next to the Eaton Canyon. They didn't have time to grab anything. And I saw an elderly couple just coming out of their home. We actually had a police officer. He was scrambling to get the elderly couple into their car and trying to get them out as the fire was raging. He asked if there was any way that we could try to help and drive them down the hill, just because the fire was moving so fast and they were so worried about the loss of life. I mean, that's what happens when these fires rage like that. And again, it's these gusts. If you can tell, they're really starting to pick up again. And look at the, oh, as you can see, I'm going to have you Duncan show her. This is what happens. I mean, it just doesn't even look real. It almost looks as if, you know, something you'd see in a movie that they make up in terms of you know, CG and these graphics, but this is all too real, this destruction and the danger. It's absolutely terrifying. But as we are watching all of this, then you see these crews battling to save these buildings, and you know, they never flinch. This is what they train for, and this is what they, obviously their mission, this is what they want to try to do, is to try to save as many homes as possible, and it's been a fight. So I want to talk about, I did see one neighbor, or one resident that did stay behind. I see him kind of wandering around here. He didn't want to talk on camera, but he said he came up and he rescued his mother. His 80-year-old mother lives in one of the homes right across the street here. He said he was able to get her out, but then he came back because he wanted to see what was going to happen. And I mean, that is certainly not what firefighters or police want to see happen. They want everyone out of the area because it is so dangerous with the smoke, with the embers, with the fire. But he was sticking around just because he wanted to see if they were able to save his mother's home. He said that, again, same thing, that it moves so quickly. They just, here comes, wow, a really good gust. Hold on, Duncan. Duncan's really, I have to tell you, Duncan Callis is the one behind the camera all night. He has been facing these winds head on as these hot embers come, and so he's just been doing a tremendous job giving everybody an idea of what it's like to be out in this. We had talked earlier tonight kind of about the danger of being out here. I'm going to come over. You can kind of see on the other side, Duncan, if you come over a little more, you can see the buildings behind it. We're talking about the danger, and just so everybody at home knows, we go through fire training annually so that we know what to look out for, where we should and shouldn't be, and how to protect ourselves. We're also fully equipped with our fire gear. We make sure that we have our masks, our goggles. We make sure that we have our fire gear on, including pants and shirts and the proper shoes. So, I mean, we really do take precautions, but we want to make sure that we're able to give people a really good idea of what it's like to be out here and kind of what's happening out here on the front lines and the danger that we're seeing. But we do make sure we are safe in doing that. And if things do become too dangerous, we make sure that we head out. Here along this street, too, when he turns this way, you can just see the line of fire trucks in this area here. All the hoses out, all of the crews focused on this fight, and it is not going to end anytime soon. This is going to continue through the night and into the morning, into the next couple of days. Everyone here certainly hoping that the winds will die down and we'll get a break at some point to be able to give these crews the upper hand and to be able to try to gain a little bit of control on the fire here, the Eaton fire here, that is now burning in Altadena and now pushing down into Pasadena. I know at last check they said it stood at about 400 acres. I'm sure that number has grown at this point. We don't have any official count yet on the number of structures that have been damaged or lost, but we have seen more than a handful on fire, unfortunately. So we know that quite a few, I shouldn't say quite a few, we know that there have been several homes that have completely been lost to this fire. And again, the battle continuing to save more up on the firefight. But again, it's the winds. So we're just going to hope that Mother Nature gives everybody a break on both of these fires. The Eden fire here in Altadena, as well as the fire burning in the Pacific Palisades, because crews need it. There has just been so much destruction because of these Santa Ana winds. And everybody had warned that that was going to be a possibility, and sadly that is what has come to fruition, what has happened, and certainly not what anybody wanted to see. Again, the firefight continuing here in Altadena. We're going to now try to move to the other side, see if we can get a better sense of how many other homes may have been lost or may be at risk as this firefight continues. Live in Altadena, Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, Leanne, thank you for that thorough report. And when those embers come flying right at the camera, I want the audience, our viewers, to understand that each one of those little embers are capable of starting yet another spot fire, and that's how these fires continue to spread throughout the community, and that's why it is expanding further and further. Go ahead. Yep, there they are.
I was just showing as you were describing it. Yeah, I mean, it's just there. It's raining embers, and those winds push them. And as officials say, they can start a spot fire up to a mile away. A mile from this fire is where another spot fire could begin. And often cases, it's where they get into the eaves, unfortunately, and that's where the risk is. Once those hot embers get up under the eaves of a home and up into the attic, I mean, that's when the fire is often running, just because so much flammable material is in there, and that's the biggest risk. But again, spot fires, those embers more than a mile away, and that's the danger. That is what we are seeing in terms of so many of these fires that we're seeing start.
Right. Amazing job out there, Leanne. I know you want to relocate, so we'll check with you when you get set up again. Thank you for covering that area. It's so desperately needed. We appreciate that. That's Leanne Suter reporting from Altadena, where it has gone up quickly. That fire broke out this evening and spread so fast, Colleen. It was unbelievable to see her try to stand in those winds when they're blasting 85 miles an hour. And look at that shot. Is that a live picture or is that on video? That's earlier today. Another shot. If you could see those embers flying throughout the air, that is the nemesis here. That is what makes a fire so dangerous. When the winds are blasting, they're not only feeding the fire, but they're carrying the embers to other communities, and it's impossible. Those fire breaks where you hope for, like the freeways, any kind of waterway, that blasting wind will carry the ember beyond the fire break into the next community, and that's why it's so dangerous. We're seeing that play out all day long today. Colleen, this is sobering stuff, and it's going to be a sad sight tomorrow morning.
Oh, it certainly is going to be a sad sight tomorrow morning, and you're looking at the firefighters, what they're up against. You know, we're talking about evacuation orders. You know, for a while, Pasadena did not have an evacuation center, but they have established an evacuation center. It is at Pasadena Civic Center, and that's at 300 East Green Street. Again, you're looking at an evacuation map right there, but we do know it took a little while for Pasadena to establish a evacuation center.
So this is where the folks who live in this community should be evacuating the Eaton fire, and that is north of New York Drive. You can read it right there on your screen. East of Altadena Drive, west of Sierra Madre Villa Avenue, and that community, those areas, and the yellow is the warning, the red you must get out, but it is spreading quickly in all of these communities that are dealing with fire, not just in Eaton Canyon / Altadena, but also Pacific Palisades, Malibu, and Santa Monica is expanding as well. We're going to turn our attention to that as well, but we want to really concentrate on this fire in Eaton Canyon where the winds are blasting, and that's where Leanne has been, that's where Sophie has been, and the news has been really bleak tonight as firefighters deal with that. What you're seeing right there, the blasting winds that make it almost impossible to stop this fire.
And just seeing the way that Leanne has been out there really enduring the brunt of some of these winds. We know that they were up to 85 miles per hour. This is what firefighters are having to deal with. We've known about these winds were coming, but again, the humidity is completely low, and you can see these winds, a high fire wind event happening right now. And again, we know that all city firefighters, we know that anyone who did have a day off today, they have been asked to please come back, help fight these fires, because it is going to be a very long night. And David, we heard earlier, the big time wind event really has almost not even begun. Remember, it was between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. So do not let your guard down.
A scary thought to think about, that the winds may increase in that time period, and it's overnight, and it's also dark, and they also cannot get air support during that time. So they are devastatingly overmatched when it comes to Mother Nature and the fire and the way it's vastly spread out now, and it's going into multiple communities. But we're going to be with you all night long as we continue to monitor the situation and give you the best reports we can. As you know, and as we've been reporting, that Air 7 has not been up at all today, because when the winds are over 50 miles an hour, which they have been all day today, we can't get the aircraft up in the air, so we can't give you an aerial view on just how bad the situation is and where the fire is going. We're doing everything from the ground, which I think we've done an amazing job. The fire department has done an amazing job considering what they are dealing with today when it comes to these incredible fires and the incredible winds that are heading our way.
Absolutely. I know that we have our eyewitness news reporters fanned out around the area. We're going to go back over to Leanne. Leanne Suter.
She's already relocated.
She was.
Perhaps?
She's already moved to another location. She did
this is a real front for the war that's going on right now because the fire is spreading so quickly up in the Altadena area. Let's first check. Leanne, are you there? Oh my gosh, there's a fire behind you.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is unfortunate. This is horrible, you guys. We were just on Dove Creek Lane down below. This is Creekside, and unfortunately, everything is almost gone. I only see three structures, two at this point. Two structures left on this entire street. Everything is on fire down here. At this point, there isn't much they can do. I mean, this is just heartbreaking, and these flames are huge. Huge. Yep, he's coming in. I'm backing up so the fire engine can come in. Let me get out of the way as we continue to talk. But the winds are continuing to blow, and it's just awful. I mean, again, you can see how difficult this firefight is, and then see how dark it gets when the winds blow. Also, it blows all the smoke. Duncan, can you see behind you? Watch out. All right, we're letting the crew get in the way. Let them park, I should say. Let me get Duncan out of the way here, making sure we're not in the way of the firefighters coming in to try to save this. But look at this. You can also see the flames, so you get a good idea of how strong the winds are. That gives you a pretty good idea. I mean, there's pretty much at times blowing sideways, but literally almost every unit down here on Creekside is lost. I only see two at this point that have not been damaged in terms of fires. I'm going to move out of the way of the firefighters as they get in place to try to save the two on the end here. I don't even know what to say, you guys. This is heartbreaking, but again, we've seen it on repeat today. I mean, just so many people across Southern California that have lost their homes, and there's just nothing that the firefighters have been able to do in order to stop it. And the fires like this inside homes burn so intensely. They're so hot and produce so much smoke, and the embers. I mean, there's just so much to burn inside of a home, and so much of it is so flammable that it goes up in a split second. And once it does, it is off and running, and everything inside goes with it. And that's what makes this so hard. And again, you can see, you see the fire there. I'm going to have Duncan pan over just for 1 second up here. Duncan, can you show the trees and see up above? You can see how the trees are blowing. As I said, this complex is kind of down in a little valley here, but you can see the winds just howling up above, and that's what's helping to fuel this massive brush fire. I mean, yeah, it's just amazing to watch this, and you see how quickly fire can destroy everything in its path. I'm hoping these guys will be able to save at least these two homes or two units. I believe these are townhomes here on Creekside Lane. I'm hoping they at least will be able to save these two, but given the fierce, intense flames that are burning right next to the buildings, it's certainly going to be a firefight. They were hoping this initial one that you're looking at right now, I see Duncan showing it, they were hoping they could save that, but that's fully involved now, and the only ones left are there's one there and one right here. I believe we're looking at 15 to 20 is that number, is the first one right next to us. At this point, that one is standing, and I can't make out the number on the other one that is next to it, but with that much fire, raging, it's going to be tough. But again, they're doing a great job. They have saved so many in this fire, in the Eaton Canyon fire. They have saved so many homes, because when this first broke out, I mean, there were entire neighborhoods right along the rim of the canyon with huge flames coming up, and none of those homes burned. Unfortunately, all of the embers with those strong winds, at times 80 to 85 miles per hour, blowing those embers, blew them all right down here. I mean, this was directly in the path of all those embers just south of Eaton Canyon, and this is what we're seeing. And it is continuing. It's continuing to spread forward, hopscotch forward, because of all those hot embers. Every time, you see the wind blow, you see it just raining those embers. And as David and Colleen, as you guys know, that's what spreads these fires from, spot to spot to spot, home to home. And it can be, this street, it could be right across the street, it could be the next block, it could even be 2 blocks away, 3 blocks away, and it could spot a fire and, cause damage to another home. You can hear all of the of popping noises inside the homes with everything in there now on fire. As this area, this whole area of this complex now, it appears, I'm not sure that they're going to be able to save the other two. I'm really hoping they can with this one. This one so far has not caught fire, but you can see it's just 2 away from the fire right there. So this is very tough fight for the folks here. And I know tough for the residents watching. Go ahead,
I just
David.
want to get clarification. You've said it a couple of times, but I want to be clear. What street are you on? Because I know so many people may be watching this who are living in that community who want to know that street.
We are on Creekside Lane, and the Creekside Lane is the complex, the street that we're on right now, and then the one above it we were just on was Dove Creek. And that only had I don't want to say just, but had a handful of the homes at the end of the cul-de-sac on Dove Creek that were lost. But unfortunately down here, at this point, we only have 2 left standing, 2 of the buildings, which includes, that counts for 4 homes, it appears. Each building contains 2 townhomes. So right now we have 2 buildings that are standing, 4 homes at this point. But I mean, this fight is just intense with the ones burning right next to it. So yeah, this is going to be very difficult for them. Hopefully they will be able to at least save some. I'm double checking, David. I want to make sure that I'm not running us around, but I make sure that I'm saying the correct street. Yeah, we are in Creekside Court officially. This is Creekside Court. The other one is Dove Creek Lane. And this is Creekside Court. We'll move in. Yeah. Then this is the one where you can see. We can come in a little bit now that I'm going to get out of the way of the truck. And you can see what I've been talking about. Like, they're really trying to save these 2. It's 1520A that is standing, and B, and then we have 1518. 1520 and 1518 are standing, but woo, here come the winds and it's so interesting. I'm going to point something else out here. I wish you guys can't necessarily tell at home, but when those winds blow and those embers really start to come, the heat that comes with it is so dramatic. It's such a change because without it blowing the fire, and just standing in the wind, it's a little crisp, a little cool. As soon as it blows from the fire, you can just feel how hot it is. And I mean, these guys are right up in it. We're going to back up a little bit. I'm going to have you show this, Duncan, if you can. He shows this. I'm going to show you right over here, Duncan. Come with me. Can you guys see these embers? This is what we're talking about. They are burning so brightly, and then they land in, little grass like this and start the spot fires. But look at how large that piece of ember is. I mean, there's no touching it, but you can get an idea. It's the size of one of these balls that falls from the thing. But I mean, these are huge chunks of embers that are being pushed through the wind and blown by these gusts, and that's what has been the biggest challenge and the biggest fight in this fire. So, yeah, it's amazing to see. Again, I've been surprised at how large some of the embers have been that we've seen flying through the wind, David.
Imagine one of those getting into your attic, and then the next fire is on and underway. Leanne, you've been amazing. We're going to use your shot, and thank you for the clarification, because we have found a woman named Lisa who actually lives on that street, and we want to talk to her about what she's witnessing from your cameras. And Lisa, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
First of all, so sorry that you're having to witness this. Do you see anything you recognize, and what can you tell me about your home and where it is?
Our entire street, to be quite honest, in the whole complex. I see there you're at the beginning of the corner of what's considered Creekside Court in front of 1520A. Yes. And I'm seeing down the street, and I can't see all the way if they were to turn the corner and go to the right. There are several other units down there, and we don't know if any of those are on fire. We can see some of our neighbors' homes here on fire, and it's really sad to see.
Have you been speaking with your neighbors and watching all these live images and sort of trying to come up with a plan here?
No plans yet. We are actually in a hotel room across the hall from one of our neighbors who's 2 doors down from us. And after I'm done speaking with you guys, I'll go over there and talk to them, as we saw the units burning on Dove Creek. And we were hoping that maybe the firefighters could pull off a miracle and not let it get any further down into the other street. But it doesn't look, obviously, that that's the case.
What was?
And,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
I was just wanted to know, what was it like? When did you decide to get out of there? Because I know, we had been watching Pacific Palisades go up all day, but this is a late occurrence this evening where it broke out. I don't even remember, like 6:30, 7 o'clock, and then next thing you know, everybody's running for their lives. What was it like for you? How quickly does this happen?
So thanks to one of our neighbors, who I believe one of her homes is the one on fire, not the one that the firefighters are directly in front of that I can see, but to the left of it. Her name is Sydney Lori. She took a photo at 6:15, and she sent it to the WhatsApp community page for our community. And we saw the fire on the hill just above us, just on the backside of Eaton Canyon. And she sent it to all of us, and we all went outside. We saw it, and then we see some of our neighbors, our next-door neighbor, Tyler and Christine, started packing up. And then we're like, okay, we've got to pack up. We went to our other neighbors and say, what are they going to do? They've been through a fire before. We're just there 5 years, so we're experiencing the fire this close. It's our first experience with it this close. So thanks to Sydney, I think that she gave us a quick heads up way before we got the alert from any firefighters or police arrived on the scene. And it's thanks to them that I think a lot of us were able to grab a few things and get the heck out of there.
How shocking was it, the speed of this fire? Because we watched it from our vantage point. We knew this was going to be bad, but you're right there.
It was amazingly too fast. I was kind of hoping that between where the fire was up on the hill, we hike it all the time. We're quite familiar. We were just kind of hoping that if it just doesn't catch an ember, if it doesn't come all the way down, maybe we'll get lucky. The last fire that was in the area, they said that for a miracle, the fire leaped over the whole entire community, and embers burnt some other areas that saved the whole community that time. So we were kind of hoping the same thing might happen this time. But the winds this time around were so strong, and so the gusts were just ridiculous. And since we're the last house on the cul-de-sac there of Creekside Court, we're 3/4 exposed. I said, if anybody's home is going to catch on fire, it's going to be ours. And then it'll be a domino effect. Like ours will catch on fire, then the next door neighbor, and then everybody else is right next door to each other. But we don't know because we can't see around the corner. So we're just assuming that down the street here and off to the right that maybe all of those homes are gone too.
Oh, it is heartbreaking to see this. Now, Lisa, how long have you lived in this community, and how many people lived in your home?
So it's just my husband and I and our 2 cats. And we've lived here going on 6 years now. This is our 6th year. A lot of the people that live in the community have been there 20 years plus. A lot of newer families have moved in the last 5 years, and we've seen the birth of their children, and this being their first home for some of their kids. They just recently had, for holiday celebrations, Coco come out and Christmas decorating and that such the last couple weeks. And so, we're really good community, that we very neighborly, always trying to be there for one another and do things together, and to watch most of our homes just all go up in flames is
It's incredible that you have a community watch group that alerted you to this. That's what we've been talking about it. We spoke to Dr. Lucy Jones, who just in the last year came up with sort of a group of people to be there, a support system. You sound like you have a great support system in your neighborhood, and it's because of that one person who took a photo and sent it to your WhatsApp group.
Yep, and it's because of that I think a lot of us were able to just maybe grab a few more items. Unfortunately, I left my purse in the front doorway there of our home, so I have no driver's license, no credit cards. I've got nothing on my person. Luckily, my husband did have his wallet. We were busy making sure we were able to get to our cats. We were having one of them be a little bit more difficult, and I had to take my purse off in order to get her into her crate. And then we just kind of went out the door, and I left it.
Yeah, 100 things to think of all at once with an enormous amount of stress. We had been reporting as this day came closer and closer, and Dallas was warning us this could be a wind event of historic proportions. Have you seen winds this powerful before in this community?
We get the Santa Anas all the time. There was one time since we've moved here where the winds were pretty bad. A couple of trees had fallen over, landed on the power lines. Thank God it didn't spark a fire. So that's happened several times since we've lived there in the last 5 years. Other people in the community, I'm sure, have seen. They keep talking about a time in 2010 when it was really super bad and a lot of the trees in the community fell over and a lot of the fences. But we weren't there for that. But last night or earlier this morning, the winds were so high, I thought the roof was going to fall off our home. It was that bad. And since we're on the end, we can see the trees on the wash as well as in our backyard, and they were just bending over. I'm just watching them thinking at any moment they're going to snap. And it's pretty loud. I was ever hopeful, or my husband was ever hopeful that, we're going to be okay. And I'm just like, I don't think so. And it just happened so quickly. And by the time we got the cats in the crate and in the car, there was so much smoke and we could see the embers flying in the sky and in the dark, just landing. And we're trying to get the garage closed so that it's not exposed. And we were just having such a hard time. I'm just now watching, I believe that's one of our neighbors, Colleen's place, I believe is going up in flames right now. There, as I'm watching Channel 7 here. So it got really dark, smoky fast, and we really couldn't see where we were going. And I think actually I may have been the last one out in our street following my husband in both of our cars.
Wow. That is, your account is incredible. At least you're alive, your family's alive. Yes. I know, just for one more point of clarification, you did not see your home on fire. So is there a possibility it still is around?
I don't know. If you looking at what you guys are showing the footage right now, there's a bend in the curve there at the end of the way there, and then it goes straight back. And there are some more homes down in that cul-de-sac area, and you guys haven't shown any footage down in that area. So, but based on speaking to someone before I spoke to you, she said that your newscaster who you have on the scene believes that they might all be on fire, but we don't have confirmation of that because we can't see. They're at the beginning of the street and in kind of the middle, but not at the very end.
Lisa, we're so sorry. We hope for the best. You never know.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Until you get that moment. And Leanne is pointing out that house is pretty much done. Yeah. Yeah.
Right now, the Rooneys live in that house, I believe is their last name. And Michael, now their home is going on fire.
Yeah, okay, Leanne, go right ahead.
I just wanted to update Lisa. I apologize, and I hate to say this, but we have been able to walk down and confirmed everything on the street, all the way down around the bend where her home is. It is all gone. It is all on fire. At this point, the only structures left here on Creekside are 1518 and 1520. That is it. Everything else is on fire. It's either currently burning or it's already gone.
Lisa, I'm so sorry to deliver the news to you. It's a very sad way to do it, but
that's okay. We do appreciate it, and we'll be getting on the thread and letting everybody know. So we do appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Well, the best of luck to you and all of your neighbors, and we pray for the 2 homes that are still there, and hopefully they could save them. But thank you so much for calling us and letting us know, and we'd love to follow up with you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you very much. All right. Well, we're staying with the Eaton fire right now. And Armando Barragan, he is in Hastings Ranch. And Armando works with us. He's our assignment manager. Armando, you're in seeing all this destruction. You're the person who assigns all of us to go out in the field and to report on what's affecting our community. And you are now being directly impacted by the very large story of this evening of this wind event. How does it feel, and how's your family doing right now?
Hey, David. I'm in Hastings Ranch on the top of Mitchell Linda, which is also the border of Sierra Madre, and I came out here to kind of check on what was happening. I live in Monrovia, and I was concerned the fire's coming my way, and unfortunately I'm near a lot of friends' homes, and a lot of their homes are in danger right now at this moment.
How's the smoke, Armando? Obviously, we're seeing, this is video, we're showing video that you have shot. and you can see that it looks pretty smoky out there already, and this is in direct right next to you.
It is. When I first arrived, there was a line of cars exiting the neighborhood. I've seen so many cops evacuating everyone, but unfortunately I've seen very few firefighters. They definitely do not have a handle on this. I'm really worried about, my community, Monrovia, Arcadia, Sierra Madre, Hastings Ranch. But, this kind of reminds me of the Bobcat fire from 2020.
Well, how difficult is it getting out of the community? Because the video that you're showing us, you show all the cars that are lined up. Obviously, these are people trying to evacuate and get out. Is that still flowing smoothly, or are there problems?
No, they're out now. I'm actually going to get out of the car for a minute so you have a better vantage point. But fortunately, everyone is out, and I will be leaving shortly. But yeah, it's just a lot of people have relocated to friends' houses, hotels, you name it. But I know a lot of people in Monrovia are already packing up.
Right.
Yeah, that's the beauty of living in those foothill communities. It's just so beautiful. But boy, when you start seeing these evacuation orders and warnings, and you're seeing the Eaton fire. Armando, really quickly, David touched on it a moment ago with Lisa, but this, all eyes were on the Palisades fire. So when this sparked at some point in the 6 o'clock hour, we'd say, it really took off quickly. How surprised were you? Because you've lived here for many, many years.
It did not surprise me when I heard a fire in Eaton Canyon. I just knew that within, a matter of a couple of hours, it could be knocking on the doorstep. And that's pretty much exactly what's happening. I mean, there's tens of thousands of people impacted. I mean, this could be, another disaster in the making for the San Gabriel Valley, similar to the station fire and, of course, the Bobcat fire in 2020.
Armando Barragan, be careful out there. We hope to see you tomorrow at work, but if not, we fully understand. But, take care of your family and let us know how you're doing, and, we hope for the best.
All right. Thanks, David.
All right. And let's go to Sophie Flay. She is also near the Eaton Canyon fire in Altadena. And, Sophie, how are things? Well, clearly, it's devastating where you are, too.
David, I'm standing at the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center, and this is my first time here, so I want to be careful in how I report this. It almost looks as if there are two buildings, one building, the temple, and another building attached to it. And in a matter of minutes, we have watched the roof of this building completely burn and collapse in a matter of minutes. We talked about that earlier. We were worried that the flames were going to get close to this building, to this area, and that's exactly what happened. The wind is moving so fast that part of this Pasadena Jewish Center and Temple has gone up in flames, completely collapsed, completely engulfed in flames. And if you take a look on the left-hand side, you can see a home right next door to it. Here, we're on Altadena. A home right next door to it has also been engulfed in flames. We actually tried to show you that home earlier, but we had to move because the embers were flying so fast towards us. But as you can see, that home completely gone. And actually next to this area, when we were talking to you earlier, we mentioned that there was a nursing home and an assisted living home that did have to be evacuated. That was at the intersection of Altadena and Washington. And I want to show you some of that video that we have of people being evacuated. That was the Park Terraces and the Pasadena Wellness Center, those areas. There were 96 people that had to be evacuated. People in gurneys, people in wheelchairs, people in rolling beds being rushed out of that assisted living home, out of that nursing home. 96 of them transported and evacuated to Los Feliz. We talked to a woman who rushed over here from Arcadia to help her mom. She had had power going in and out all day, so it was really hard for her to understand the situation and what was going on. But if you take another live look back out here, you can see the flames have just gotten bigger and bigger. That black smoke, those bold, bright orange flames just ripping through right in front of us here at the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center. I don't know if you can hear that, but a lot of popping, a lot of loud noises, a lot of crackling out here. It really is just devastating to watch. So far, the building kind of, again, I do believe that this building is connected. These two structures are connected to each other. Again, it's my first time here, so I want to be careful in reporting that. It does look as though the building to the right-hand side has not been touched by flames, but again, the roof of this building, the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center, has completely collapsed. And we did hear that firefighters are on the other side of these flames trying to fight it. Again, we didn't go over there because it does feel like a little bit of a dangerous situation, and we want to let them do their job, their very important job tonight. But again, the wind is just moving so fast, forcing these flames, again, in a matter of minutes. This has just completely collapsed.
Sophie, as we were watching your live report, do you have any idea how close you are to Leanne Suter? Because we know you both are covering the Eaton fire. Yeah. And you both are, your backdrops are devastating and destructive, and you just see it. The fire is just ravaging so many of these structures behind you, but I can't ascertain exactly how close you are to Leanne.
Actually, when we got to Altadena earlier today, we ran into Leanne. We saw their news truck. We pulled over. We saw her in front of those burning homes. I would say she's about 3 blocks away from us. So we're in Altadena. She is on New York, and we're at Altadena in Washington. So Altadena, we're in Altadena, and it's sandwiched between New York and Washington. So we're really not far from Leanne. So that gives you a good idea of just how destructive it has been in this neighborhood.
That certainly helps clarify exactly how close you are, because I know, this whole community, they're on pins and needles watching these fires taking over these areas.
Right. Sophie, thank you for that. I know you have to move and try to stay as safe as possible. We'll check back with you when you get to a safer location. In the meantime, let's see if we could do this live. But Philip, our producer, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Another development. This is a breaking development, and one that we wish we didn't have to report. But this is towards Sun Valley, shot from the Burbank Airport area, and you can see another fire has broken out. This is up in Sun Valley, beyond Burbank, beyond the Burbank Airport. We don't know what is burning at this point. This is a distant shot. We don't have a lot of information on it, but clearly another fire has broken out in another area of Southern California. This is not connected to the Altadena fire or the Palisades fire. This is entirely different.
And we do ask a lot of our eyewitness viewers, if you do know where this is, or if you can safely get any video or images of this, we certainly would like it. You could post it on ABC 7 Eyewitness, or you can send it to our breaking news on our website, abc7.com, to send in a tip. But again, we're watching this breaking development happening right now in Sun Valley.
Now, another imagery that we want to show you of, let me see, that's not quite what we're talking about, but this is showing you some proximity. Oh yeah, I see. Philip, thank you very much. Philip, our weather producer, is helping out Dallas. So look there, Dove Creek, you see that? That is the home that Leanne was reporting from, and Lisa, the woman we had on the phone, that's where she lived, on Dove Creek Lane. All of those homes is what she was talking about. You see that curve in the cul-de-sac. That what she was, Creekside and Dove Creek. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Creekside is where she lived, Creekside Court, right?
Right.
And then Leanne was also on Dove Creek Lane. That small kind of pocket of homes is what we saw devastated in the last few minutes when we were talking to Lisa, thank you, Philip, when we were talking to Lisa and we were talking to Leanne. It's those homes, many of them are townhomes, so each building that you see is actually multiple homes.
Yeah.
And most of those are now gone.
It was very sad to see that destruction, and then to hear Leanne tell Lisa that unfortunately so many of those homes, except for those 2 that are right at the very end, the left-hand side, I believe, where Dove Creek Lane and Creekside Court merge. And David, actually, we're also talking about getting an idea exactly about these fires. So you're at our touch screen, and I know that our lighting is a little bit off right now.
Sorry about that.
We have a power outage.
We haven't had an opportunity to actually talk about this, but we don't have power right now here in Glendale. The high winds have knocked out power. We're on reserve power. So are basically a generator, and so we don't have our regular lights. pay no attention to me. This is what I want you to pay attention to. And this screen, I would just want to give you physically, kind of show you what we're dealing with when it comes to Southern California, particularly Los Angeles, and the fires that we're dealing with right now. So this is, hang in there. Let me see. I don't know. It just jumped. Oh, okay. We're going to reset this. Colleen, I'm going to throw it over to you.
Perfect.
And
right
I'm going to try to figure out what just happened there.
Yeah.
Try not to laugh. Try not to laugh.
That touchscreen, though, is very touchy, and I've been lucky enough to be on it quite a few times. But you're going to get back to it, David, and we will see you.
I have no idea what just happened because that's never happened to me before. So, but we do want to show you the proximity of where all these fires are burning here in Southern California, how far away they are, but also where the fires are headed and the communities that they're hitting. Philip, you got something for me?
Yeah.
Okay, pop it up, Philip. Let's see if you can help us out.
There you go,
okay.
David.
So, all right, this is great map. Okay, so the fire by the 210 sign there, that is the Altadena fire in Eaton Canyon. That one broke out this evening about 6:30 this evening, and that is the one that spread so quickly, and we see such devastation where Sophie and Leanne are. The Palisades fire over here to the left that Philip just circled, that has been going on since 10 o'clock this morning and has been burning steadily. Now, what's important is, Philip, can you zoom in on the Palisades fire? Oh, and this is the new fire that we just showed you with the breaking developments beyond the Burbank Airport in Sun Valley. So now we are dealing with 3 different fire areas here in Los Angeles particularly. So as you can see where the fire is, it started up at the hills in the Palisades, but it has burned down, and we saw it going towards Malibu earlier in the day, but now it's burning south towards Santa Monica, and they're starting to create evacuation orders for basically the meat of Santa Monica, where all those homes are. We're redirecting many of our reporters into that area to see how that evacuation is going. Philip is basically circling this huge area that is now affected by the fire, from Bel Air to Brentwood to Pacific Palisades to Santa Monica over to Malibu. That is an enormous area that is growing particularly quickly and has been growing since 10 o'clock this morning. Philip, can you bring us back to the mountains over there near Altadena? So that area, it started near Eaton Canyon in Altadena, but it burned south there. Now it's burning towards Pasadena, down south of there, and Sierra Madre, kind of towards where Armando was just talking to us about. So you could see how it starts with one small community, but these communities are growing and growing, and the evacuations are growing. And that's why part of the challenge is, where do you find an evacuation center when the centers that they're looking at could potentially be overrun by this fire because it's moving so quickly and these winds are absolutely blasting. And keep in mind, 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. is where Dallas was saying could be the trickiest time when it comes to these fires. I have a number of people here in the studio trying to help us out with all these maps going on. But Philip, great job. I'm sorry I really messed up this other monitor, but we'll get that fixed and going in just a second. Dan is here saving the day and trying to fix that monitor that I messed up. It was a creative effort.
It certainly was.
It failed.
That touchscreen is really, really helpful, and it does give you a good idea of the vicinity of where everything is located. So again,
Dan's over there fixing it right now. So we'll have it for you soon.
And he's hoping that we don't pull him up. But let's go. We're going to go to Jory Rand. Jory, we know you moved locations. Now, where are you?
So actually, we looked to move locations. We're still at Amalfi Drive at Sunset Boulevard. We went all around to see what was going on because we thought that flames were imminently about to arrive at the homes north of Sunset Boulevard here on Amalfi Drive. We drove up there. The flames are still a ways away. Here, I'll step out of the way, and you can see this is what we saw when we got here about 5 hours ago. Flames crested that hill and have slowly been making their way down. There is a valley down below between where we are right now and where you see those flames off in the distance. They have yet to make their way across that valley. We've just been able to see some homes that are burning up on that hillside and some empty brush inside Will Rogers State Park that has not burned yet. And that's what we're seeing burn right now. And police and firefighters thought it would have made it here given the pace of its progress up until a couple hours ago. It seems to have stalled until, of course, just within the last 5 minutes, these flames have picked back up again. And we'll see what that means in terms of the progress. But we also, once things died down a little bit, began to drive west on Sunset Boulevard. And we have some video of that. And flames reached right up along the roadway of Sunset Boulevard. That was one of the hazards while driving. Another is these winds have brought down so many tree branches that navigating Sunset Boulevard was nearly impossible. There were portions where there was really only one or less than one lane open to go through. We have seen LAPD cruisers maybe switching shifts make their way through at relatively high speeds, and there are a lot of dangers on the roadways. That's one of the reasons why they shut this down, because there is just so much danger on the road, plus fire. Tree trunks on fire right up against Sunset Boulevard, and we have seen some homes off in the distance here on Sunset go up as well. There is also the danger of tree trunks, tree limbs coming down. In fact, we learned a 25-year-old firefighter with LAFD suffered a serious head injury and had to be taken to the hospital. And I believe at some point we're going to get to video of that. We do know that 25-year-old was taken to the hospital against serious injuries. We also learned that several people were seen walking towards a restaurant suffering burn injuries. We've learned that they have been taken to a hospital as well. Back here at Amalfi and Sunset, south of Sunset, looks really good. We took a drive down there as well, and really no danger at this hour for homes down there. And in fact, that was particularly of interest because we learned that parts of Santa Monica are under evacuation warnings, and that is basically in that direction. Riviera Country Club is just a couple blocks away from here. On the far side of that is San Vicente in Santa Monica, and that's about the point where those first evacuation orders went into place. In fact, they were warnings at the time, and then beyond that, between San Vicente and Montana were put under evacuation warnings in the city of Santa Monica. So that was when flames appeared to be making a really rapid march to the east towards our location. It seems to have stalled, although it found some new brush, perhaps some new homes to go up here off Sunset Boulevard and up into Will Rogers State Park. We were told at the top of Will Rogers there are some homes up there. They say those are gone. Those have been lost. And as we hear an engine coming up Sunset right now. It's difficult to tell what is what with the noises out here because the wind is so steady and so strong. There are times it sounds like a jet is taking off, but really it's just the wind whipping through the trees. And we've been paying attention to some of the ornamental shrubs over here. One by one, they are being taken down by this wind, which is just relentless at this point. And it seems to come in all directions. At times it's blowing from the east-west, which is what we'd expect from a Santa Ana wind event. At other times, it is blowing at our backs, blowing east, which is particularly of concern for the fire that is over there and flames making their way towards these neighborhoods. But it seems like it has stalled. It has yet to transverse the valley behind us, which is good news for the cluster of homes here. But as of now, things look okay at this location. The same cannot be said just about a quarter mile to our west. We'll continue to monitor conditions here and see how they go, guys.
Yeah, and Jory, it just doesn't seem like that wind is dying down. In fact, it does seem very, very strong where you are. We're going to keep checking back in with you throughout the evening, of course. We also want to talk about what we're learning about a firefighter who was injured battling the fire. We know that there was a firefighter seriously hurt battling the Palisades fire. The department says she suffered a head injury around 8:30 tonight. It's the 25-year-old firefighter. They received treatment on the scene before she was taken to the hospital. So our thoughts are certainly going out to this LA firefighter who, like so many of our firefighters tonight, they are putting their lives in danger to try to protect you and property. We're also going to go back over to David. David, hopefully that touch screen is going to be a little more mindful.
We're going to give it a shot, one more shot, because it's an important illustration to make, and this is where the Palisades fire started right here. And you can see this is the path of the fire, and then the pink color that you see here, those are mandatory evacuations. What we have been reporting that throughout the day since 10 o'clock this morning. The important thing that we want to talk about when it comes to the latest evolution of this fire is this is the evacuation warning. This is the area they want to start thinking about evacuating, or they want you to get out if you can right now. And that is getting into the meat of Santa Monica, the heavily populated area of Santa Monica. I don't want to go in too much because this map is touchy, but each one of these is a home or an apartment building. Let me go back out a little bit. Now, if this evacuation continues to move in this direction, then you're looking at the really heavily populated area of Santa Monica. And these are the folks that need to start thinking about preparing to get out. If the winds continue to blast like they have been, and we expect them to go throughout into the morning, but overnight into the morning, all of these folks right here could be in danger of this fire that continues to rapidly move. And we just want to make sure that everybody knows that if you live in this enormous community with thousands of people, you need to be aware of the dangers that you could be in throughout the night tonight. Keep aware of all the warnings that are going on out there. And in fact, right now, we should probably check in with Dallas Raines because he has been monitoring those winds, and tonight is the most dangerous night of all. Dallas.
That's right, David. And we're moving into a situation where after midnight tonight through early tomorrow morning, I am anticipating another very strong surge of Santa Ana winds. Tonight, when you look at the wind profile here, it's impressive. Winds of 36 to 55 mile per hour gusts still being reported, especially in those canyon areas. That's where the strongest winds are blowing tonight. There's Pasadena. We've had wind gusts in some of the remote weather stations that we look at as meteorologists, and some of those have been up to 69, 70 miles per hour. As we go down into the OC, very strong winds are blowing through the canyon passes in Santa Ana and all the way down to the coast. You can see San Clemente still getting some wind gusts tonight. And of course, all of our friends in the IE. Fortunately, we have not seen any fires started down in that area. This fire today was started about 22 minutes after 10 o'clock in a canyon just above the area where the most of the fire has been today. And then here's the Altadena shot. So again, this fire was started just above these communities in Altadena, up there in the foothills just above the city there. You can see that we're zooming in on those areas where some of these homes, unfortunately, are burning tonight. And the winds, of course, are so strong they can blow those embers over some houses into others. So anyone who is north of the 210 freeway tonight, I would advise you to be ready to move out just in case, because I do not anticipate the winds backing down very much. There is a time when that's going to happen, and I believe that will be late morning tomorrow, where we'll see the winds back down a little bit, shift a little bit more to the east. This forecast here shows the wind still quite strong down at PV. I'm not sure I really believe this computer model that much with winds of 36 to 45 miles per hour at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's hope that model is wrong. I don't agree with that one. However, with the Altadena one, I do agree with. I think we'll see another burst of powerful Santa Ana winds all the way through just around sunrise. And then at that point, the winds will back down. And that's what we want, so we can fly the helicopters that can get in there and make those drops. Santa Monica today had wind gusts of 55. Now, these are official reports. If you get up in some of those canyons, you can get wind gusts higher than that, easily 75. I did see 87 mile per hour wind gusts today up at Magic Mountain, Burbank, 71. Wow, that's amazing. That center of that low pressure tonight is exactly where I thought it would be. It's spinning around. This is the Sea of Cortez. Here is Los Angeles. We're still under the influence of these powerful northeast winds feeding into the center of this low. But guess what? This low is going to move on out to the east. And when that happens tomorrow afternoon, we'll see the winds really back down. Here's a model forecast showing some of the winds through tonight. We know that already. And then once we get in tomorrow morning, they're still coming through those canyon passes. Really, really powerful winds. But as we move into the late morning, watch everything just really change dramatically. We get into 11 o'clock tomorrow night. This time tomorrow night, the red flags will still be flying more than likely, but I think our winds will be way down. Red flags through to Thursday, and then cooling weather is coming Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The next chance of Santa Ana winds will be Tuesday of next week. That's on my 7-day. And I think this one will be of moderate intensity. But we're going to have to watch it really carefully because we could see red flags flying again at the end of the 7-day forecast. All right. Look at those cold temperatures in the valleys, too. Coming up over the weekend, we'll be down in the mid to upper 30s in many valley locations. At the beaches tomorrow, fire danger still high above Malibu as powerful winds blow. They'll start backing off in the afternoon. Red flag's going to stay with us until Thursday. 69 degrees down on the coastline on Thursday. Then a big cool down as we head toward the weekend. In the mountain areas, I hope you had a chance to see that snow in Big Bear today. It was beautiful to see. Light snow showers are still possible. Very cold at Big Bear, 39, dropping to 13 Saturday night. Now to the deserts, gusty winds in the forecast, 58, 60, 65 on Friday, and the weekend forecast there. Temperatures fairly mild. We'll be back up there running temperatures in the low 70s or so out in Palm Springs, 74, 69. So again, red flag warnings are still here. I expect more powerful winds overnight tonight.
All right. We sure could use an end to the red flags. Dallas, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us for a special edition of Eyewitness News at 11 o'clock. I'm Mark Brown with Colleen Sullivan. Our ongoing coverage of these two disastrous fires that are burning right now in Los Angeles County. Let's get more now from Eyewitness News reporter Michelle Fisher in Malibu.
Hi, Mark. All right. So right now we are at Pacific Coast Highway and Carbon Canyon outside of LA County Fire Station 70. I'm going to walk you through some process language to explain how we got down here from Pacific Palisades where we were earlier. So as you heard Jory mention, as our viewers heard Jory mentioned, LA Fire Department said that around 9 o'clock there were several burn victims that made their way to a local restaurant. We were getting word that that was possibly Duke's, which is on Pacific Coast Highway. A lot of people familiar with Duke's restaurant. So we made our way down to Duke's. We spoke with Ventura County Fire PIO Andy Van Skyver, who told us that those individuals were moved here to LA Fire Station 70. So we made our way down Pacific Coast Highway, and as we did, I mean, it was just really, really, really devastating to see many, many, many oceanfront properties completely burned out. We've heard the comparisons to Lahaina, and I can confirm that that is exactly what it looked like, just apocalyptic. And we did get some video of that we're hoping to get back to the station. Service a little bit spotty. But anyway, we made our way here to LA Fire Station 70. We were told that those victims were transported. Unfortunately, though, we could not get any confirmation on just how many and also the severity of their injuries. But as this fire goes into the night, people now, it appears, are being injured by falling debris and also by fire and burns, which is not a good case. In either case, we've made our way down to Malibu now, and there are many people now that are outside that don't have power, that are along Pacific Coast Highway, kind of looking in the direction of Pacific Palisades, preparing for what their next moves could be if the fire reaches them. Of course, they dealt with this situation last month. We spoke with one individual who explained to us what his night is looking like tonight.
Sure. So last night I got the wind advisory for like 80 to 100 mile per hour life-threatening alert last night. So whenever I get a wind alert now, I know there's probably going to be a fire. So what's going on right now is I live up by Zuma Beach, and I have no power or internet. So what we do in Malibu is we just kind of, sorry about that. So what happened was I left and went over the hill just to get internet, came back. Before I go to sleep, I drove down here just to see how far the fire came so I know how to prepare.
Okay, what are you doing to prepare?
I just grabbed photo albums, that kind of stuff, anything important, maybe just some clothes, to prepare. I have my car packed. I have a bug out bag as well. When I was up there on the driving down the hill, I could see further back, and it just looked like a cigarette. When you take a cigarette and you start sucking on it, and you could see the end start lighting up more. That's what the Palisades looks like from here. It just looks like, crazy.
And not just the Palisades, but also portions of Malibu, as my photographer Tommy Harris and I can certainly explain. Just driving through that area, it was really heartbreaking and devastating to see. We've spoken about how Air 7 has been grounded due to the conditions out there. And when Air 7 does eventually get up and over this fire area from the Palisades fire, you will certainly see some devastating images, unfortunately, that we've gotten to see firsthand, up close and personal here tonight. Really a scary situation. And as you've heard many times tonight, just a remarkable job by firefighters who are working around the clock to try to get this fire under control tonight under some really tough and windy conditions. So that's the latest here in Malibu. I'll go ahead and send it back to you in the studio, Mark.
Michelle, thank you very much for that live report. You know, that is, again, you know, we've been so thankful that nobody has been hurt during these fires. Now we're finding out there are some people who have been injured. We do not know how many people. We do not know the severity of their injuries. And we have some unfortunate news to report, and that is that there's another brush fire to tell you about. The LA City Fire Department putting out this information just a few minutes ago. That about 50 acres, this fire is north of the 210 freeway. There's an immediate evacuation order from Roxford to the Interstate 514 freeway split. This is a fire that just started above Sylmar and is burning in a southern direction. The LA City Fire Department now responding to that. Sylmar, a part of Los Angeles. And you can imagine now the resources from the various departments being stretched to the limit right now. That's why they put out that request hours ago for all off-duty LA City fire personnel to report for duty if possible, because they are desperately needed at this point. Another fire is broken out, this one near Sylmar. An immediate evacuation order has already been placed for the area north of the 210 freeway from Roxford to the Interstate 514 freeway split. A very large response from the LA City Fire Department is dealing with this fire that has broken out near Sylmar. We don't have a name for that fire yet, but that's another one now that we're going to keep an eye on. And you're looking at live pictures from one of our stationary cameras. It's hard to see from where we are, but the estimate is that it is somewhere around 50 acres. Right. And Mark, you can see just by a little bit of that little sparking, those embers have obviously traveled. Again, you can see the wind event that is happening this evening. Again, we have been talking about it. We're seeing a lot of school closures. A lot of companies are asking people to work from home, but you can see, just take a look right there. All Santa Monica and Malibu schools, they are closed due to the winds and the fires. We know Pasadena Unified Schools, they called it. Arcadia Unified Schools, they called for the closures, and Glendale Unified Schools also called for the closures. And I know specifically with Glendale, they also talked about daycare centers. So if you have children and you need to have a place for them to be watched tomorrow, make sure and call ahead or go to their website to see if those facilities are open, because I think a lot of families are going to be impacted by this, all these closures that are taking place all throughout our area. It is a difficult night we are going through, and it's going to get worse, believe it or not. The winds are going to pick up in the overnight hours. Dallas has been talking about this for about 24 hours now. He has given us the warning that somewhere between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. this tomorrow morning is when the winds are going to be at their very worst. They're going to be at their fiercest and strongest, and they've been fierce and strong all day. Gusts up to 80 miles an hour, 85 miles an hour in Eaton Canyon, with sustained winds in the 20s and 30 miles an hour. It has been relentless. These fires are marching through neighborhoods with very little or nothing to stop them. No doubt about it. And, you know, we were watching Jory Rand's live shot just moments ago saying that he was watching certain areas near him, and he was saying that he saw this flag. He thought he was going to sort of keep an eye on it to give a barometer of how strong these winds have been this evening. So, again, we're keeping an eye on all the different winds that are blowing and how they are affecting all of our reporters who are out, fanned across the area. They are doing a tremendous job keeping all of us informed for the neighborhoods that are impacted. And again, we're seeing more fires happening the later this evening goes. So it is very sobering to know that there's going to be even stronger winds heading our way.
And with every burned structure, with every neighborhood evacuated, there are human stories and human beings who are affected by all of that. We have Carol Sproka. Can you hear us, Carol? Carol, you're on the air with us now. Can you hear us okay?
I don't hear them.
Hi, Carol. What's your situation right now? What have you had to evacuate? What have you been up to?
Yeah, earlier we went up there because it was a volunteer evacuate. So we went to get our in-laws who live up the street. And the fire was like literally right there.
And how did you get, were you able to get them out, and how did you do that?
Yeah, we got them out and we got their important things. And now they're down the street here at our condo, and we came back to see if we could come get more stuff for them because they're nervous, but we can't get up the street.
Right, so are you in a warning area right now, or are you in a mandatory area where you are, where your in-laws have been brought?
Oh, they're just at our condo waiting for us to come home.
Uh-huh. And are you concerned at all that you might have to end up leaving your home because of your proximity to the evacuation area?
At this point, no. I think we're okay.
And how are they doing?
We're only 4 miles from the fire.
Right. It must be unnerving. It must be very difficult for you to deal with this. How are you coping?
Oh, we're scared. I mean, I don't want them to lose their house. They have everything there their whole life. But at least they're going to be okay with us.
Uh-huh. How long have they lived there?
Oh, since 1976.
Wow. Wow. That is a long time. They have probably seen some fires off and on over the years. Have they ever had to evacuate before?
Yeah, yes, we had to evacuate. I think it was in the 90s, late 90s.
Mm-hmm. And how old are
early 90s.
Yeah, how old are your in-laws? How are they dealing with the stress of all of this?
They're very stressed out. They were panicking. They're in their 90s and 80s.
Okay, but you were
They've
able.
been married 66 years.
Yeah, that's incredible. Well, we wish them the best. We hope they do okay and that their home is okay. We're going to check back and try to find out as much as we can about the neighborhood where they are from, and if we can give you an update along with our viewers, we will certainly let you know if anything goes on in that neighborhood or if there's good news to share with you.
Thank you. I'd love to know because we just left and it was so close.
Yeah. All right, Carol Sproka, thank you very much for joining us, and best of luck to you and your family.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to be heading out to Eyewitness News reporter Jory Rand. Jory, I was talking just a moment ago about the strong winds and about how you specifically were talking about a flag, the bushes, just kind of seeing everything, just the winds taking everything down.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard you mention that flagpole. And it is still standing, although when the wind picks up, it's a metal flagpole, probably about 25 feet in the air, and it gets a good 10, 12 degree of angle that it is pushing this metal flagpole, and it is still standing. We'll see when the wind picks back up whether that will still be the case at the end of the night, but the wind continues its push on some of these flames, and it looks like we've lost another house. We'll let these emergency vehicles go by, and you see over there, we've been keeping an eye on a structure right there. It had been holding on for a couple hours, and it seemed like it was very close to the flames, and it now has been lost. So that is more than half a dozen homes just in this small stretch above Sunset Boulevard where we are located that have now been lost to the Palisades fire, and that number is likely only to grow. There is no firefight right now in our location. This is the eastern flank of the Palisades fire, and the smoke has begun to close in on our location a little bit. It had been holding steady, blowing from right to left across your screen, that is north to south. That's pretty much what we expect with a Santa Ana wind event like this down towards the Pacific Ocean, but we are still somehow getting wind gusts directly towards us. It is blowing to the east as well. So we're looking at simultaneous wind gusts in two separate directions. it's kind of a signature of what we've been seeing here in the terms of the unpredictability of which direction the wind is blowing, when it will gust, and when it will sit down. It has been a steady, heavy wind for the last hour or hour and a half, where before it would settle down and we'd have these really heavy bursts come through. Now it is really steady, strong winds, and then we will still have those strong bursts making its way through. And now the flames just leaping from that structure that is it's looking to be yet another total loss. And again, in our last report we showed you, we took a drive down Sunset Boulevard right towards that home. So that is up the hill from Sunset Boulevard up towards Will Rogers State Park as another ambulance makes it through. This is from LAFD. A lot of jurisdictions in this firefight, and they are heading west towards this fire. Again, we're at Amalfi Drive and Sunset Boulevard. We thought by this time that we would be talking about homes being lost on Amalfi, but the progress of the fire, at least at this location, seems to have stalled and held pretty much on the other side of a canyon that we are directly in front of. So between where we are and where those active flames are, there is a canyon. It dips down there. We've walked down a couple times throughout the evening to just see whether the homes down in that valley were able to survive, and so far they have. We're going to head down there in a little bit before 11 o'clock just to see what the status is, whether those homes down there are still intact, because we can't see them here from our vantage point. But we do see up on that ridge line that several more homes have gone. And this is another LA City ambulance making its way through. Emergency personnel are on the move in both directions. We've seen that throughout the night. We've seen what we believe to be a shift change when we saw about a dozen LAFD units head out. A few minutes later, we saw another dozen head the other way with their lights and sirens on as they're making their way back towards the firefight. But we have been camped here for about 5 hours. When we got here at around 5:30, this area was generally clear, and we felt like we were pretty far from the fire. In fact, we saw in the distance at the top of that ridgeline, behind where those flames are right now, it had just crested that hillside, and we figured it would take a long time for it to go down the hill, but it marched on pretty quickly. It was a rapid descent down that hillside to where those homes are, and that seems to be where it has stalled for the last couple of hours, and that is good news for the residents here on Amalfi. I've gotten a message on social media from someone who says his family lives up on the north side of Sunset on Amalfi and asked us how they're doing, and I said it's good news. It seems the progress seems to have stalled. The only concern that I can think of is that in that wildland above this area, it could creep around the top and make its way down. That doesn't seem to be what is happening right now, but I can see way up on the hills in the kind of a northwest direction, there are some flames up there as well. So we'll continue to monitor things here, but add another one to the list of homes that have gone and families that will be returning home whenever, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, to find that there is nothing left, guys.
Wow. Just a tragedy unfolding really across big swaths of Southern California right now. Jory Rand, part of our team covering the unfolding disaster in Pacific Palisades and Malibu and areas around there. Michelle Fisher has been there all evening as well. Michelle, what's the latest from your vantage point?
All right, well, we're along Pacific Coast Highway in Carbon Canyon. We're outside of LA County Fire Station 70. And right now it seems like people that are on this end of Malibu are getting prepared. We've seen just how quickly conditions can deteriorate and how quickly the fire can move in this direction and threaten homes here. If you look behind me here over the fire line here, over this tree line here, excuse me, you can see what looks like some smoke and some glowing flames that we would imagine might be on the other side of that tree. And that's what people in this area that we've been speaking with are worried about. There are at least a dozen or so cars that I'm seeing parked along Pacific Coast Highway right now, people getting out of their vehicles, looking toward Pacific Palisades, seeing that glowing orange in the night sky and thinking to themselves, okay, what are we gonna do when we have to possibly evacuate? Also, I'm gonna have my photographer go ahead and pan over so you can see the road blockage here. You see a Los Angeles County fire truck making its way through. But this road blockage here means that people cannot go toward Pacific Palisades from this part of Malibu. They have to actually go up Carbon Canyon. We're seeing them being sent that way right now as they try to evacuate, some of them possibly evacuating early and trying to be proactive. Other people that we've spoken to tonight say they're just going to take a look at the conditions right now, go home, pack a bag, and then try to get some sleep. But as you can imagine, kind of difficult to get sleep in conditions like this, because many people, as they have shared tonight, they leave their home thinking one thing, that this might just be an evacuation, and they are hearing in real time on our air that their homes have been destroyed. So people don't want that to be their circumstance tonight. I believe we have some sound with a gentleman that we spoke with just a few moments ago. He was walking us through what he plans to do for the evening.
Sure. So last night I got the wind advisory for like 80 to 100 mile per hour life-threatening alert last night. So whenever I get a wind alert now, I know there's probably going to be a fire. So what's going on right now is I live up by Zuma Beach, and I have no power or internet. So what we do in Malibu is we just kind of, sorry about that. So what happened was I left and went over the hill just to get internet, came back. Before I go to sleep, I drove down here just to see how far the fire came, so I know how to prepare.
Okay, what are you doing to prepare?
I just grabbed the photo albums, that kind of stuff, anything important, maybe just some clothes, to prepare. I have my car packed. I have a bug out bag as well. When I was up there on the driving down the hill, I could see further back, and it just looked like a cigarette. When you take a cigarette and you start sucking on it, and you could see the end start lighting up more. That's what the Palisades looks like from here. It just looks like, crazy.
And so the LA County Fire Department shared with us a quick evacuation checklist. I remember actually this was for the Franklin fire that they gave me these tips. And I want to share them with people because many more people tonight into the early morning may have to evacuate their homes. So if you are listening to this and maybe you're thinking you should pack a bag, these are some quick items that you want to think about. And there are 6 Ps. So it's people and pets, also papers and important documents, your prescription drugs, also pictures, personal computers and electronics, and also plastic. That means your credit cards and cash. So just something that everyone should be aware of as we're seeing the fire not only here but in other parts of Los Angeles County and Southern California. It is a real reality with these winds that more people might have to evacuate very quickly. That is the latest now here in Malibu. I'll go ahead and send it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Michelle Fisher, thank you. Reporting live from Malibu. It has been a long and difficult night and will continue to be for all of us and pretty much everybody in these evacuation areas as well.
Absolutely. We're talking about a new fire that we've been following this evening. The Los Angeles City Fire Department, they are issuing an evacuation order for the Sylmar fire. So they're asking people in the area north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street to the 514 freeway split. You need to evacuate now due to a rapidly moving wildfire. So they're saying pack all your people and pets into your vehicle, leave the area immediately. And if you are not in this mandatory evacuation zone, stay off the roads, allow for first responders and evacuees to move more quickly. And again, this is happening in the hills above Sylmar, and you can see right there. And Mark, we saw this just minutes ago, and this fire is growing.
It's growing. It's bigger than when we checked on it a few minutes ago. At last acreage report, the first acreage report we got was somewhere around 50 acres. It's got to be bigger than that now. This is also an area, a lot of people have horse properties up there, so there's going to be the added complication of people having to move their large animals out of there. If we get in word on where you can take your large animals, your livestock, we will certainly put that information out. But again, if you're in that area that Colleen mentioned, you have to get out now and do it for your own safety. You have been seeing what has been happening in neighborhoods from Pacific Palisades to Eaton Canyon, and it is not pretty, and people have been getting injured. You should get out now if you're in that mandatory evacuation area.
All right, well, we're going to go over to Chief Meteorologist Dallas Raines. Dallas, you've been preparing all of us for this wind event.
Yes.
And when we are in starting the thick of it, really.
Yes, we have more powerful winds tonight through early tomorrow morning, Colleen and Mark and folks at home. So it's not over and will not be over really until tomorrow afternoon. And even at that time, we're going to keep the red flags going. I do anticipate that perhaps by around lunchtime, late morning, early afternoon, afternoon, we'll be able to fly some of the smaller helicopters, which will help us out tremendously. Here's a close-in view of some of the fires that we're talking about, the Altadena fire, and then another fire has just been started, I guess, around the Sylmar area. We talked about that for just a few minutes there, too. The winds through that area are blowing quite hard at about 30 to 40 miles per hour with occasional gusts. And when you look at our fire here, you can see that the embers are flown. They can fly for great distances, 300, 400, 500 meters into the atmosphere, and that, of course, is blowing from the north, northeast to the southwest. Now let's take a look then at that situation in Altadena. We had reported some winds, remote winds, up to 85 mile per hour gusts, and so that area will still be hit through early tomorrow morning, and then hopefully a little bit better conditions will come our way as we get into the afternoon hours. But this offshore event, even though the winds will go down, the red flag remains in effect all the way through Thursday because the temperatures will warm up. The air will actually get a little drier, even though the wind velocities come down. We're watching that carefully for you. Here's another shot as we head into the Malibu Hills, and you will notice that all of your winds are below canyon passes. So anyone who lives, any of us who live in the canyons, you are susceptible to these powerful winds coming out of the north-northeast during a strong Santa Ana wind event. And down in Orange County, they get them too, coming through the Santa Ana mountains. That's what the Santa Ana winds were named for, because of the winds in Santa Ana can be very strong. However, it's better to call them the Santana winds because those are the devil winds, and they blow all across Southern California, not just in Santa Ana and central Orange County. Winds should be tapering off a little bit tomorrow in the Palisades by lunchtime or so, but it's still strong enough to be a real problem there. As we look out down into the valley now, this is the wind profile for Altadena. Very strong winds through early tomorrow morning, and then a fairly sharp drop off after noon tomorrow. At that time, as I mentioned, hopefully we'll be able to get some of the choppers up and help out. Chino, today, Santa Monica, all of these wind velocities recorded. San Bernardino 55. I did 66 out at Cal State Northridge, not Northridge, but Cal State San Bernardino. Their weather station was 66 miles per hour. So what happened? Well, we've been talking about this for actually about 10 days, that this powerful low pressure would form out here. It's over the Sea of Cortez tonight, southeast of San Diego. It's going to move very slowly tonight and tomorrow, but eventually by tomorrow up to Cortez tonight, southeast of San Diego. It's going to move very slowly tonight and tomorrow, but eventually by tomorrow afternoon, that pressure gradient will weaken. The cold air advection from 20,000 feet will back down, and we'll see a relief from this situation, thank goodness. Here's a quick look at wind velocities that I'm forecasting, and again, really strong through these canyons, no break at all, 7:05 in the morning, and then as we get late morning, we start to shrink that a little bit, and by late tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, this event will be over with as far as the powerful winds go, thank goodness. Here's 7-day, red flags tomorrow, of course, and then again on Thursday, winds backing down. You can see my forecast velocities through the canyons down to 25 on Thursday. And then it turns a little bit cooler for the weekend. We have another front coming in. It won't have any winds with it of any significance, maybe some night wind Sunday night. But there is another event that I'm looking at very carefully tonight for day 7. That would be next Tuesday. That event could be a moderate to maybe even strong. Red flag warnings, I'm sure, will be issued at day 7. But right now, we're worried about what's going on now. 72, 75, a big 77 on Friday as the winds back down, sunny and warm, then a cool down for the weekend in the valleys. Going to be cold at night, too, down to 35, 36, 37. Areas like Westlake Village and Woodland Hills, 38, maybe as cold as 38 at Burbank. Here's the forecast for the beaches for tomorrow. We have fire danger continues out there, 69 on Thursday. There'll be plenty of sunshine at the beaches tomorrow, plenty of sunshine on Thursday, and through the weekend it will be cooler there. Now here's our last, not our last forecast, but our mountain forecast. Snow fell today at Big Bear and more light snow showers. Look how cold it is up there, 39 degrees, dropping to 13 Friday night and 20 degrees Saturday night, 18 on Sunday night. So really cold cold at Big Bear, especially during the evening hours. Now in the deserts, gusty winds are still in the forecast, 58-60. Red flags out there. No fires have been started, thank goodness. And then on Saturday and Sunday, still breezy in the desert. Palm Springs 69 and 74 on Sunday. High desert 64, 62. Another burst of strong Santa Ana winds are expected overnight tonight through tomorrow morning, as you could see out of my forecast.
All right, Dallas Rains, thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
My husband saw it was maybe 5 feet high, and then the gusts came and it just blew up.
The smoke just got really bad, so I just started packing up all of our stuff and we got in the car to go. And then all the cars were abandoned, so I had nowhere to go, so I just had to get out of my car and start walking. The smoke is so bad.
Breaking right now, a firestorm across Southern California. 2 major wildfires burning right now, fueled by hurricane-strength gusts of wind.
The first fire breaking out a little more than 12 hours ago in Pacific Palisades. Roughly 3,000 acres have burned so far, the fire forcing thousands of people from their homes and multiple structures.
Then tonight, another brush fire. It broke out in the Eaton Canyon area. It has exploded in size, forcing mandatory evacuations in the Altadena area. Our crews on scene have seen structures burning here as well.
And here's a map showing where the 2 fires are burning right now. Several communities across our area getting impacted from the Palisades fire and Eaton fire, burning more than 400 acres in the Altadena area.
We are also reporting 2 new fires that have erupted just tonight, just within the last hour. This one in Sylmar. Evacuation orders are in now for people in the area north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street to the 514 freeway split. They say people need to evacuate this area immediately because of that rapidly moving wildfire. Chris Christie joining us live now on the phone with what he is seeing. Chris. Chris, you there?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, got you, Chris. Go ahead.
Hey, Mark. I'm at Foothill and Yarnell, just off of the 210 freeway. This is a movie we have seen before. This is the Saddle Ridge fire all over again. The mountains above Saddle Ridge and Yarnell Street are lighting up the night sky, and the visibility down here is as if it was just a foggy day because of the smoke. It's very hard to see, but each and every intersection is gridlocked with people trying to evacuate right now. There are Angeles National Forest crews trying to make their way up there. They're not going to be very effective in trying to reach the fire itself, but there are crews, strike teams, at least being dispatched to engage in some kind of structure protection. The main body of fire, though, is hundreds of feet above this neighborhood, with winds blowing at least 40 to 50 miles per hour, and that is why they have issued that evacuation order for residents north of the 210 freeway. But I have to tell you, if history is any indicator, this certainly has potential. If things continue the way they are and the way it's predicted, this certainly has potential to start jumping major freeways like the 210 freeway. So I would say that anybody in this part of the San Fernando Valley, across Sylmar, in the foothills here, if you are anywhere near here, it is time to heed the warnings and start getting ready to leave, because I see that evacuation only growing at the rate this fire is spreading.
Absolutely, Chris. Thank you very much for that live report. We're also learning about a new fire along the 5 freeway in Sun Valley. Crews say the fire sparked just before 9 o'clock tonight at a home, then quickly spread because of the ferocious winds. Crews, they're asking for a partial closure of the 5 freeway right now, and we have been covering the Eaton fire all evening. Leanne Suter, she is live right now with more on the destruction there. Leanne.
Yeah, Colleen, we've moved up to an area of Pasadena known as Kinaloa Mesa, and there is a church here fully engulfed in flames. It is a very large church. According to the map here, is an Expressions Church. We have just seen this thing explode in flames in the last couple of minutes. LA County Fire is up here helping out with Pasadena fires. They try to get this under control, but the winds up here really are just whipping through this area. And I have to tell you, at times when that happens, we have seen embers the size of your hand. They have been huge embers blowing off of this church and flying up into the air. And I mean, it's been astounding, honestly, to see just how large those embers have been and how far they can fly. that is why the crews are up here. Obviously, they're trying to keep somewhat of a containment on this fire. This church on fire is directly across from the High Point Academy, and at this point, nothing has happened to the school. That is safe. The crews are here for structure protection for that, but they are keeping a very close eye on this church, completely lost. The front of the building says Church of Christ, but I know when you look on the map, it says it is Expressions Church. It is a new church. The entire building is gone. There's going to be nothing left here. I spoke with one firefighter who says up here on Kinaloa, they believe that at least one other structure has been lost in this area. But right now, the firefight on this street, at least, is on this church, this massive church. And as you guys can see, I'm waiting. Can you see some of these really large? Duncan's going to kind of show them every once in a while. You can see these big embers. I mean, they really are huge pieces of ember that fly up into the air. On the other buildings that we've seen burning, I was saying it was raining embers. They were much smaller. These pieces are just giant that have been burning. And I don't know if we can make it out as Duncan comes around back over here. I'm going to show you. We're kind of up on a hill. So the way that we're kind of up above Eaton Canyon, and if we look out in the distance, we can now see a whole bunch of homes and other parts now burning south of New York Drive, up on the ridge there, kind of above a wash area. We can see so much on fire now up above there, so you can see that it continues to be pushed that way. I'm hearing all kinds of explosions and stuff from this church. This is just another prime example.
All right, looks like we have lost Leanne's audio connection, but you are getting a sense now that church that is being destroyed as we speak. It looks like some firefighters are just arriving on scene, putting some water on it, but it may in fact be too late. And you see all the embers that are flying from that structure going downwind and posing a great danger to the structures downwind from that church. We're going to check in with, do we have her back? All right, Leanne, can you hear us?
Yep, we're back. Sorry, I had some technical difficulty. I will say this has been an interesting challenge up here on the hill because, as you can see, the firefighters, they've been dousing or trying to put some water on this fire, but with the wind, it's literally just been blowing it kind of back onto us here. So again, we're getting some really strong gusts up here, and that is what.
All right. We're going to try to reestablish a signal with Leanne Suter's crew. In the meantime, Sophie Flay nearby, or has been for much of the evening, in the Eaton Canyon area. Sophie, another situation where another structure, another home being lost behind you.
Yeah, Mark, take a look at this. The flames moving so fast on this home on Altadena. We are on Altadena between two main roads, Washington and New York, just to give you some context of where we are. And take a look at the house next door, right next door. I mean, you can't even really call it a house. It's completely gone, covered in flames, completely engulfed in flames. It is so dark and smoky out here. The wind is moving this fire so fast. And this is what a lot of this area looks like. Home after home claimed by flames. Just a few houses down from us. I want to say there's two houses down from the shot that we're on right now, and then right next to it is the Pasadena Jewish Center and Temple. I'm told that there is also a Jewish school in that building as well. We saw that, just about 30 minutes ago, the roof of that building totally gone, collapsed within minutes. And just, down the street from there on Washington, we saw about 96 people in a nursing home, an assisted living home, Terrace Park. They were evacuated. People coming down in wheelchairs, people being evacuated in rolling beds. They were taken to Los Feliz. That is where they were evacuated. We spoke to a woman who came over to help her mother. It was a really tough night for her. She lives in Arcadia. It took her a while because her power was going in and out to really understand what was going on in that assisted living home. And of course, so many obstacles, trying to get people in wheelchairs downstairs, trying to get people in rolling beds downstairs and safely evacuated out of here because this happened so fast. Again, we are obviously in a mandatory evacuation area, and there is an evacuation center at the Pasadena Civic Center We also saw some MTA buses here, and 3 of them actually on this street on Altadena just moments ago. They were looking to help evacuate people. You know, if you are still in the area, which you should not be, and you need to get out, keep an eye out for them, because they are ready to take you out of here, because you should be out of here. This is what your home could look like.
Those are absolutely devastating images right now. And Sophie, you are right. If people are still trying to decide if they need to evacuate, I don't think they need to decide. Just get out, get ready to go, because, again, they hinder the firefighters' response time to fight these fires when they have to worry about people inside. Thank you so much for that live report. You know, again, we've been covering the Palisades fire as well all evening long. We know it started nearly 12 hours ago. We know Jory Rand, he's there. He's been covering this. Jory, let's take a look at your vantage point.
Yeah, so we are at this location at Amalfi and Sunset because throughout the afternoon and into the evening, the fire was pushing us east. We would find a location, set up, see the flames, the smoke would encroach upon us, visibility went down to 0. We couldn't tell how far the flames were from us, so we kept going east. One of those locations was on Chautauqua Boulevard. We saw at the top of Chautauqua there is a reservoir that butts up against the wildland in Will Rogers State Park. We saw open flames up there, and residents were telling us they thought their homes would be gone by the end of the night as it slowly made its way down. What we have discovered is that the homes we're looking at right in the distance are on Chautauqua Boulevard. That one that just popped up within the last half an hour caught flame and is now fully engulfed is on Chautauqua. And we have some video that we took earlier of more than a half a dozen other homes on Chautauqua that have been lost, fully engulfed. That fire did make it down from the top of the boulevard. It made its way down along that wild space in Rustic Creek, and we have seen those homes be lost. It is a long string of homes, and unfortunately they are now gone. Now, Rustic Creek is a bit of a canyon, a little valley between where we are seeing those homes on fire and our position right now. The LAPD and the LAFD thought by this hour it would have transgressed across Rustic Creek, transversed it, and made it up to these homes here where we are. That has not happened. Its progress has stalled a bit as it makes its way down Chautauqua to the south, but we have not seen that eastern progress that we thought would be the case. Now, once things kind of settled down here and we realized that these homes were safe, we went for a drive to see how things looked down on Sunset Boulevard. That takes us down into Rustic Creek and then back up on the other side. We have some video of that drive that we tried to make it down west on Sunset. And there were some hazards throughout the entire time we were on that roadway. Tree branches had been coming down the hill and had piled up across much of the roadway. In fact, where we stand now, we see a couple fire engines making through. They're going to have to make it through that debris field in the middle of Sunset Boulevard. There is also open flame right up against the roadway on Sunset. That's 2 reasons why they shut this roadway down. It is a very dangerous trip. These engines and LAPD cruisers and ambulances have had to make this trip over and over again as they go to and from the fire lines, and they've had to make it through a very dangerous, treacherous conditions as they've made that trek. Right up against the roadway, you can feel the heat come through your window when you're that close to it. And that was a couple hours ago. We're not sure exactly what the conditions are there now, but we do see in the distance more homes that is up on Chautauqua have now been lost. We have made it down south on Amalfi. We have made it up north on Amalfi. As of this hour, things remain calm other than the wind itself and the danger of trees and branches coming down on homes. But the fire danger at this hour, it remains, but these homes remain intact. We have not seen it make its way down into the canyon and back up on the other side. Now, there is some orange glow and some smoke coming from the north. It could have gone up and around into the Riviera neighborhood and made its way down that way, but we cannot see. The smoke is just too thick even to see any potential orange glow in that neighborhood. We are about 3 blocks west-northwest of Riviera Country Club. That seems safe. On the far side of that, it leads down into Santa Monica and San Vicente Boulevard. We saw evacuation orders in Santa Monica at San Vicente North. That is our direction up, which makes sense when they thought that this was in imminent danger of going. And we saw other evacuation warnings from San Vicente over to Montana in the city of Santa Monica. So a wide swath of area here is now under evacuation warnings. And we did speak to a sergeant here with the LAPD at the time when we thought that wall of flames was headed our way. And they made announcements through this neighborhood to evacuate and make your way east to the 405. That's about 4 miles to our east. But that sergeant said if he had his way, he would have everyone in this area leave tonight, get out, get to safety all the way to the 405. He wants to see that area clear and safe. If you have not left and you're in that area, get your stuff together, because even as we stand here now and these homes remain intact, things could change very quickly. The winds are swirling, they are strong, and they are at my back, which means some of those gusts are pushing very strongly to the east. It's the opposite direction of where we would expect to see the wind gusts going in a Santa Ana wind event, blowing west and south down towards the Pacific Ocean. It is a steady wind to the east that hopefully does not carry any embers or flames any further. But right now, we can see several homes, more than a half a dozen or a dozen or more on Chautauqua have been lost. There are some flames down in Rustic Creek, and there are a lot of homes down there that a lot of people are keeping an eye on. And up here at Amalfi and Sunset, things remain in decent condition other than the wind blowing and the potential damage that could cause, guys.
Yeah, Jory, in a typical wildland fire like this, you would see structure protection. You see firefighters stationing themselves outside homes that are in danger and prepared to tackle any flames that come. Have you seen any hint of that? Do they have the kind of resources where they can do that sort of structure protection that you've seen?
We have not seen it. We have seen some engines from LAFD and other jurisdictions make their way through here towards the fire, but as far as firefights, we have not seen a single instance of it. In fact, when we were on Chautauqua, about 5 o'clock, the 4 to 5 o'clock hour, we were speaking with residents there who said they did not see a single engine come up their roadway, and they were understandably very upset. Earlier, we were a little further, even further west, with a woman who lived in an apartment building right off Temescal. And that's how we made our way up, off of PCH up Temescal. That's where you saw the high school burning earlier tonight. She said she didn't see anyone in our area. We saw a man desperate, pulled his car up, rolled his window down, and said, "You have to tell the fire department our apartments are burning. They're not doing anything." And all we could do was just tell them they're spread so thin, there's nothing that could be done. But from that point, from Temescal east, we have seen the personnel driving through. We have not seen any of those personnel in active firefight. And up until the sun went down, we did see a sporadic helicopter in the air. And as we know, the entire fleet has now been grounded. So as far as this area, the firefight is basically nil.
The community is going to have a lot of questions about this, Jory. Thank you very much. It is very frustrating, and it's especially when you see these devastating images from these fires. Jory, thank you very much for that live report.
And it's not like firefighters are sitting on their hands either. They are rushing from place to place. They are just overmatched by the immensity and the fierceness of the winds and the quickness of the spread and the dryness of the fuel. Dallas Rains, of course, this is a weather-driven, wind-driven event or series of events that we're watching.
That's right.
And it's going to get worse tonight, correct?
That's right, Mark. We have another burst of strong Santa Ana winds. I mean, it's still strong, but there will be one more. That will be between about 4 o'clock in the morning and around sunrise. And then we'll start to see that abate a little bit as we head into the late morning hours. Red flag warnings, though, are going to stay with us all the way through Thursday, because even though the winds will be less on Thursday, the humidity is going to be even drier, and there'll still be some winds coming through those canyons up to 25 miles per hour. But the strongest winds tonight through early tomorrow morning, as you can see that area there. We're going to zoom up to the fire that was started up in the Sylmar area. That was a couple of hours ago. That is also burning with winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour. They'll have gusts up to 60 early tomorrow morning. And of course, the fire in the Altadena area, same deal. Very strong winds come through these canyon passes. They're squeezed. And if you live in those canyons, you are susceptible to these powerful Santa Ana winds. As a matter of fact, when you look at the wind map, you can see the reds and kind of purple areas are all below canyon passes. And get down L.A., on down toward Carson, you don't have anything to worry about down there at all. But out there in those canyons, whether it's down in Orange County, we haven't seen any fires down there, thank goodness. And we have not seen any fires started out in the Riverside area of the IE all day long, and hopefully that will not happen as we head into tomorrow morning. So that's what we can all hope and pray for. Here's the view of the wind profile for the Palisades area. Still very strong overnight, averaging about 20 to 35 miles per hour, but occasional big gusts, and then it'll drop off, I think, certainly by afternoon tomorrow. And in the Altadena area, I think we'll see those winds drop off as we get into late to late morning and early afternoon hours. But still, this is a strong event. You can see our camera up there just shaking around up in the mountain areas. Here are some of the wind velocities. I did see an 87 reported earlier today during the time when the Magic Mountain area was receiving powerful winds through that area. 71 at Burbank Airport. The center of the low is tracking very slowly. As long as we have this low very close to this big high, that's why we have the Santa Ana winds. They've been blowing through these mountain passes for millions of years, and they will continue because this type of weather pattern, especially during a La Nina episode in the Pacific Ocean, we see a lot of offshore events. We talked about this 3 or 4 months ago where I was forecasting below normal rain this year after 2 years of heavy rain, and that we would see these powerful winds. Now notice as we get into the afternoon hours tomorrow, things start settling down a little bit, and then during the evening and by this time tomorrow night, I think this entire wind event will be over, so that's the good news there. Here's our 7-day red flags tomorrow and Thursday. Strongest winds between midnight tonight and about 7, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's mild, 73 downtown, cooler for the weekend. There is another event that I'm tracking at this moment that looks like we'll have another Santa Ana offshore wind event on Tuesday of next week. This one, at this time, I think will be moderate. I'm certainly hoping for that, but we're going to have to watch this very carefully as the strong La Nina type weather pattern climate system is setting up over Southern California. Red flags up there. It's cold air too coming down. Look at the overnight lows Friday and Saturday night in the valleys, anywhere between 35 like Woodland Hills and 38 degrees places like Burbank out toward Arcadia. At the beaches tomorrow, gusty winds, clear skies. Thursday, clear, and it's still windy out there tomorrow morning along the canyons of above the beaches. And then on Saturday and Sunday, some much cooler forecasts with highs only about 60 at Huntington Beach on Saturday afternoon. Mountains, we had some light snow today. I hope you had a chance to see that in the earlier broadcasts I had for you. Hard to believe, but that is the type of climate systems we have in Southern California. We have so much from deserts to alpine climates. They still have a chance of snow showers tomorrow. Not very much. 39 for a high. We're down in the teens for Big Bear Lake Thursday, Friday, and into Saturday. Here's forecast for the deserts. Red flags are blowing. No fires have been started out there. 58, 60, and Palm Springs running in the low 70s for the most part there. 75 on Thursday. Your weekend forecast in the high desert. Temperature is quite mild. 64, 62, down to 29 at night. So the red flags stay with us, and that's going to be the deal all the way through Thursday. But I do believe that the winds will start backing off late morning, early afternoon tomorrow.
That would be a welcome.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. A very restless evening, though, tonight,
yes,
Dallas. Thank you.
Very scary.
All right. Well, David Ono, you are following closely where these fires are located, and you're at the touchscreen.
Yeah, this will give you a decent idea of what we're dealing with when it comes to the immensity of these fires and the amount of people that are affected. So here are the 3 fires: the Eaton fire, the brand new Hearst fire, the Palisades fire. So let me zoom in first on this Palisades fire, and sorry about my back, but I want to get this correct and make sure it works properly. The fire started here and quickly spread down through the canyons. The evacuations went all the way through this community, all the way to Malibu over here. But the important part now, and you heard Jory report on it, and by the way, this is Palisades High School, which is also what burned recently. This evening we saw that burn, but look at all the homes affected by this. So let me pull this a little bit further out, and that is going into Santa Monica. You heard Jory Rand talk about San Vicente. That was when this evacuation order went all the way to San Vicente. Then they expanded it all the way to Montana. So let me show you as I pull out. This is Montana. Look at all the homes that are affected. This is just the Santa Monica area, the newest part of the evacuation for this fire in the Palisades. So an enormous amount of people, thousands of people affected by that evacuation. And keep in mind, we're dealing with hours more of this windstorm that's going to continue to push those flames all the way through this community. Let me pull out a little bit and bring you up to this fire up here. Hang on one second. The Eaton fire. I'm going to pull out. Sorry about doing all of this, but this is going to give you a better idea of what we're talking about. The Eaton fire started right here. It quickly spread into Altadena. All these homes right in here, and there's a tremendous amount. Then it burned down towards Pasadena. We saw evacuations going through all of these areas, and then the evacuations pushing all the way to Sierra Madre. And Sophie was just reporting from Sierra Madre, where she was in front of a home that was on fire. Look at all the houses in this community that are now in danger. And keep in mind, again, I'll emphasize the fact that these winds will push throughout the night for the next several hours, and these flames will continue to move. It is not static or staying stationary. Now, of large concern is this brand new fire. Let me pull out just right now. That is the Hearst fire. That just broke out about an hour and a half ago. Chris Christie was reporting from here. Look at the freeway. He's now reporting that the fire is burned to the freeway and could potentially be jumping over the freeway, but also there's a large likelihood that that freeway will be shut down as they continue to fight this fire that is growing tremendously and quickly. But as this fire grows, look how giant this community is. If it burns down into this area, nothing but homes down south of the freeway and then to the east of the freeway, right over here. So largely, as a whole, you can see here are the three fires again. Tremendous amount of homes, all affected from the Eaton fire, Hearst fire, Palisades fire. Thousands of people. If you are in any of these areas, you need to stay vigilant, continue to listen in on the warnings and the evacuations, because these winds will continue to push the fire. It is out of control and will continue to move. So be ready. Mark, Colleen, back to you.
All right, David Ono, thank you. An illustration, really, we talk about the urban-rural interface, the wildland interface with communities. You can be in the flatlands, you can be in a community that you believe is safe and insulated, not when the conditions are as they are. David, thank you for that. Niku Kazori is in the area of the Hearst fire. We talked about how this is horse country up there, a lot of people with their large animals that need to get out. Niku, looks like you have a case in point right there.
Absolutely, yeah. We just caught Kuko. He has his horse and they're evacuating. We saw them crossing the street. So we're trying to exactly figure out what their situation is. Kuko is on the phone right now, but you can see he does have his horse. They're trying to find shelter for...
All right, we've lost audio with Niku, but again, these are just the heartbreaking images that we see. Hopefully we will reestablish a connection with her, but we are seeing video and live images of an evacuation taking place. This is always one of those areas where we know we've seen large animals trying to be evacuated, and again, they don't always have a place to go, Mark, because of course every place is trying to establish new evacuation centers for these large animals as well.
As soon as we find out where those evacuation centers are, typically Pierce College is one of them in the Woodland Hills area. So we're going to find out if that's going to be available again in other communities. Let's go to Michelle Fisher. She has been in Malibu throughout the evening and covering this Palisades fire, which began more than 12 hours ago, and the devastation that has been wrought on that community is huge. The fire crossing all the way into PCH and beyond, burning all the way to the ocean at this point. Where are you? You're on PCH now, Michelle?
I'm on PCH. This is 20,700 block of Pacific Coast Highway. I'm going to just step out of the way so you can see what's burning behind me. 3 homes side by side, one of them actually collapsing right now as we speak. And just the intensity of the winds here, it is remarkable. As we were getting out of the news van, our tripod literally started blowing down the street. at a very rapid pace. I could barely even get the door open to step out of the vehicle, and that is what the conditions are like out here for fire crews who are battling these flames. I know we've been talking about how fire defense has been limited, and I think that's because so much of their attention right now is on trying to protect structures and get these fires out. These are homes. We know we've been focusing on the hillsides on one side of Pacific Coast Highway, but the homes that you're seeing burning in the distance here that are just fully engulfed right now, side by side by side, those are beachfront properties, multi-million-dollar homes that are just devastated. I think I mentioned in one of my earlier hits that a lot of comparisons have been to Lahaina in Hawaii, and this is the part of town that we were riding through that looks like that, apocalyptic, downed power lines just completely into the homes, completely in the streets, home after home after home burned side by side by side. Usually in some instances we've seen that there might be one home on fire, then a couple are not on fire, and then maybe another one is burning. But for whatever reason, on this side of Pacific Coast Highway, in this particular portion of Malibu, it has just been a stretch of dozens, I would say, of homes and properties that have been burned simultaneously and that have been burning for some time now. At least about an hour, so a really difficult situation for firefighters. The winds out here not making it any easier, and it's happening on both sides. I'm going to have my photographer actually pan up to the hillside here that's near where we're standing, and you can see it's burning there in the hillside. A property and a structure there that looks like some type of shed or outhouse. And it's those embers and those flames that you can see the embers kind of blowing in the night sky there. It's those embers that are flying off into the distance that so quickly then hit another property, and that is how we get conditions like homes just being completely engulfed. Beside this property, it looks like some type of condominium complex, multi-units there, and a portion of that property is burning right now as well. And then, as I've mentioned, on the other side of the street, there are those homes burning in the distance that just look like something out of a movie for the end of the world. I mean, just a really tough situation. As we've been covering this all night, I know all of the reporters on the ground have seen some pretty difficult images. I was telling my photographer as we drove through this part of town, I was like, wow, I think I'm going to get emotional and just kind of choked back tears. It's really hard to see just completely into some of these garages that are burning. You see kind of the outlines and silhouettes of various items and things that people have had in their garages, and you wonder what family lived there, what items are they leaving behind and coming back to nothing. So just a really difficult night out here for fire crews that are working incredibly hard. But that's the latest here on Pacific Coast Highway. Again, we're in Malibu, and I think I've been getting some notifications too on my phone that at least a portion of Malibu now might be under an evacuation warning or order. I'm not sure on that information, but conditions rapidly deteriorating in at least a certain part of Malibu right now. That's the latest live here. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
We're going to try to find out information about evacuation orders and get that cleared up for you. In the meantime, as we look over your right shoulder at the firefighting apparatus that is actually applying water to the structure next to it, looks like it. Are you seeing an effort here that looks like they're trying to maybe put that fire out, or is it merely just defensive? What can you tell from your vantage point? Oh, it doesn't look good.
It looks like it may be. Yeah, it looks like it may be defensive on that property. A little bit beyond that, on the other end of the street, further down, as we were making our way through, and my photographer Tommy and I were deciding where we were going to try to set up, there is another water hose a couple of houses down, because I mentioned to him that we probably weren't going to be able to set up at that end of those burning homes because of the water that was coming down. So there, you do see the fire hose and fire apparatus there closest to us, and then in the distance that we can't necessarily see, there is another hose as well. So I believe maybe there is a little bit of defensive stance that is being taken for the homes that haven't burned coming back toward this way. But as for the ones going that way, further away from us, many of those that you can't even see in the distance have also burned, and just kind of a complete loss for this entire block in the middle of Pacific Coast Highway here. It is really difficult. If we can get in the van and actually shoot some of those images safely and get them back to the studio, I think I've mentioned a couple times, service out here, not the best, but if there's a way for us to get those images back to you, we will, because it is just really, really, really difficult to see. But I know this is not the only place that these dramatic, really hard images are coming out of. A lot of homes tonight just completely burned to the ground, and it is heartbreaking.
All right, Michelle Fisher. It's a difficult thing for reporters to cover as well.
No kidding. It's hard to look at all these images and see all the devastation. You know, also somebody else who is certainly seeing her fair share of devastation tonight is Leanne Suter. Leanne, you are covering the Eaton fire tonight. It has been incredibly fast moving and very destructive.
Absolutely, Colleen and Mark, so destructive. We were just up at a church on fire. We've moved about a mile away on Washington Boulevard near Del Rey, and you can see behind me, this is a business complex. This is an Ulta Med, a medical center, absolutely engulfed in flames. At this point, no firefighters around. There's nothing they can do at this point. You can see the entire thing is burning. The building next to it also on fire. I believe that may be another care facility next door. That too is on fire. Again, there's just nothing anyone can do at this point, and it's what we've been seeing on repeat at all of these fires, at least in the fire in the Pacific Palisades and the Eaton fire here in Altadena. The damage and destruction is immense. We have seen so many homes. This is the first business that I personally have seen, a huge medical complex. I could see on the map, when you look it up on Google Maps, there were several other businesses operating kind of within this facility. The entire thing gone, so everything for everyone's livelihood that has been destroyed here. This is going to be burned to the ground. Absolutely nothing will be left because of this intense fire. And again, there are no crews here, and to no fault of their own, but there's just no way to save this building at this point. I'm sure they were here earlier and just couldn't do it. We saw crews down another side street that they were protecting homes and trying to save a whole row of homes. Again, with the embers blowing to the south in that direction, they were working on saving those. But this business absolutely gone. It's just such an eerie sight. And you can see, oh, there we go. Can you see that, Duncan, across the way, this building? All of a sudden, we see flames just shooting through kind of by the chimney area. You can see the flames. That building is about to erupt in a tremendous amount of fire and flame. Just heard a couple of pops coming from that building. So again, all of these, the buildings, the homes, everything inside of these structures are it's a highly flammable material. All of that insulation, all of the ceiling panels, all of the carpet that's often inside, the furniture, all of that stuff is so flammable, and firefighters often say that it can just go up in a matter of seconds. One little spark and then everything inside is engulfed in the flames, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And now we can really see the flames starting to build in the other building next door. So this section completely gone. This building business has been destroyed. And again, once those flames really destroy that two-story, looks like a two-story business next door. Once that happens, then you have a whole nother factor of the embers. And when those huge flames are coming up out of these businesses, it's just showering the area and the air with those hot embers that are then taking the fire, carrying it possibly to another location, as we've seen. So all along Washington, we're here near Del Rey. I can see off in the distance, there's another building. Duncan, can you pan off in the distance? Look down the street, you can see that there's another, make it out. It looks like there's another building on fire. I know that this stretch of Washington here has a lot of medical buildings along it. There is a McDonald's down closer on Washington near Altadena. I don't believe that's what's on fire now that we can see down the street, but I know that there are a lot of businesses, medical businesses and whatnot. So it appears there's another structure down there that is on fire. And then these two buildings here, I believe the larger one might be Two Palms Care Center, but this Ulta Med completely gone. We see firefighters driving by just to keep an eye on it, but as I said, nothing they can do at this point. We are just seeing this scene on repeat all across the area. It is absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, we just keep saying, there you go. You have a lot of the crews coming through. These are the authorities, police coming through, telling people to get out of the area because of the fire. There you go. So he's saying the mandatory evacuation is about to begin. I assume it has already happened for this area, just given the fact that it's happened. But we are seeing this street. We've seen a lot of traffic here, which makes me think they have not yet shut it down. And now they're trying to get people out. I am surprised by how many folks we see coming out to come and look at this. It is a really dangerous situation to do that. You're also putting yourself in the way of all the firefighters and all of the emergency personnel out there on the streets that need to get through. So please do not do that. Do not come out and try to be a looky-loo and see what's going on. It really affects so many people and can put your life in danger, that of the fire crews, and also those that are trying to stop these fires and stop them from spreading. So they really want to keep people out of the area. So again, as you just heard, one of the police department personnel coming through, telling people they need to get out, that this is a mandatory evacuation area, and for good reason. I mean, you know, this is exactly why they're demanding that everybody gets out. So this is just one area we have seen. We are going to continue down the street, see what other businesses we can find. But we are on Washington. Oh, you can hear the glass shattering in the building. I don't know if you guys can hear that. It's such an eerie sound when you hear it all literally disintegrating and just falling apart because of the fire. We will head down the street here, see what other businesses we can get, but this is Washington Ultimed on Washington. This building a complete loss, the one next to it as well. To the west of it, that building is a complete loss as fire is now beginning to shoot through the roof of that building. That's the latest here in Altadena. We're going to go down the street, see what else we can find, and see just as this destruction continues from the Eaton fire. Live in Altadena, Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Leanne, thank you. We're going to be talking to you a little bit longer, though. You know, we're seeing the firefighters are down the street. We know you're on Washington. We know Sophie Flay is also covering the Eaton fire as well on Washington. We do see firefighters at the end of the street sort of trying to battle some of the fires, but have you seen any firefighters try to get to this Ultimed Medical Center? I think we've lost our audio connection with Leanne Suter right there. But again, we do know that these fires, they are burning very close to each other because Sophie Flay is there.
All right, we're going to go back to the Hearst fire in the meanwhile. That's burning in Sylmar. Reporter Cassandra Gutierrez from KFSN TV joining us now with a look at what she is learning. Cassandra, from our sister station, what are you seeing where you are?
Mark and Colleen, you could see that hillside here in Sylmar burning behind me. I am currently right now on Los Olivos Road and Roxford Street, and we have spoke with several people evacuating here. They say this is actually not the first time they've encountered evacuations like this one. I'm standing here with one local who lives on this road, Elizabeth Morales. She has lived here since 2016, and she is ready. 2006, excuse me, and she is ready to evacuate. Elizabeth, you said this is not the first time you've had to prepare to evacuate. What was going through your head this morning or the last hour really, when you saw the flames start coming?
It was, for sure, we didn't think about the fire. We were watching the news, but I wasn't far away. But my daughter-in-law called me, and she said, no, the fire started here. And she tried to call to 911, but they didn't answer. So she said, get ready to just in case, because growing so fast, the fire.
Elizabeth, when you say getting ready, what did that mean to you? What did you pack? What do you have ready to go?
I was very nervous. I don't know. I didn't know what can I put it. My son say, "Mommy, put some clothes and put some your medicine and the most important, your passport, the most important thing."
And watching the news unfold throughout the day today, what's going through your heart right now? I mean, it's a heartbreaking situation from a lot of Los Angeles County right now.
Of course, yeah, we're so sad when keeping watching the news, and I'm really sad for the people who was passing for this situation.
And tell me a little bit about the last time you had to evacuate.
Last time it was the same, but it was more close because it was close to here, like in Foothill, and so we were ready for sure we were evacuated.
But thanks God, we didn't need it to evacuate.
And now you live here with your family. Can you share who you live here with?
I live with my son and my 3 kids, my grandkid, and my daughter-in-law.
And those kids, how are those kiddos doing right now?
Oh, very nervous because they are little, so they didn't know the last time. So for them, it was the first time. So they're very, very nervous. My doggy too. We have a doggy. So, but we pray only to God because God is the only one. He has to help us.
Mm-hmm. That's what we keep hearing, prayers right now at this hour for thousands and thousands.
Nobody can do nothing, only God. We believe in God.
And now having to be strong for the kids, that like for you?
We try not to be very nervous because they are very, very nervous. So I try to calm down and relax, just waiting for the order to evacuate.
Wow, and obviously those winds, gusty. Have you ever seen winds like this before?
Never. The first time. I've been here living in California for 45 years, and I never did it the first time I feeling like this wind.
Well, any other words you'd like to share with your neighbors? This is a tight-knit community. When we pulled up, we saw neighbors talking with each other. You guys are very close.
Very, very, very nice community. We have very nice community. All the neighbors are very nice. We are very take care of each other, all the neighborhood.
So your heart's probably breaking not just for yourself and for people in the area, but your neighbors as well.
Yes.
Anything else you'd like to share with us?
Well, thank you for taking care of us, and I appreciate. I think that we are going to be okay. But thank you.
Okay. And now you're getting ready to hit the road. What do you expect right now? We were coming this way. We saw a lot of traffic. Are you getting ready to hit the road? You're going to hit the road right now?
Well, we're waiting until they come in to say evacuate. In the meantime, we keeping waiting. I hope they're not coming and evacuate, but if they come, we are ready.
You're ready to go, just like many other neighbors. And
we're going to my daughter-in-law, mom, so in North Hollywood. So they are. That's why we're going. Because my daughter lives in Santa Clarita, and just by the mountain too, and she's very nervous too. So he's saying, "No, mommy, don't come in here." So they go to Adriana's house. My daughter-in-law.
Nerves and heartbreak, devastation, all understatements.
Yes,
in this situation.
And I hope it's not coming to this, the fire not coming to here, because everybody we worked so hard to keep it to have this property, and they destroy it for in 1 minute. So we pray not happen nothing.
You mentioned you worked so hard to
have the property, to buy the house, and I hope nothing happen.
How many years of work has it been for you and like many of your neighbors to buy this home right now?
Well, we bought this house with my husband. My husband, he worked so hard, but unfortunately he passed away for the COVID 4 years ago. So now my son lives in the house, but I'm still the owner, and my son is the owner too. So.
In any of the items you're taking tonight, are any of your son or your late husband's pictures or any of his things in that?
Actually, just most of my medicine, not picture. I didn't take it because there's a lot of picture. So if anything happen, I have in my heart.
And then one more time, what are you feeling right now? What are those emotions when you think of how hard you've worked for this home and your neighbors?
And we only pray not to happen nothing, and to keep in my house like the way it is. I hope nothing happen.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. We appreciate your time. Our thoughts are with you and your neighbors tonight and many here in Los Angeles.
And you have a nice day.
Okay, thank you.
Nice evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. You guys get out of here safely, okay?
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to leave, right?
Yes, thank you, Elizabeth. So we've just been talking with Elizabeth Morales. She has lived in this neighborhood on Los Olivos Street in Roxford since 2006. Her, like many, mentioned that they've worked so hard for their homes, and to see it so close to the flames here, right next to the hillside, is obviously devastating. The feelings we're hearing right now is obviously nervous, and their heart breaks for everybody already having to have gone through the fires earlier from today. I do want to mention we were coming this way on the highway. There was a lot of traffic. I am hearing that some of those highways potentially could be heavily with traffic right now. And we are also hearing, well, we're hearing right now those gusty winds, but we're also hearing there are some detours. So you want to make sure you have those ready to go if you are headed out of this area. Again, I am on Los Olivos and Roxford Street in Sylmar, and you can see once again that hillside burning behind us here. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Cassandra, thank you for that live report and that heart-wrenching interview with that woman who is having to deal with so much.
Oh, that was sad. You know, she said she made sure she had her medicines. And then when Cassandra asked her, did she take any photos or anything? She goes, I have all those memories in my heart. She wanted to make sure she had her medication. That really was an incredible interview. You know, let's go back to our colleague, Mark Cota-Robles. He's in Upper Hastings Ranch. And Mark, we spoke to you a few hours ago, and it looks like, are you on the clock right now? I take it you're not part of evacuating, but I want to know, did you evacuate?
You know, we're under the evacuation warning on the south end, south of Orange Grove, north of the 210 freeway. So I got the kids out of there. They left, and here I am. We're now showing you what's happening here in Upper Hastings Ranch, and what a heartbreak. We have at least 2 homes that I can see that are up in flames. We have LA County Fire currently here on scene assisting with this firefight. For those people who are watching, perhaps they live in the Upper Hastings Ranch area and they have evacuated. This is on Rivera Drive. I want to say it's about a mile north, maybe 3/4 of a mile up from Sierra Madre Boulevard. So this is a Rivera Drive. We have 2 homes. We have this home, and then further up there's a home up the block, and that one is fully engulfed as well. And again, this is one firefighting crew right here from LA County that is on scene to help put out these flames. I saw them going to the neighboring property, breaking their way into the backyard to see what they can do. But this home, I can see the roof is already caved in for this property. The one further up the street seems to be a complete loss. Now, this is a higher elevation, Upper Hastings Ranch, part of Pasadena. We are north of Pasadena High School. We did go through that area, did not see anything burning there off of Sierra Madre Boulevard. To the east of here is the town, the city of Sierra Madre. We know evacuations there are currently mandatory for anybody living north of Sierra Madre Boulevard. Right now, it does not appear that any homeowners are here, that they have heeded the warning. A lot of these embers now blowing with this very intense wind. But the resources I've already heard with our coverage so incredibly thin right now. Again, these 2 homes burning, and this is one engine that I have seen here on this street, Rivera Drive. I have friends who live in this area. I drove by, checked on one of their homes. A majority are okay right now. This is a higher elevation in the neighborhood. So 2 homes that I've seen. We're going to survey the area, see what we can find. But again, it is heartbreaking to see how resources are so thin and just not enough crews. But again, the wind is just incredibly strong and erratic right now, and we know it is not over yet. Mark and Colleen, I'll send it back to you.
It is getting to be that time of night. Mark Cota-Robles, thank you for that live report. We look forward to hearing from you some more tonight. We have Nuku Kazori. She is covering the Hearst fire that broke out above Sylmar, and that fire has been growing. What is it like right now? It looks like you might have a pause in the wind. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mark, it feels like that, but the wind speeds, the wind gusts, they just come and go. So earlier, just about half an hour ago, I heard Dallas talking about the wind speeds here in Sylmar between 40 to 60 miles per hour, and we can feel that at times. Right now, it feels like there is a break in those winds, but all of a sudden, the winds will just coming right at you, and you can really feel it. It just definitely knocks you off your feet. And the fire has been traveling so fast here in Sylmar. You can see from this neighborhood, we are in the Saddle Tree Ranch neighborhood. The fire is just right over there, over the mountain, so close to this neighborhood. And I know that a lot of the residents here, they've been evacuating. We saw horses all throughout the neighborhood. They were evacuating the horses as well. A little bit earlier, right before we lost audio, we caught up with someone who had his horse and he was trying to find shelter for his horse. So I really hope everything worked out there. But just being in this street right here, we see a resident. I want to go talk to him. So he looks like he's spraying down his house and he's not evacuating. So I kind of want to get to the bottom of it, figure out what's going on. Why is he deciding to stay here? Hi, sir.
Hi.
Hi. We're with ABC 7. What's your name?
Jose.
Jose, tell me a little bit about why haven't you evacuated? You feel confident being here?
Well, not really, but
What's going on?
I just cannot go. I mean, this is my house. I'm just trying to help a little bit, the most that I can. So,
Yeah.
you know, this is all we have.
Are you worried about being so close to the fire? You can see the fire.
It is. I'm so scared. My family everybody left already, so I'm just here, but just, you know, trying to be calm, you know, because this is really stressful, man.
So your family is left. Where did your family go?
Yeah, they are going with some other family members.
Okay.
So yeah, like a couple miles away from here. So just trying to stay safe, you know.
Yeah. And you're just hoping and praying for the best outcome.
Yeah.
Are you going to stay here all night? Is that your plan?
Well, I believe so, because this is going to be the second time we are going through this in 13 years living here. So I mean,
yeah,
it is what it is.
Tell me a little bit about the first time going through this. Was it similar? How would you compare this Santa Ana wind event? Yeah, it's the last one.
You know what? Even believe it or not, probably the first time it was worse.
Wow. Wow.
It was worse because we have fire all the way here on my side, all the way on my backyard, on the back side. I have firefighters going through my house just to get back there.
Yeah.
So
did that happen really fast? Are you worried? What if that happens with the fire
fast,
here? Okay,
really fast.
So
It doesn't take not even 20 minutes when you can see everything's gone.
Right. So what are you doing to prepare? I see you have your hose.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get everything the most that we can get wet. So, you know, just try to do something.
Well, you seem very confident. I know that you are worried right now, but again,
I am.
Yeah,
I am.
I'm praying for the best for you.
Yes,
So
yes.
good
I'm
luck.
sorry.
Thank you for talking
Thank you.
to us.
Thank you. No problem.
So you just heard Jose. He's obviously, this isn't his choice. If it was up to him, he wouldn't want to stay here, but he said this is his home, this is all he has, and his family has evacuated. So at least his wife and children, they are safe, but Jose is just trying to hold it down for his family and keep their home standing. He's just spraying, making sure it's wet. There's no dry areas on his home. He's lived here for 13 years. He says this is the second time that he has gone through this in 13 years. So really crossing our fingers and hoping that Jose's house stays intact. The rest of the neighbors here, there are some people outside kind of just looking at how close we are to the fire. Again, very close to the fire, and this is an equestrian neighborhood. We've seen plenty of horses coming by and they're saving those horses. So that's a nice sight to see. We've been in 3 different locations now all night. We were in Pacific Palisades earlier. We saw what Santa Monica looks like, and here in Sylmar. And of course, it's really hard to tell with these conditions constantly changing. It's just a fluid situation. It's hard to see what it's going to look like in the next hour, in the next 2 hours as the winds really start to pick up. But comparing this to the other 2 locations that we were at tonight, at least it's not as bad as the Pacific Palisades here in Sylmar. But of course, with these winds just roaring in the next couple of hours, definitely has the potential to get to that point. Of course, we're hoping it does not, but I know the residents here, they're on standby. A lot of them are probably ready to go at a moment's notice. There's no mandatory evacuation orders here in this neighborhood. But again, this is such a fast evolving situation. We'll see what happens in the next couple of hours. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, Nico, we're going to stay with you for a little longer here because, you know, you can't help but feel for that gentleman who's trying to put water on his home because we have been talking about the firefighters. They've been spread so thinly because of this wind event and so many fires that have been, you know, breaking out all over the place. So, you know, I can understand why, you know, you work hard to own your home and you don't want anything to happen. And are you going to talk to somebody else as well?
We're looking around to see who else there is. I do see a couple people, Jose's neighbors, they're just watching. We can go talk to them right now and see what their story is, what they're doing here, why they have not evacuated. But you can see right now with the wind speeds, they are really just coming. Talking to you guys earlier, it was calm, but right now I can really feel it. And again, I would have to guesstimate anywhere between 30 to 40, 45 miles per hour. That's what it feels like, at least. So we have two gentlemen here, Jose's neighbor. Hello, we're live. We're live right now on ABC 7.
Yeah, Joe Biden's in town.
Are you a neighbor? Do you live here?
No.
I do. You live here. So tell me, how come you haven't evacuated? Have you gone through this situation before?
Yeah, this is probably my third time already.
How would you compare this to the past?
It was a lot worse the second time we were here.
Yeah, the one before this one was as bad as this one. Yeah.
What was the damage that you saw with that one, and why haven't you left this time?
Of course, I mean, I'm assessing the situation, and yeah, I'm not gonna endanger myself, so. Yeah. And as you can see, it sort of died down, which is good.
Yeah, right now it's good because we kind of have a lull in that fire. And have you seen the firefighters in your street helping people out?
Yeah, they did come through, filled up because we have a fire hydrant right there. And then they're right up here, I guess, battling that one behind the houses.
Yeah, but you're not scared.
Nah.
No. And who is this?
This is my son, Ryan.
Your son. Hi. Tell me a little bit about your experience. Is it scary seeing this and how close you guys are to the fire?
No, like he was probably saying, this is probably like the third or fourth time this has happened.
Yeah, you're used to this.
It's, living on the foothills like this, it's just a known thing.
It's kind of one of those things where you know what you have to prepare for. It's one of those things you got yourself into.
Yeah.
And you've seen this.
Like I said, it's not the first time.
Right.
And I'm sure it's not the last time.
Right. Your home has never had any damage from any of the fires?
Fortunately not.
Okay. You're very lucky.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you guys are doing? I also see a hose in your yard as well. Is that what you guys are doing, hosing down the place?
Yeah, just helping out the neighbors, hosing down whatever we can to just help out while we're still here.
Yeah, definitely helping out the neighbors. That's one thing that I've noticed a lot of people in this neighborhood are doing. So thank you for doing that. Yeah, definitely a very tight-knit community. And I mean, he said it best. When you live in the foothills, you kind of just, you know what you're getting yourself into. So these people, they're strong and very brave. So I really hope for their sake the fires really don't intensify and the winds, at least here, hopefully don't intensify to the point where they are under mandatory evacuations. Because right now, it seems in this neighborhood, Saddle Tree Ranch, things are okay. The fire hasn't made it down here yet, but it is very, very close. Colleen and Mark.
All right. Nico, thank you for that report. This is David Ono now taking over for Mark and Colleen. And we want to get to Hastings Ranch right now. And Mark Cota-Robles, who has been watching this Eaton fire really spread. Mark, what's the latest?
So we are on Rivera Drive here in Upper Hastings Ranch, and again, as I mentioned minutes ago, just the winds continue. This is such a devastating situation. I've been in this immediate area as a resident for just about 10 years. I've never had winds like this here, so this is just a really tough event. This home on Rivera Drive, obviously you can see it is a complete loss. This is the second home that we've seen. There's now a third one right here up the street. You can see the resources here on the street. We had LA County firefighters that are responding, and I believe there's a resident right up here who is not evacuated. They were using their hose minutes ago. They're waving me down. Hi there. That's fine. You decided not to leave.
I know I'm not supposed to be here, but this is my parents' home.
I know the feeling.
And they just they got canceled from their fire insurance. So they're dealing with this. They're 90 years old. And through the state of California, because of this, they're 90 years old. That they've lived in this house for 75 years, and they've had the same insurance, and these insurance people decided to cancel their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance. So thank you, California insurance companies, supporting residents who pay taxes and love California, and they wonder why people leave California.
First and foremost, you did get your parents out safely.
I live in Sierra Madre, and my parents are in Sierra Madre, but...
And now you know that it is under evacuation as well, north of Sierra Madre Boulevard.
Yeah, I snuck here. You know, there's a will, there's a way. Probably shouldn't do it, but you know what? Under the circumstances, send me to jail. That's fine.
It is unbelievable what's happening here to the neighbors. Your parents' house is still standing. You had a hose. You're doing what you can.
I mean, I have a hose. It doesn't compare to these beloved neighbors that I've known. I was born and raised in this house, and I live in Sierra Madre, and I'm now 62 years old. And this is the house I was born and raised in, and I've never moved out of Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Hastings Ranch.
I know people are dipping in and out of our coverage. As we speak to you, let's have my photographer Romeo pan right over there to where we were and what's happening across the street. When you see that of your neighbors' houses, what are you thinking?
There's no words to even describe how heartbreaking. That's a life. That's your entire life. You don't get that back. The memories are gone. I hope they're alive.
It seems like most everybody has evacuated. I've lived in the general area for just about 10 years. I've never seen winds like this. Have you?
I remember probably 11 years ago. Can we go over here? The wind is hurting my eyes. I don't have glasses. There was a bad wind before, but there were no fires. So when you add the component of fire and the wind, I mean, how do you win that? No, I've never seen a firestorm like this. This is like Paradise, California. If you drive through Hastings Ranch and you go up to the top, it's an inferno.
And this community, specifically Upper Hastings, it is so tight-knit. We just got finished with the holiday light display.
Yes, and that's a tradition that is lovely, you know, and we're starting a new year, 2025, and how terrible. This is the worst thing you could wish in someone's life aside from death.
You're here now. When do you leave? Do you stay all night? What's your plan?
My brother is around here somewhere. I think he's in the backyard. My plan, I don't know what my plan. I don't really have a plan. My emotions are my plan.
You're doing whatever you can. Again, as I walked up to you, you had the garden hose.
It's on. I put it down. I thought because you're lucky enough to have the fire clothes, I thought potentially you were firefighters, so I was going to share my story so that this house would be saved if necessary. You know.
Well, let me tell you, it does help for people who aren't here to know what's happening. So you sharing that story, it does a service. I came up to you without even asking your name.
My name is Lynn Levin Guzman. This is the Levin household. I'm a nurse for over 30 years in emergency room. I deal with fire all the time and firefighters. And this situation here, luckily people got out because those are my patients. The people who are not so fortunate to get out.
As you mentioned, let's just hope everyone's okay. Lynn, I'm going to let you get back to it. And for you taking the time, we thank you. To your parents, we wish them the best as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, that was Lynn. God bless you as well. Watch your footing there. Staying here at their home, the family home here on Rivera Drive. This house, a total loss. There's one just south of there fully burning. And now 2 more. So that's a total of 4 homes that I've seen here on Rivera Drive. As I send it back to you, there's Lynn again with the hose. She's using a garden hose, getting the awnings, getting the roof of the house, doing anything she can. We say that as the embers are blowing directly on us here in the Upper Hastings Ranch community. It is really tough to see, knowing that we're not done yet. These winds are going to continue. It is just about midnight. And the winds, the intensity, the peak of them, they're forecasted to continue through at least 5 a.m. as far as the peak intensity. That's what we've been told. We'll send it back to you at the desk.
Mark, she makes a great point, and one that we have not had the opportunity to talk about. I feel for her, Lynn. Lynn Levin and her parents, who are 90 years old. So many people have lost their fire insurance this past year or so with a rash of fires going through California. She's sitting there doing the best she can to save her parents' home. Tell me, as best you can, what is the address, just in case a firefighter is watching this broadcast and might be able to get a unit up there. What is the address of that house?
Yeah, it is 1470 Rivera, 1470 Rivera. So we're here on the 1400 block, and you have those 4 neighboring houses that are a total loss at this point. So she's here, her brother's here, and you know that there's other, let me tell you, the majority of the homes in this community are still standing. We drove past many on the lower side that are still standing, but the night is young.
Absolutely, a long way to go, and a courageous woman at that. And she does bring up a great point that we should talk a whole lot more about, and that is the fact that so many people are now uninsured when it comes to a fire. Mark, we'll check back with you in Hastings Ranch in a little while. We want to get to Leanne Suter, but as we throw to Leanne, quickly, if you could bear with me, I want to talk about the new evacuation orders because of the Eaton Canyon going out for the Pasadena community. Right now, the area north of Orange Grove Rosemead Boulevard, east of Lake Avenue, and west of Michelinda Avenue. So again, north of Orange Grove Rosemead, east of Lake Avenue, and west of Michelinda Avenue. New evacuation orders for that is getting towards the heart of Pasadena, a very populous area. Folks in Pasadena, be ready and get ready to get out of there. So Leanne, how's it looking where you are in Altadena?
David, this firefight continuing tonight. I want to touch on something, though, you just said about those evacuation orders. I also saw that the Angeles National Forest just put out a new evacuation warning, at least warning folks who are just south of Sierra Madre to the 210 freeway. So this fire continuing just to push south from Altadena, pushing south. But I have lived in Pasadena for more than 2 decades, David. I have never seen a fire like this. I have never seen any kind of fire evacuation warning going that far south, all the way to the freeway from the foothills. That has never happened in more than 2 decades that I've been here. Forgive me. It's a lot of smoke today. And that has me very concerned because it could very easily jump the freeway, and then that would be astounding to me because I've never seen that happen. Doesn't mean it can't, and that is what is so scary for so many people. One other fact I want to touch on, officials now just updating the numbers in terms of how big the Eaton fire is, now saying it stands at 1,000 acres charred. This fire began shortly, I believe, just before 6 o'clock, and by midnight tonight we have 1,000 acres that have burned, and it continues to burn out of control. I'm live right now here at Altadena and Washington. Crews have been working hard. They just finished up right here. When we first arrived on scene just a couple of minutes ago, there were flames still shooting out of this McDonald's. They were able to knock that down. It does appear they've been able to at least save the McDonald's. That didn't suffer from the outside. It doesn't appear too much damage, but I'm sure on the inside it does. We're going to walk along Washington here. Duncan Callis, my photographer I'm with today, has been doing a tremendous job with this gear and stuff. But as we come around the buildings, you can really hear, and the wind, I mean, it has really picked up how strong it is again. These gusts. Earlier today, we were being hit with extremely powerful gusts, up to like 80 to 85 miles per hour. We're not that strong right now, but we are definitely picking up again. We're just walking down the street because I see another building now on fire. We're in a business area here along Washington. There's a lot of medical facilities here. And I can see that one is fully engulfed in flames here. Just down the street is where we saw the Ultimed medical building. That is a total loss, completely up in flames. And then behind here, I believe, is a wellness center. And it looks like yeah, that's what it's looking like. Anyways, we make our way around here. Again, just the business, just hopscotching, just like the homes. It could be a couple right next to each other. It could be one, you know, across the street. It could be one a block away. You just never know what is going to be on fire. And I see that as we walk back behind these things here, it does appear that this might be this wellness center on fire. Crews trying to do what they can to stop the flames and save as many of these businesses. I'm just astounded by this whole thing, David. I just have never seen in all my years working in LA, living here in LA, living in Pasadena, I've never seen a fire like this in my life. And we've covered a lot of fires. This is absolutely amazing. I can say the same thing though about the Pacific Palisades. These winds just blowing these fires and the flames out of control. Okay, I can see now. We can see off in the distance. I'm not sure what that one is, but again, more businesses back in here. So the wellness center that I thought was at risk is not. That appears to be up on a hill up in there, so it's coming this way. You can just see the tremendous amount of smoke and embers. Yeah, so that is another building back in there. So this firefight, you can hear it, David, as we're standing. Wow, these gusts are just tremendous. This is what has me so concerned, you know, when we talk about this fire, because it started so far, relatively far up on the hills, the foothills here in Altadena, and now it is threatening residents all the way to the 210 freeway, can easily jump and continue south. That's headed into an area that you don't traditionally think of as being at fire risk, and you're not technically classified as being in a wildfire area, but all bets are off in this. I mean, this has completely changed everything. These winds, the Santa Ana winds and the gusts are sending that fire into areas that haven't traditionally burned, and putting so many more people at risk. And I'm just stunned. I mean, I truly am, David, just stunned. In the 25 years that I've lived here in Pasadena, I've never seen this. Right. And it's amazing.
I second that too. It's getting into those populated areas that it's not so much, as you said, it's not wildfire territory. You don't see massive fires go through those densely populated communities that don't have a lot of brush and trees, and yet they are being evacuated right now. And it shows the power of those winds. You said it, I was thinking it all day. I didn't want to say it, but since you went there, I agree with you. I can't think of another fire that has had this kind of a devastating and violent personality that this fire in the last day or so has been. The character of this fire is absolutely frightening, and it's overpowering everything and everybody that comes in its path.
Absolutely. It really is terrifying when you think about it. And as you mentioned, I mean, kind of what I said, if it were to get to the point that it hits the 210 freeway and goes south, you're in an area that is, flatland, for lack of a better word. There's no hills, there's no brush. You don't have to worry. There's no brush clearance anywhere around that area in terms of what's required. They aren't up in a traditional and even a classified wildfire area. That is, down in the city per se. And so that's what is so amazing to me, and obviously so concerning, certainly concerning for all of the fire officials. I mean, it's terrifying to think of how far this could go. You could probably say the same thing. I know you could say the same thing for the fire in the Pacific Palisades. Who knows how far this can go with the winds? I mean, it really is the Santa Ana winds that are fueling all these fires and fueling all the flames. And this is a perfect example. As you see this one, this building going up in flames behind us. I'm not sure what building that is if I look on the map trying to figure out what that is, but another example of just there's nothing they can do. I mean, they can't stop it once it gets into these large buildings and it's off and running. So it just, it's just amazing.
The morning is going to be dreadful, undoubtedly, when we see the entire toll of all of these fires have broken out. And then another good point, it's Pasadena, but it's also Santa Monica starting to see similar evacuation orders because of the densely populated, the downtown areas of these big cities are actually being evacuated for what is, in essence, a wildfire. So there is a map of the 3 fires that we are dealing with right now. The Eaton fire, where Leanne Suter is right now, and then the Hearst fire is the newer one where Nico is, and that is brand new, and evacuation orders are underway there. And then down in the Palisades area, that has been that tremendous fire that we have been covering since 10 o'clock this morning that has spread wide from Malibu through the Palisades all the way to Santa Monica, and new evacuation orders going out in those communities. Colleen, this has been an incredible day, and I fear that tomorrow will be unprecedented.
It's unbelievable to hear Leanne Suter talk about being here for 25 years and never seeing a fire be so unbelievably ferocious. And, I was looking at our emails. That fire, Eaton fire, we started getting alerted at 6:36 p.m. That's when we started being alerted that we should be watching the Eaton fire, and that has exploded. Again, we've been watching the Palisades fire. It was unbelievable driving into work today. You could see it, over the South Bay. And a lot of people saw images from LAX. We know Jory Rand has been there all day long tracking this fire, talking about trying to go into different areas. Jory, we're going to be getting to you, but you showed some video a couple hours ago that was almost haunting of Sunset Boulevard. So many of us drive that artery. It is so heavily congested, and to see all the images of the fire and on the side of the Sunset Boulevard and in the middle, and having to kind of dodge some debris that was in the middle. Those are haunting images, what you have been seeing all evening long. Are you there?
Yeah, such an iconic thoroughfare too, and to see what it has been, what it has become tonight, and just a charred husk along the side of Sunset Boulevard. And I think we're starting to get into the point here, we're still at Amalfi and Sunset, where things might get pretty serious pretty quickly. For the first time in the last couple of minutes, we have seen some large embers make their way down into this neighborhood. So we can see those homes burning in the distance. That's up on Chautauqua in the Palisades Village area. That entire road has been decimated. I just went down and checked behind that tree line, and there's a spot where I can duck into. We can't get our cameras to. And the entire line, about a half mile from that home you can see burning down to the south, is gone.
I believe there's a lifeguard station over there. We don't think it's being threatened, but...
Do you guys still have me? Okay, I apologize. I thought I heard another reporter there. I just want to make sure. So that entire line from where you see that house burning to the south, about a half a mile stretch, all of those homes are gone. Rustic Creek is down below those homes. Between our position right here and where you see the homes on Chautauqua burning, below that, that's Rustic Creek. There are a pair of homes that are burning down there, and that is of major concern because until now, that has pretty much remained intact. If the winds continue to carry the flames through Rustic Creek, and bring it up to these homes, that will be a major catastrophe. Up above where we stand, up north on Amalfi, there is an entire neighborhood up there into Riviera. It's the neighborhood on the north side of Sunset. Riviera Country Club is on the south side. The entire neighborhood of Riviera is at risk. What I think is happening is that it's burning in the wildland up above that neighborhood, and the winds continue to pummel south and west. So that is now sending those active embers our way. This area has yet been untouched. The smoke has seemed to shift a little bit, where before we could kind of see the line of delineation where the flame and the smoke was, and it was being carried to the west and down to the Pacific Ocean. Now this whole area is kind of ensconced, in just a globe of smoke. It is coming towards this area. The wind is at my back right now, which means it is pushing to the east, the opposite direction of where we would expect this to travel in a Santa Ana wind event, which is coming from the mountains coming down towards the Pacific. This is now blowing in the opposite direction, and we'll see how long it takes for these flames to march up this hill. We thought hours ago, the LAPD and LAFD both thought that this area would be in trouble by this hour. In fact, they drove through several hours ago announcing, you need to get out of here and get to the 405. That's about 4 miles to our east. They thought this entire area was at risk, at imminent risk of burning. That didn't happen. For some reason, the eastward progress of this fire had stalled. That might now be coming to an end as the smoke thickens here in this location. And again, we saw a large chunk, about a golf ball sized chunk of ember, land in the middle of Sunset and just explode into sparks and more embers. A couple were being carried across the street here into some brush on these homes on this side of the street. These are at high risk of catching in an instant. If an ember hits in the wrong spot at the wrong time, fueled by this wind, given its life, it's the same thing as if you're trying to get a campfire to get going again. You put some air on it and you get it going. Well, this has a constant source of oxygen and wind and power to build up the smallest spark into a conflagration really quickly. And so we've seen LAPD and sheriff move through this area, keeping an eye on things, but things could turn pretty serious pretty quickly. And you can kind of see from this angle, as we point kind of north, how thick the smoke is in an area where there are no flames. It shouldn't be this thick from this location in terms of smoke, because we are still mile away from the flames, but it's now beginning to come this way, and that's bad news. There are hundreds of homes both north and south of Sunset here on Amalfi, and you go further east up into the Riviera neighborhood, this could be bad. And again, you talk about what it's going to look like when the sun comes up. We know that Chautauqua has been decimated. I don't know how far west that goes, but given where it was coming from when we started at Temescal, that's about a half a mile west of Chautauqua. That's where the flames started when we got here at about 4 o'clock today, and we've seen it march east. So you have to imagine that Chautauqua is just the eastern front, and everything west has seen a similar fate, but until the sun comes up, we just won't know. But things are in bad shape there, and we'll see how they stand here on Amalfi as well.
Yeah, yes. Frightening thought that things could be headed your way, Jory. Keep an eye on it. We're going to check back with you, and hopefully that is help coming to that community soon.
I agree with you. Again, Jory's been out there since 4 o'clock. You can hear emergency crews. We also have been checking in with Mark Robles. Mark was in an evacuation warning area of his home, but he now is still at Upper Hastings Ranch. Wow, Mark. All I can tell you is that you are you're sort of in the eye of the storm there.
Yeah, I mean, it's awful. I said earlier, a majority of the homes up here, if you're watching, if you evacuated, a majority of the homes here are still standing, but there are at least a half dozen that we've seen that are a complete loss. This is at Pear Orchard and Rivera, and then right off to our left, this tree now has just gone up, so I'm a bit concerned about this home as well, that is on the corner of Pear Orchard. But back to the left, this home, just a total loss. They're still trying to douse it with water, I suppose, to reduce the flame and the embers that go to other homes here in the community. So this is a higher elevation street location here in the Upper Hastings Ranch area. For those not familiar with the area, it is on the east side of Pasadena, just before you reach Sierra Madre, off of Sierra Madre Boulevard. We got big embers here, big embers. I want to make sure my photographer's all right. These firefighters there stretched pretty thin. I got to tell you, I don't think I've seen Pasadena fire, but mostly LA County fire that's here on the scene. We saw engine 13, and then just here by us is engine 20. They told us to be careful because there are wires that are down from this power pole just across from us, so we're keeping our distance just a bit. But the wind continues. The heartbreak is going to be felt throughout this community again, at least a half dozen that we have seen. But this is a large community. We know for sure there's going to be other homes lost from this fire. And look at that tree just go up right there. And the embers, that is the real concern. The embers that now go further down the block, closer to Pasadena High School, potentially catching other areas, other homes on fire. Again, I did hear from Dallas Rains through our producer that these winds, albeit very strong, are not as strong as we saw in 2011. I was not living in the area then, but wow, for me, these are the strongest winds that I've seen in the Pasadena area in the last decade, and the warning was there. We knew with a few days upcoming that this risk was here for the fire danger, the red flags, and to see this actually come to fruition is just really difficult. Haven't seen many residents. Earlier during the last 20 minutes or so, we spoke to a woman who was staying behind at her parents' house using a garden hose, doing what she could. She's one of the very few people that we've seen. Most everyone, thank goodness, it seems like they've gotten out. Again, this is Rivera Drive at Pear Orchard here in Pasadena, the Upper Hastings Ranch community. A lot of wind and a lot of embers. Colleen and Mark, we'll send it back to you.
I'm just looking at these images behind you, Mark. We're going to definitely stay with you for this live report. The winds look so strong, and you're okay there. You don't feel that you are being threatened right now?
You know, you certainly are watching your surroundings. We're watching these embers the direction that if we need to go, we can. There are exit routes. It's not one way in, one way out. Here in Upper Hastings Ranch, there actually are multiple streets that you can drive through to get out of here. So that is a good factor on our side. I do see some more resources coming, but it's not even a full fire engine here across the way. This is just a white truck that has arrived.
Bear with us right now because we're trying
watching our surroundings when we get to this area.
Go ahead, Mark.
We touched base with firefighters to make sure that we're okay. Yeah, they alerted us to the downed water. So simply to ask Colleen's question, this is what we do. We're here. We're in the mix of it. We certainly watch our surroundings. We make sure we have an exit route, and we just watch the conditions as they develop.
Well, we certainly appreciate your live reports. And
look, right now they're going to cut. They're going to come get this tree right now. They're bringing over a hose to get this tree put out as we speak. I don't know if they just noticed it, but they got a hose now. They're bringing it up here on the backside, and maybe they're going to try to put this out. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you can. I was just going to talk about. You can just see the embers. It's just raining embers.
It's throwing out so many embers that they got to get that tree under control. I mean, it's about to burn itself out anyway, but still, they're doing everything they can to fight this fire and do what they can. I mean, if they could tame some of these flames, maybe it does save a house somewhere down the line. Obviously, the homes that they're putting the water on aren't going to be saved. Those are gone. But perhaps if they could subdue these embers, and look at them, just they're all over the place. Incredible.
And in this situation, you always wonder, what do you grab? What can you grab so quickly? Again, I was in the evacuation warning area. And so for us, I mean, there were hundreds of homes in more danger than me. But still, I'm in a hurry. I'm grabbing suitcases. I'm grabbing important documents and anything that I would need, urgently if I couldn't come back, knowing that these winds are so ferocious that they can travel a mile or so to our home. Again, I'm in the Pasadena area as well. But you wonder what these people got. You wonder how much were they able to grab before they left home, because by the time I got up here, several hours after the fire started, we have not seen many residents at all. It does seem like most people got out. You just wonder how quickly, what did that evacuation look like, and how much did people get? At least at this home across from us here on Rivera Drive that you're watching that's burning. Look out, we got a fire engine here. This is LA County Fire Engine 93 passing. I was going to mention the house there that's across from us here on Rivera. 1555 Rivera. Again, hate to say that, it's a total loss, but a car in the driveway, so you wonder, you know, there's always that concern. What vehicles do you take? Which cars are pointed out? And you leave as fast as you can. You just wonder what it was like hours ago as this fire started moving east, because again, we are east of Eaton Canyon where it started. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Mark, thank you so much for that live report. Again, we're watching your devastating images right now. We're going to keep checking back in with you. I know we're also getting some assistance from Cassandra Gutierrez from our sister station KSFM TV in Fresno. And Cassandra, you had such an incredible interview about an hour ago from somebody who she was going to evacuate, but she'd lived there since 2006 and worked so hard to keep her home. So you're in Sylmar right now. What are you seeing, and are you seeing people evacuate now?
Colleen, that's right. Just to go back to that interview, she had moved here with her husband. She lost her husband during COVID just 4 years ago. So she's already lost so much. And I spoke to some of her neighbors who say her and her husband were some of the very first people that moved into this neighborhood right here in Sylmar. Taking a look right now at that fire burning along the hillside. You can see those flames blazing up right now. At this time, you can also see those winds. They are extremely erratic. You don't know where they're coming from, where they're going, but you do see the fire burning along the hillside. Right now, I am on Los Olivos and Roxford in Sylmar, right on the edge of the hillside in this neighborhood that is fairly new. I'm actually standing here with some residents that have lived here since 2017. They are the Merino family, and I am accompanied by Emily, Carolina, and Alyssa, and they have been packing their stuff, getting ready to evacuate for now. They are hanging out right now and kind of on standby to see whether or not they're heading out. Carolina, tell me a little bit about what you've been experiencing so far. You've lived here less than 10 years. Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Yes, there was a fire, I believe it was 2019, like the same location, but the winds were not as strong, so it wasn't as scary. Right now it's just very unknown. We had friends up on Glen Oaks that were evacuated, so we're really just on standby, just packed a few things like medicine, important documents, and that's, you know, our dog and the family. That's what matters the most.
The most important thing. What's your heart feeling right now when you see those flames along the hillside in your community that we talked about? Everyone works so hard for these homes.
It's scary with like the other fires that are happening. It's just the unknown. That's the scary part.
And we have here alongside with your daughters, Alyssa and Emily. Do one of you ladies want to share something about what's going on here? You guys are kind of coming together at this hour right now, standing strong for each other, I'm sure. Emily, did you want to share anything?
Sure. I think it's very scary, and like I'm just really scared about everything that can happen, because last time when it happened there was just a lot of smoke and stuff, so I'm scared.
Emily, what means the most to you right now when you think of the stuff that you're packing in case you have to go?
My family, and also like just a lot of like things that can help, like I don't know, just like a lot of my family and my dog.
Your dog, I'm sure your dog, a lot of people here in the neighborhood with furry friends. It's a tight-knit neighborhood. Do you have friends, Alyssa, in this neighborhood? What are you thinking right now? What's on your heart right now, Alyssa?
I pray for those who are suffering right now and who are hurting in this fire. The most people I value is my family and my dog.
Carolina, you just heard your daughter speak some very strong words. What are your thoughts right now, hearing the strength and witnessing that strength from your daughters?
It's amazing, and I think the community here at Los Olivos too, you know, like my neighbor called me and told me about the fire, and then my other neighbors started going like to these houses. I started knocking on some of the doors to alert the neighbors, just because you don't know how quickly this can escalate. But I'm just thankful right now. It's, you know, the winds are very strong, but it seems a little peaceful here, so hopefully it will stay like that. And I pray for all the families that are hurting at the moment.
And those families, meaning those other ones that have already...
The ones from like the other fires, Palisades, and you know, the one in Altadena. It's very scary.
It really is. And when you talk about this tight-knit community, can you give us a description of some of the people, some of your neighbors? We talked to Elizabeth earlier today. You mentioned she was one of the very first community members to move in. This feels like a community that was almost built from scratch, and to see it so close to fire right now?
Yeah, I know a lot of the families here are homeowners who have been here since the houses were built, and I know they mean a lot to them.
And we talked about close calls in the past. Can you just take me back? I know you mentioned it a little bit ago. What are those other fires?
I believe there was one in 2008. We lived in Foothill at that, on Foothill, and my close friend lost her house. She lived where people recently got evacuated. So just what she went through comes to mind, and that's the scary part.
I'm so sorry. Our hearts are obviously with you guys. Alyssa, Emily, is there anything that you guys want to share right now at this hour, Alyssa?
I hope people who are in need right now, I hope they stay safe.
Emily.
I hope that all of our homes are good, and that all of Alyssa, that all of us stay safe.
And your friends too. I'm sure you guys have friends that live in this area. Yeah. We talked a little bit about how you guys are leaders in the community too. Do you want to share about that, or just you've lived here for a while, right?
Yeah. No, just, we all called each other to make sure that everyone was aware of the situation. So that means a lot to us.
And really quickly, did you try calling 911? We heard those lines were backed up earlier.
Yeah,
they were backed up. When you went out on the road a little bit ago, what did you experience on the road?
We just noticed there was the traffic because they've closed off the 5 freeway. But other than that, it seemed a little calm. And then when you're farther out, the fire looks bigger than this. So, yeah.
And last question, what are you guys holding on to right now to keep you guys strong?
Each other. Each other.
Your neighbors.
Yeah.
Sure. Anything else, Marino family, that you guys would like to share?
No, we just hope the winds calm down. That's what it's making it really scary. And I pray for all the firefighters, everyone that's putting their life on the line.
Okay, ladies, anything else?
Like she said, I pray for everyone who is hurting right now, for firefighters, and for everyone to stay strong.
Emily.
I pray for all the people who have lost their homes and in their fires, and not having a home as well.
Thank you so much, the Marino family here in Sylmar. And once again, these gusty winds, the worst of it. We are hearing from 10 p.m. to 5 in the morning. We're right in the middle of it. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Cassandra, first of all, I want to make a point that we're showing a distant shot from the hillside. The smoke is horizontal, showing the strength of the winds. I'm sure you're feeling those winds. Have you seen any, and you got a great shot of it there as well, so you can see the smoke going horizontal. It shows our viewers how powerful the winds continue to be all over Southern California, but you're getting hit with it pretty hard in Sylmar right now. Have you seen many fire units canvassed throughout that neighborhood at all?
At this specific neighborhood, we have not seen any fire units, but we have seen them on the main road on Roxford, trying to get to the hillside exactly where that fire is burning. There is a sense, it's difficult to say this, a sense of ease almost in this neighborhood. You can tell cars are packed and ready to go, but many of these neighbors are actually staying put. Several have evacuated from earlier today, but like we just heard from the Merino family, they have been through this before. They're ready to go in case they have to go. But you mentioned those winds, erratic. We don't know where they're coming from, and they are kind of coming from all over the place when you are standing in it right now, and you can see that smoke blowing off of the hillside right now.
Right. Thank you for that report. And we're going to check back with you in a little while and see the progress of that fire. Let's go to Michelle Fisher in Malibu, which is just one of the many fronts in the Palisades fire. And Michelle, how's it going out there?
Well, last time we checked in with you guys, David, there were 2 homes behind me here on this stretch of Pacific Coast Highway really up in flames. An update since we last spoke, one of those homes has completely collapsed. The other one just a shell of itself now. Also, fire crews for the past 45 minutes or so have been working on the home that's just to the left of those other 2 properties, trying to prevent it from catching fire. But you can see it is really flaring up right now. Even though they are still trying to get water on that fire, it looks like their efforts might not work out in their favor right now because the winds are just too out of control and just really promoting these flames to continue to flare up, which is unfortunate now. Not only is this line of homes here along Pacific Coast Highway, this is the 20,700 block. Not only the homes threatened, but there's also a line of vehicles, too, that we can imagine might burn and be at risk of catching fire. Now, we do want to take a look at some video from earlier that I had been trying to get in. This video that you're going to see, we actually captured this as we were driving along this stretch of Pacific Coast Highway from Palisades to Malibu a bit earlier, and you could just see the devastating images as we drove through. Looked like we were driving through a war zone, just completely apocalyptic, very scary images. And we know that daylight is going to really give us a better look. And this is going to be extensive damages, not only here in Malibu and nearby Palisades, but also in multiple communities across Southern California. Really devastating for these homeowners. Many who are watching our coverage tonight and seeing that their homes or their neighbors' homes have been burned. Now, I did mention earlier, too, some alerts for evacuations, and I went and double-checked the alerts that I got on my phone, and it did say that there are some evacuations for Malibu west of Las Flores Canyon Road. But it seems like in this area, people certainly have already evacuated. I know power is out to many of those homes, which is a good thing because we are seeing some power lines that are falling over into these homes that are burning, power lines that have been just burned themselves. So really a difficult situation. And we also did just see about 6 or so Orange County fire trucks that made their way into this area. So as the fire continues to move in all various different directions tonight, it seems that there are a certain number of homes and properties along this stretch of Pacific Coast Highway going deeper into Malibu that are burning right now. Fire crews trying to get a control on it. But as we've seen in other communities, sometimes those efforts just don't work out because the conditions out here are just too difficult for these fire crews despite their best efforts. We're live in Malibu right now. I'll go ahead and toss it back to you guys in the studio.
What an incredible sight you showed us. And just as a reminder, those homes over your right-hand shoulder, those are beachfront homes that have gone up. You mentioned that the last report as well. And that video that you just showed, that's off of PCH, right? Are those beachfront as well?
Those were all beachfront properties. So a lot of our reporting tonight, David, had been kind of focused on the other direction where we were looking at homes in the hills burning. So it was really a surprise for me as well. And we had seen a bit of brush, some fires on bushes that were on the beachfront areas. But as we tried to make our way closer towards Malibu, it was really a shock to me to see home after home after home consecutively, beachfront properties just burned, an entire row of homes, as you saw in that video. So I'm not sure, because I know much of our attention earlier was kind of focused in a different area in Palisades, so it's really unclear what happened there, if it was just one home that sparked, and then because of the proximity and how close they are to each other, perhaps it just meant all of the other homes side by side burned, but it was homes, it was vehicles, downed power lines in the middle of the street. It was just really something that I was not prepared to see, but something, again, that I think when the sun comes up and we get a better look, it is going to be just devastating to see complete entire portions of this block burned down to the ground. Complete losses for these homes. Just devastating for the homeowners here.
Michelle, that's exactly what we were thinking. We were looking at your video from earlier, and then we keep saying the structures over her right shoulder, those are along the beach. I mean, this is obvious. It's just, it seems so unusual for these beachfront homes to burn from a wildfire. That's where it just, it really defies our logic in the situation. But boy, oh boy, those winds, just not to underestimate them. Thank you so much for that live report. Of course, we will be checking back in with you later on. But let's take a look at this video. It's just sent to us from one of our viewers, Ronald. We want to say thank you. It shows the flames of the Palisades fire from a flight from well, I guess this is we're just finding out, this is basically our view from the sky. He was in a flight from Toronto to Los Angeles, and if you can safely take video, this is one of those things that we always ask. Try to do so safely, but boy, we just want to take a look at this video from the air, because we haven't been able to see. Air 7 has been grounded because of the strong winds, so just to take a look at this fire it's remarkable. Again, if you can share any videos with us, if you see a fire or if you see a weather event happening or any sort of breaking news, please scan the QR code on your screen, go to abc7.com/eyewitness, and we certainly might be showing your videos here on Eyewitness News.
All right, let's get to Dallas Range right now and get an update on the weather and how powerful those winds are tonight, Dallas.
That's right, David, and they're not going to abate at all. We're going to see very powerful winds tonight. They actually increase a little bit in intensity as we approach sunrise due to the cold air drainage coming in from the high desert. So these are strong offshore winds. And as Colleen was mentioning a few minutes ago, yes, these homes, unfortunately, have burned right on the ocean. You would think, well, it's always humid there. We have the marine layer, but not in a Santa Ana wind. The Santa Ana winds blow out of the north and northeast, so they're dry and they blow all the way out to sea. So as the fire was started this morning in the canyons above Malibu, there's nothing really to stop it with that kind of velocity in the winds. And of course, all of the canyon areas, Altadena, they're in a very strong event. This fire that was started in the Sylmar area, right in the flow of those strong canyon winds. Now down in Orange County, we haven't seen any fires today. And out in the IE, we've been very fortunate. We haven't seen any fires started in that area. There's a good shot there for you. We'll slide on up the valley there into the Sylmar area. And as you can see on our fire demonstration, when the winds are 40, 50, 60, and even gusts to hurricane velocity and even greater, all of these embers are flown out to the south and southwest, and that's why it will skip and jump so quickly when you're looking at these types of fire situations. Very dangerous out there tonight for all of our friends and viewers out there in the Altadena area. And there's the 210 freeway. It can happen. In 2011, we had very similar winds, actually a little stronger in Pasadena, but no one started a fire. So we didn't have this awful situation that we have tonight. There are some of the wind conditions that you're seeing. Santa Clarita 27, Magic Mountain this morning had winds of 87 miles per hour. Coming out of the canyons, they're strong in that Altadena area, pushing across the 210, and then they just fade out completely. They just dissolve as you move down south of that point. El Monte and areas like that don't have to worry about Santa Ana wind-driven fires. So down in Orange County, still gusty winds. Look at Anaheim, 38. Laguna Beach, 25, gust to 35. So all of these areas are prone to fires too, especially in these canyons. In the Santa Ana area. That's where Santa Ana winds actually were named by an LA Times reporter back in the day because the winds were so strong in Santa Ana, but they're strong everywhere, so they're truly Santana winds. 22 out at Banning. Winds are gusting at Riverside and have been all day long. So the wind velocities remain very strong through about sunrise tomorrow. At that time, I think as we head toward the late morning, early afternoon, we'll see the desert starting to heat up. That separates the thermal gradient. When that happens, the winds start to back down. But that's not going to happen until 10, 11 o'clock noon tomorrow. Here's a shot for our Altadena forecast. Powerful. And then once we get into late morning, early afternoon, those winds actually shift to the southwest briefly. Heavy winds today. There are some of the wind velocities. The area of low pressure, and you can see it beautifully on the satellite image tonight. It's rotating on the Sea of Cortez. Here we are in Los Angeles, big high out on the Pacific. The change in air pressure supported by, in the wintertime, December and January, you get cold air advection, meaning cold air from the north, and that drives the Santa Ana winds even stronger. Our strongest Santa Ana winds occur in the wintertime. They are devastating in October because the air is hot and we can still get Santa Ana winds in October. But once you get into December and January, that's when they can really get going. 11:05 tomorrow night. I like the looks of this because winds start to really back down in the late afternoon and evening. We're going to keep that red flag warning going, though, for you on Thursday, even though the wind velocities, as you can see, are not strong. But even on Thursday, every once in a while, a little burst through these canyon areas as this protracted Santa Ana wind event happens. Therefore, the red flags until Thursday. And then on Friday, fire danger remains, but we start to drop it down a little bit. And then for the weekend, it's a cooler scenario with downtown 71 on Saturday and Sunday, and then a little bit cooler there as we head toward the weekend. There are the temperatures coming up, and we're going to move quickly through these for you because I want to get to that mountain forecast where we have seen actually some snow today up in the Big Bear area, and then that will occur again for tomorrow, and then we'll just be cold up at Big Bear Lake. We're here. We're going to carry the watch and warnings for you all evening long, and so I'm right here with you, and I'll see you the next time we show up with weather.
Hey, Dallas, just a real quick question.
Sure.
If Air 7, Chris Christie was telling us today they can't get that thing up if it's over 50 miles an hour.
Right.
When do you think wind velocities will be down enough to where we can start getting a glimpse of the damage?
I think, David, this is only my speculation based on the meteorology and what the fire department does. I think probably you're going to see some of those smaller helicopters flying late morning, early afternoon, and they will make a tremendous difference, I think, because they can fly into areas, dump the water, and be very precise with that. We get those in the air, I think, probably late tomorrow morning, maybe early afternoon, and that'll be a great help. When that's based on basically my understanding of that and, of course, my understanding of the meteorology. We are going to see winds start to back down, thank goodness, and that will happen late morning tomorrow into the afternoon, and we're going to carry that into tomorrow night. So I think as far as a powerful wind event, it will be completely over with by about noon tomorrow, certainly no later than about 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
And then that's when we're going to get a good glimpse of the true damage.
I'm afraid so.
Air 7 up.
I'm afraid so, because we're still going to see the fires burning homes tonight through tomorrow, at least in the morning or late morning hours. And then hopefully we'll see some improvement in the afternoon. But I'm afraid from looking tonight that there's going to be a tremendous amount of damage when the sun comes up tomorrow across Southern California.
Right. Multiple communities, too. Dallas, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
That is something.
It really is.
It's going to be a long night.
Each time we keep looking at video and images from the reporters who are fanned out, it just gets more and more heavy to see it.
Mark is in the thick of it right now, too.
He's got a sort of a twofer. He not only was in an evacuation warding area earlier tonight, and he works on our morning show. Mark, we're showing a live image of you right now. My heart goes out to you because you have a long night ahead working-wise, but then you also have that added stress of anxiety, making sure that your home is going to be okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, most importantly, got the kids out of here, and then school was canceled. Who cares about that? But kids are gone. They're not here right now, so that's the best news. So we're safe from that standpoint. Other neighbors evacuated. I'm further south from where we are right now, but still within the evacuation warning area, and that's always a concern, right? The wind is just incredibly strong here for the last few hours. The smoke really dense right now where we're standing. I do want to let you know we are at Valley Lights and Valley View here in the Upper Hastings Ranch community of Pasadena. This home right here, a total loss, and there are several more just down Valley Lights that are burning as well. There are no firefighters here. We had Cal OES. We had a crew from the California Office of Emergency Services. They were here minutes ago, and they just packed up and they left. Not sure the reason for that, but there's only so much they can do, and we've seen it all, and I've heard it all, from the freight train sound of the wind, and now more of an eerie sound of the fire, the crackling, the popping. You can hear it in the distance, and it changes so quickly. Just down the block from us, there was a home here on the left that was lit up, now kind of smoldering. It's a complete it's a complete loss. And more homes here on the right, they're burning as well. And clearly this one, 2 cars in the driveway, there's a Tesla and a Jeep. Those vehicles were left behind. I am really concerned, let me tell you, for locals in this area. We're gonna, after we finish this report, we're gonna move down the block. I wanna check out Don Benito Elementary School. That is just about a block south of here, part of the Pasadena Unified School District. And so I'm concerned about that school and all of the homes here in this area. Again, this is Upper Hastings Ranch. It's some of the higher streets here in the community. It's, it's highly sought after. You get a great view up here, but you are a lot closer to the mountains, and it is adjacent not only to the Eaton Canyon Golf Course, but to Eaton Canyon itself. We can feel the heat from this fire as these embers still blow through the area, knowing that this fire is nowhere near being finished. And it really paints that picture as far as the resources being so stretched so thin from not only this fire, but other fires now burning here across Southern California, all the way to the west side of Pacific Palisades and Malibu. We saw LA County Fire here along with Pasadena Fire. So, resources, there is absolutely mutual aid in effect, but there's only so much help to go around. And so here on this street of Valley Lights and Valley View, absolutely no firefighters here with us. It's just us witnessing this devastation on this street, which is just heartbreaking to see. So we'll keep you posted throughout the morning now that we're into the early morning hours here on Eyewitness News. We'll send it back to you at the desk.
Thank you so much, Mark. Again, we're sort of gauging everything behind you, but we're also going to go to Jory Rand. He's covering the Palisades fire. Jory, it looks like there's a little bit more activity again kicking up in your area.
Yeah, it seems exactly what we were worried about all evening is about to happen. I don't know if you can see, we'll have Sean, our photographer here, zoom in here. In the foreground, you might be able to see some plumes of smoke kicking up. So in the distance, that's across a little canyon. That's Rustic Creek. It's a little valley that dips down between our position and Chautauqua Drive, or Chautauqua Boulevard, which is up on the far side of where we're standing. Chautauqua is high up above Sunset Boulevard as it weaves and wends its way through this part of Pacific Palisades. So it's backlit by those homes that are burning back there, and you can see that black smoke in the foreground. That is a home just about 100 yards down the road from where we are. We just talked to the police officer who's manning this intersection of Sunset and Amalfi. He said he's the senior lead officer for this area. Here we go, right over here. See the smoke kicking up right over this home? So there are 2 homes that are just off Sunset here to the left. This home, you see the white home, this is part of Amalfi that stretches down to the south, but there are 2 homes a little further west on Sunset, and we can tell by the distance we are from this black smoke that one of those homes in close proximity to where we are right now appears to be going up. In the distance, you can see those flames. We were trying to get you video of a long line of homes on Chautauqua that are gone. They have been burning for hours now. They are now just down to the frame, and it's really terrible to see this long line of, I'd say a dozen, but really, realistically, it is likely dozens or more homes in that neighborhood that have now been lost. And now we're talking about these flames getting closer, and as I say this, a pair of LAFD fire engines have just pulled up on the scene, actually a trio of them. One is starting to make their way up Amalfi, and that is where we're seeing this smoke and some of the flames. The direction that they're coming from is up this hill on Amalfi. So I don't know if they're just getting themselves into position for when this firefight might commence, or whether they're coming from another part and they're just positioning themselves here, not knowing what's going to come. But the sky has just gotten extremely dark. The winds are starting to pick up once again. And we actually went up Amalfi a couple hours ago where those fire trucks are headed, but we decided we couldn't go any further. It's a very tree-lined street with long, heavy limbs, and we didn't want to find ourselves in a position where we went up, a tree came down and blocked our path back down, and you never know what you're going to be facing at the top of a hill like that when the wilderness up there is on fire. So again, I believe just confirming, we still do not have that video, correct? In the meantime, we will continue to watch the flames that are approaching our position here, and we are ready to go at a moment's notice. We have our vehicle. It's one of the things you want to do in a situation like this, is always position your vehicle to your point of escape. So if you have to get in and leave, you just get in the vehicle, step on the gas and go. You don't have to worry about turning around and wasting those precious seconds. And we now see that senior lead officer, the LAPD officer, is now leaving his position here as well. So the LAFD moving in, the LAPD is moving out as the flames and the smoke are beginning to move into this area. This is illuminated by a couple of street lights, and were those not on right now, our section of Sunset Boulevard would be plunged into almost complete darkness. In fact, you can see we are losing vision on those homes burning up on Chautauqua because the smoke coming up from the valley, and one of those homes that is burning has become so thick. That's something we've seen throughout the day, is when you're in the wrong position and something's burning, it's basically like turning out the lights. And that's been one of our problems in trying to assess where this fire is, where it's going, and what has burned so far is it's burning so thick and the wind is carrying it straight across. We would much prefer no wind. The smoke would just rise into the air and it would dissipate and travel long distances there. Here, as soon as it's kicked up, it's picked up by the wind, blown sideways, and if you're in the thick of it, you lose complete vision. Visibility is down to zero and you can't see how far away those flames are. And so we've been trying to assess where things have been happening, but we have to kind of keep a distance at this point because we don't want to put ourselves in a position where we get ourselves in trouble. And so we're going to stick around here, but again, we can see this thick smoke right here in the foreground. This is not far from where our position is. I'd say 100 yards or less. And it looks like this home, there's a second home in proximity in the direction where that wind and smoke is going that would be at risk as well. But things looking bad and turning worse here in this section of Pacific Palisades, guys.
Yeah, that is a frightening thought. I worry that we're going to check back with Jory and this block is going to be, you know, on fire. We'll check back with you, Jory. Thank you for the explanation. It is an ominous thing to see. Let's go to Cassandra Gutierrez, who is back in Sylmar and has somebody to talk to. Cassandra, take it away.
David, well, we're still here on Los Olivos Road and Roxford Street, and you just feel those winds. You can see the winds literally jolting me forward. And if we take a close look at that hillside where that fire has been burning, you see it almost inching closer to this neighborhood that I have been on Los Olivos Road once again. We are in between the 210 and the I-5, and we've been talking to people who have lived here for over a decade. They say they have never felt winds this strong. Many people in this neighborhood are not at ease tonight. They are concerned, worried. I am here with one local resident. We talked about people that have been living here for over a decade. Elmar Osorio has been living here for 17 years. Elmar, tell me a little bit about what you're experiencing right now. I have to share with our viewers. When I saw you, you were standing at the edge of the cul-de-sac and you were taking a look at exactly what the camera is looking at right now, this hillside burning. What were those emotions? What were you thinking about, Elmar, when you were looking up at the hillside?
Well, I was thinking about getting ready to move, you know, getting my stuff ready, just in case it gets worse. It looks like it's getting worse every minute because like half an hour ago it was going towards north, and now it's getting the other way. So it looks like it's getting closer.
Elmar, you shared you're here with your wife, your kids, your niece who's visiting from out of town. What are those emotions going through your mind right now? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. You have not slept at all.
Well, first of all, I have to get up at to work, you know, at 5 o'clock in the morning, so I don't have too much time left. So I don't know what I'm gonna do, if I'm gonna stay home tomorrow, or if it gets better, I might go to work. If not, I stay home.
And you mentioned you still have to go to work tomorrow, and you talked a little bit about your family is still resting, and they've already packed up the car, though. What did you guys pack in the vehicle?
Our most important clothes and documents, and we have a German Shepherd ready to go too, you know, because he's scared when that happens. It doesn't happen that often, but last time we had it like this was like in 2008, so it's been a little bit of a while. So yeah, so we're ready.
And we talked about the people that have lived here. You're one of the very first that moved into the neighborhood, is that right? Can you share a little bit about the history of this neighborhood, Elmar?
Yeah, I'm one of the original ones. My next door neighbor, he been here the same time I moved in, and some of the people they've been here probably around 2 to 5, 6 years ago, and yeah, I one of the longest neighbors here.
Elmar, have you ever felt winds like this, like what we're feeling right now?
Never, not for this long.
And you shared with me, this is on the roadway, but behind your house, which is closer to the fire, it's even gustier there. Is that right? Is it even windier behind your home, which is closer to the hillside?
Yes,
and
it is.
What's behind back there? You mentioned there's some mobile homes. There's some homes back there. Tell me about
well, the mobile home park is closer to where the fires are right now. They probably maybe a quarter of a mile away from where the fire is now.
Do you have any thoughts or worries about them? You mentioned they've also seen devastation in the past or close to before.
Yeah, in 2008, they got burnt, 2008. Actually, I helped one of my friends to move out when his house was already actually burning, because the minute we walked away, his house was gone.
And to think that they could possibly be going through the same thing again, what are your feelings right now?
I hope not, but looks like it's pretty close. Yeah, we're hoping that it won't happen again, but it's pretty close.
And you mentioned you have to be at work in 4.5 hours. Are you going to stay up to make sure that you don't have to evacuate, or maybe you choose to evacuate? Is that all on the table right now?
Yeah, I might have to stay up until I see that those flames go away. I might take a little rest.
And if they don't?
If they don't, I stay awake.
Anything else you'd like to share, Elmar, about how you're feeling right now? Anything else you'd like to share?
Well, I'm a little nervous, like everybody else. Like I feel bad for those people who are losing their homes in Malibu. I mean, we work hard, to buy our homes, and something like this happens, it's not right.
Yeah, you walked outside. What made you want to walk outside right now? Did you hear the winds picking up? What made you want to, what was that thought in your mind that made you want to walk outside?
Well, I just, I pray, I say, oh God, stop these winds, for a little bit, because, and I hope they will stop in the next few hours.
Anything else you'd like to share with us, Elmer?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So we've been hearing from Elmar and from some of the community members here on this fire that continues to inch closer and closer to some of these local communities. Elmar shared that behind this community we're standing here on Los Olivos, there is a mobile home park that has already seen devastation in the past. And he did mention that winds are gusty here, but behind his home, which is closer to the hillside, they're even gustier. So that's definitely a concern with of course, we heard from Dallas earlier with the peak of the wind being between 10 and 5 in the morning. This is definitely keeping a lot of these neighbors awake right now at this hour, including Elmar, who we saw walking outside just a few minutes ago and taking a look at that burning hillside. And since we've been here for about almost 2 hours, we have definitely seen that fire inch closer and closer and closer gradually. And we see those winds blowing, and we saw earlier earlier, the plume of smoke, and it still is burning towards the west. We're just west of that hillside where this fire is burning in Sylmar right now. Of course, dozens of acres already burned, and we are witnessing that plume of smoke burning towards the west and going towards the west. So, of course, some of those fire hazards headed towards the west as well. And we have not felt any Elmer's burn through across our area right now. There have been many people who have evacuated this neighborhood. We actually spoke to a couple just a few minutes ago prior to this live hit. We spoke to a couple that was headed out. They were unsure of where to go, and were able to look that up for them. And that evacuation center, according to the LA Fire Department.org, is Richie Valens Recreation Center on Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Tacoma. And if you have large animals, for that evacuation center is Los Angeles Equestrian Center. That's 480 Riverside Drive in Burbank, and that is open again for evacuation of large animals. And that is what the information we are sharing with locals here in Sylmar, who are experiencing again the devastation of the hillside burning, and many of them still awake. You see several lights on in this community. Some of them are off, some of them have left, but you do see some lights. People evacuated earlier with their pets. People are ready to go with their pets right now too. Their cars are packed with important things. We heard about important memories, pictures. We heard one of the very first residents that moved here. She said her memories are in her heart, and that is where she is taking them with her. And of course, her medications, important documents are ready to go. And there are some detours when we talk about highways in this area, so make sure you are mindful if you are planning to evacuate or needing to evacuate, that you know those routes in the area. We are right between the 210 and I-5 right now, reporting in Sylmar. We're going to send it back to you in the studio.
Cassandra, thank you very much. We certainly our hearts are going out to this community. It's going to be a long night for them. Thank you for that live report. Well, we're also getting word of injuries tonight. One of those injuries is an LA City firefighter. This is video in. The LAFD says at approximately 8:30 p.m., a 25-year-old female firefighter sustained a serious head injury. She received immediate treatment at the scene and was transported to a local hospital for further evaluation.
Leanne Suter has been covering the fire in Eaton Canyon all night long, and take a look at some of the wind gusts that she and her photographer, Duncan Callis, were dealing with earlier tonight.
You guys, the wind here is unbelievable. You just heard Dallas talking about how strong these gusts are, and I can tell you, we are experiencing them firsthand. We just had a gust literally just a couple of seconds ago that I'm going to say is probably around 50 miles an hour, if not more. Duncan, my photographer, we both had to hold on to each other just to stand up in the wind. It sounds like a freight train is coming through the trees here. Like, here comes another one. You can hear it kind of building as it starts, and then these winds really hit hard, these gusts, and that is the problem for all of these firefighters. As we look up the hill here, it's hard to see because there's so much smoke. Every once in a while, the wind will kind of blow out the smoke, and you can see the fire making its way all the way up the hill. But right now, there's just so much smoke in the air, you can barely make it out. But we have seen where there are hot spots now because so many embers had come from the fire burning in Eaton Canyon. All of those embers have blown up onto the street, or across the street, I should say. We have not seen any houses across the street yet on fire, but we have seen where at least some of the brush, some of the trees across the way have been on fire. There is a tremendous response by Pasadena police and other agencies coming up in here and going through the area with their announcements on urging everyone to evacuate immediately, warning of the danger, and this truly came up so quickly. So many folks up here really didn't even have time to grab anything. They had to just jump. Here comes one of these gusts we're talking about. Yep, these things are so strong. I have covered a lot of fires in my time out here in Southern California, and I have to tell you, I've not experienced one like this in terms of the gusts. I've been in windy fires and Santa Ana blazes, but these gusts are extraordinary, and you can understand why. It's fueling these fires, both here in Altadena and Eaton Canyon, and then of the fire in the Pacific Palisades. The wind is vicious, and that is what is spreading the flames, and again, blowing all of those embers out into the area.
Remarkable reporting from Leanne Suter throughout the evening. And man, Dallas, those winds that we saw her dealing with throughout the night, they are incredible. And as she said, she's been covering for 25 years.
Yes.
She's never seen winds like this.
Well, they have been out there, David. To be honest with you, they've been blowing for many, many years. That strong. Now, the last time we saw something quite this strong was back in 2011. But in the city of Pasadena, they had wind gusts of 100 miles per hour. We have not seen that from this weather system, but it is certainly an excessive cold Santa Ana wind event, and therefore the red flag warnings remain. If you're not familiar with weather in Southern California, the winds are coming out of the north and northeast, so they go all the way out to sea. The visibility is unlimited out over the ocean because of the winds coming when they come onshore, which we usually see in Malibu, and anyone who lives on the coast, they have nice fog and low clouds and marine layer. This is a whole different situation. But the winds will be backing down, and that will start tomorrow late in the morning and in the early afternoon hours. We'll start to see less wind. The Santa Ana winds will start to back down a little bit as the weather, of course, is constantly changing, and therefore this won't last forever either. So winds right now, though, are gusting up to 50 miles per hour, still coming right out of the north and northeast through the canyons. This is above Altadena. And then as we look at the wind velocities for tomorrow morning, there will be an extra burst of Santa Ana winds. I know that's hard to believe, but we'll see some winds gust up to 60 or 70 miles per hour in short spurts. That's the good news. They're not going to be sustained like a hurricane has sustained winds, but they will be bursts of strong winds approaching hurricane velocity. Now let's look at this. Here's what we're looking at this moment. Still out at Thousand Oaks, they have northeast winds at 44 miles per hour, and at Burbank Airport, 38. They did see some wind gusts up around hurricane velocity there at Burbank Airport. That was earlier today, not tonight, but early in the morning when we see another burst of Santa Ana winds, that could certainly happen. Been very windy today out in the IE, but as you can see, there have been no fires started, so we don't have any fires out there. The same deal down in Orange County. The wind can howl and blow and do all of that, but unless a fire is started, we don't have one, and hopefully that will not happen as we go through the morning hours for tomorrow. Here's a kind of look at the wind velocities we're expecting in the Pacific Palisades area. They're still strong overnight. Then, as I mentioned, there will be a burst of those around sunrise tomorrow morning. And then we'll start to see those winds go down there. And even a better situation, I'm thinking, for Altadena, where we may see those winds by late morning start to really back off. And that will give, hopefully, the firefighters a chance to maybe fly some of the smaller choppers and make some direct hits there. The center of the low pressure, we look at the weather. What happened? Well, we had forecast this actually 8-10 days ago. I was looking at the possibility of this scenario developing. Tonight, that area of low pressure is located down to the southeast of us, but it's still close enough that those winds are powerful. And these happen in the wintertime in December and January. It's not unusual to see powerful northeast canyon winds. They're usually quite cold. But this one will change because this area of low pressure will drift slowly off to the east. It's going to snow over in El Paso, Texas tomorrow, but the wind velocities for us will start to go down. So if you look at your timeline here, this is 7:05 tomorrow morning, still some gusty winds, but everything just kind of settles down as we head into Thursday. We're going to keep those red flags going because we still have fires that are happening. So we keep the red flags even into Thursday. Temperatures will be cooling. By Saturday and Sunday, it drops down only about 71, 66. Valley temperatures drop into the 60s on Saturday and Sunday, but the red flags are still going. Now, the next opportunity for another Santa Ana wind event, David and Colleen, will be next Tuesday. That weather system will also have a cutoff low with it over the Colorado River, so there's a possibility that event could be at least a moderate Santa Ana wind event, which is typical for La Nina weather patterns for Southern California. It's usually dry, many offshore events, and unfortunately, if someone starts a fire, the winds just blow it all the way to the ocean, and that's what we're dealing with tonight.
We certainly are.
All
Okay,
right.
Dallas, thank you very much.
You're
Okay, well, let's go. Speaking of the fires and the wind, look at Michelle Fisher behind you in Malibu. You have a very active fire right behind you.
Yeah, since we spoke with you last, we made our way down Pacific Coast Highway, and what we saw, as I mentioned earlier, just completely shocking. And we came upon this home here. This is near Tuna Canyon Road, and this is the 18,800 block of Pacific Coast Highway. Again, this home right along the beachfront. It's one of many that is just burned down to the ground tonight, and unfortunately, the home beside it also catching fire since we've been here in the last 5 minutes or so. Earlier, I kind of asked what happened that all of these homes, just home after home after home after home, side by side, completely all burned to the ground. And it's partially right because of the embers, but we also know that homes along Pacific Coast Highway in this area are very close side by side. So as these flames grow, driven by the strong winds, it makes it really easy for those flames to kind of blow into the home next door. And we have watched that happen here at this home along Pacific Coast Highway. Just devastating to see the devastation, a complete loss for this family. But then as we pan down the road, there's a house that is completely untouched right now in the middle of another home where there are flames sparking up. So right now, as this situation changes so rapidly and deteriorates so
all right, Michelle's signal has gotten frozen, but you could see the damage continues in her community in Malibu. She's captured some incredible stories going on out there, all really tragic.
They really are. And then it's just so unpredictable, you know, with the fire and their patterns. By 2 houses are burning. There's 1 house in the middle that's not burning. Yeah. It's just, it's heartbreaking to see. That is for sure.
Head back to Mark Robles now. He is standing by near the Eaton fire. And Mark, what have you found for us? Now to be able to hear
Mark, can you hear us?
Yeah, we just had a moment here with some of the smoke here because this fire engine 42 from LA County was able to douse some water on this home here behind us. Yeah, can you hear me? We might be on a slight delay, so there may be a delay on getting to us with our audio. We are here still in Pasadena, Upper Hastings. This house here behind us, it is up in flames. Firefighters are doing what they can to stop the fire from spreading to the rest of the house. Right now it's in the garage area. They got some water on it, and that sent out a lot more smoke, which came directly in our direction. So we are at the top of Valley View Avenue here in Pasadena, the Upper Hastings Ranch area. Since our last report, I was able to survey more of the community here. There are numerous homes that are up in flames. I was able, though, to also check Don Benito Elementary School. I was worried about that. That's a few blocks south from us. That school, no issues that I saw. It was still standing. That being said, there were homes surrounding it that were on fire. So it's just tough to see. We'll come across firefighters and engines like this one doing what they can, but other homes, there's not much help in terms of water and firefighting efforts this morning. The resources are just spread really thin. At this point, earlier in our coverage, I was starting to count the houses that we saw at a half dozen, and now it has just surpassed that, where I've completely lost count. I mean, there are dozens of homes here in Upper Hastings Ranch that are on fire. I will tell you this much: if you've evacuated, if you're watching, and if you're from this area, a majority of the homes that are in danger, those that are burning, are north of Alegria. That being said, it's not all of them. There are some streets that have been scathed so far that are not burning, others where there are 4 or 5 homes on fire. So again, this is the top of Valley View Avenue. I don't have the cross street. I think it was I don't have it off the top of my head, but we're here at the top of Valley View Avenue, and it's just a heartbreaking scene. Still windy. I want to say we're not seeing the same type of, really strong gust that we saw earlier, maybe 2 hours ago. And again, this fire broke out several hours ago, sometime around 7 p.m. The gusts are not as strong as they were earlier, perhaps dying down just a bit. But we're hearing the fire, the crackling and the popping noises, which is really eerie, and these crews doing everything they can as they move through the area. So that is the latest from this part of Pasadena. Again, Upper Hastings Ranch, Don Benito Elementary School, which is just to the south of us. When we passed by, it was still standing, but many more homes, a complete loss. At least it does seem a majority of the people who live in this area, they left in a hurry, because we have not seen many people at all over the past couple of hours. We'll send it back to you at the desk.
It's incredible, because I'm looking over your left shoulder. You see such a demolishing. The fire is absolutely destroying this home. But then over your right shoulder down the street, you can see another structure. It looks like there's another structure behind you on your right shoulder. So these firefighters, they certainly, it's good to, and then there's another one that's your videographer is seeing. So this whole neighborhood appears to be almost on fire. Am I correct, Mark? Behind you as well. So you have one from the left, one from the right, and one in front of you. Behind you? Oh, well, we were talking about, I think.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's everywhere. It's in every direction.
What street are you on?
I believe I'd have to look at my map here. I thought it said something like Star Touch. We're at the top of Valley View. And let me tell you this much. From what I'm hearing, it sounds like I'm on a longer delay than I was earlier. So my audio may be taking longer to get back to you at the desk. So I'm hearing everything you're saying. Let me look at my map here. We are on currently Star Touch Drive. We're on Star Touch Drive. So we're walking past many homes right here that are still standing, no issue, not burning. And if you're still with us, just let me know. We're going to walk further down the block here, and I can show you the other homes that are engulfed in flames, you know, roughly 6 houses down. Firefighters here on scene. Here's a fire crew from Laverne. That speaks to the mutual aid that we're seeing. I saw a Corona fire drive by, and of course many fire crews from LA County as well. Tough to see this. So this is 3800 Star Touch Drive, and the home next door, the roof completely caved in. This home is a complete loss. I can hear the fire alarm going off in the distance. Yeah, now here we have multiple homes on this side of Star Touch that are going to be a complete loss. Oh, look at this one, really just the chimney that's still standing once you get to us. And these fire crews, I don't know if they're out of water or what, but they're, it seems like there's only so much that they can do. There's no real active firefight going on right now. Oh, just heartbreaking to see. So this is 3810 Star Touch. You know, I know so many people watching, they want to know what's happening in their community, and they can't wait to get home, and they have that, the unknowing, not knowing what's left. I hate to see it, and then you have homes here across the street where, you know, they're still standing, and you hope that remains to be the case here through the night. You know, there's still embers, there's still wind, and there's still fire there burning on the north end of us at the higher elevation. We did a survey pretty much of this area, Upper Hastings Ranch, drove through many streets, and there are numerous homes spotted throughout this area that are burning. It's kind of hard to pinpoint a certain street that's worse than another, but multiple streets that are in serious danger with loss of property. We just hope that there's no loss of life and that everybody left in a hurry when those evacuation warnings went out. Again, this is on the east side of Eaton Canyon. The Eaton Canyon golf course is kind of adjacent just to the west of this neighborhood. And to the east of us is the city of Sierra Madre. So we are right now just west of Michelinda. I'm giving you a lot of descriptors of our exact location, but a lot of the locals, they know where this is, north of Alegria, under a mandatory evacuation because of this fire that has done immense devastation in this community. And you see right there on the home some of the holiday decorations still on this house. We have seen that this morning warning in the area because locals know Upper Hastings Ranch is somewhat famous for its holiday lights display that they have for about a month long. And the neighborhood here is just jam-packed with visitors who come to this area. We've done stories on this community with their holiday display. It is an annual tradition. It's kind of a rite of passage. If you move to this part of Pasadena, you put up your lights for the holidays, and the community and people from even far away, they come here to celebrate, to drive through. And a lot of the homes, you know, they still have these decorations up from the holiday light display that just ended here as we get into January. The smoke billowing through the neighborhood. On the other side of the street, this home is really engulfed over here on Star Touch. And just at the end of the block there, as we go further, what you can't even see is Michelinda as far as a locator to get your bearings straight if you're familiar with the area. So the real headline that I'm seeing is not only the loss of property, but the lack of resources, just because of how much is burning here in the area, not only in Pasadena, but other fires. We see Mutual Aid, LA County Fire, Laverne, Corona. I've seen other departments, but there's only so much to go around because of how extensive this fire is in these Santa Ana conditions. We just don't have enough water. We don't have enough firefighters. We've seen that before. I remember it with the Thomas Fire, I believe back in 2017. Homes, unfortunately, just burning right in front of us. No firefighters able to be on scene to put it out because of how many they were trying to deal with. So that's the very latest here from this location, trying to give you a picture, an idea of what we're experiencing. At least I can tell you this much. The winds right now, they're calm. They're calmer than they have been over the past couple of hours. That's a good sign, hoping that they remain calm as we approach the early morning hours in sunrise. We're hoping that they do die down, and maybe let's hope that we've seen the worst of it. We'll send it back to you.
Mark, as you stand on that street, I just want to kind of expand out where you're standing to give our viewers some perspective. This is the Eaton fire, and it burned from this Eaton Canyon down. Here is Pasadena that's being evacuated. Sierra Madre, which we showed some homes on fire over here. So the fire burned down through here. This area, this is Hastings Ranch where Marco de Robles is right now. And you heard him say Star Touch Drive. Right here is Star Touch Drive. It's not a big street. It starts right here and it ends right over here. I'll expand it out a little bit further. So these few homes, that's this street where Mark is walking along right now, where you've seen many of them have been lost on this one street, Star Touch Drive. And you heard Mark talk about the Don Benito Elementary. That's right here, and he says that is doing okay. So he is just north of that elementary school. I want to show you, this is Hastings Ranch that has been hit hard, as Mark is showing you. Over here, Sierra Madre hit hard. Down here is Pasadena as well, and that is being evacuated. So all these communities and the tremendous amount of homes are affected. Mark, Colleen, I'm going to send it back over to you.
All right, David Ono, thank you very much for that orientation for us. Jory Rand has been out there in the Palisades area for hours now and has watched a litany of destruction taking place there. He joins us now with the latest. And how is the fire behaving right now? This is supposed to be the time of night when things are really start to get bad.
Yeah, so we were just figuring out, I think we've been at this exact location for about 8 hours, and things are quite different than when we first arrived. We made it to this position basically escaping the smoke and the flames to the west and kept being pushed east, and we went a little far. Sunset Boulevard through this stretch is hard to find a spot. It's down in a valley. Sometimes there's a median in the middle and you can't do a quick turnaround, so we just kept having to go further east to find a spot to turn around. We made it up here and saw some flames cresting the hill and have camped here ever since. We thought it was going to just be a matter of moments before it arrived, and here we are 8 hours later, and it's still relatively at bay, but I think the moment might be at hand here. As I step out of the way, you might be able to see some smoke kicking up in the foreground of this shot. It's just on the other side of the nearest trees. And we think that the brush beneath a pair of homes here on Sunset Boulevard is about to go if it hasn't gone already. And so we can see just how close this smoke is. We know just below our sight line something is happening down there. And it's just a matter of time before it jumps up and crests this hill. We do have some video of what we're seeing in the background of our location. A line of homes on Chautauqua Boulevard. That's in Palisades Village, and the entire row of houses on Chautauqua is gone. This is a small little pocket of homes, this little neighborhood, about 6 rows wide and about 5 or 6 avenues deep. And this is the easternmost line of those homes, and they are all gone. The entire row, about a half-mile stretch of homes, is gone. And given what has been going on in that area, we have to imagine the entire neighborhood at this hour might be lost as well. Again, because the smoke is so thick and the situation so dangerous, we can't make ingress into that neighborhood to confirm what we fear. So we don't want to say anything that we cannot confirm at this hour, but it really doesn't look good. The position we're in right now is starting to have some embers rain down. We saw a pocket of embers land in the top of a tree, in the bough of a tree down the street here, south on Amalfi Drive, and it fortunately did not catch. We've seen a couple land in the dry brush, some dry grass here. Those did not catch, but the smoke is getting thicker, the sky is getting darker, and the flames are moving closer to this location where we thought we had been pretty well positioned, and what we have been fearing for hours now, it looks like it's now coming to fruition. I can tell you, when we first arrived, we drove up to Mescal from PCH and found a spot where we could see the flames going, and almost immediately the power lines that were over our head arced, sparked, and we immediately moved and kind of changed our perspective for how we were going to handle this, because obviously we cover a lot of fires, but it's rare we're out in a situation where live power lines can be affected by these winds where we are covering that fire. And so that is certainly a concern. It appears for most of this area the power still remains on, so we have to assume that the power lines are still active. It's certainly another danger where if any of those come down, it could spark up another conflagration really fast. And so again, as we stand here and watch, there are a pair of homes just off the roadway here on Sunset. Their land goes down into a valley that is rustic canyon down at the bottom of there, where Sunset Boulevard kind of wends its way back to the west towards Pacific Palisades proper, and it's not looking good. We can see some homes down in that valley that have already lit. Given the fact that we see these wind gusts headed east, we saw Michelle Fisher on the west front of this, where the winds and the fire is being pushed west towards Malibu and down towards the Pacific Ocean. This is the eastern front, and yet we still see some eastern movement and eastern directional winds blowing at my back. And so that's why this row on Amalfi here, both south and north of Sunset, are at such danger. We saw a short time ago 3 engines head north up Amalfi, likely just positioning themselves should the wildlands up there reach the homes. But as we can say now, it is getting closer. It has not arrived here yet. And it's going to be a very long night for firefighters and homeowners wondering what's going on with their homes. And you just hope and pray that they'll have homes to come back to tomorrow. But it's not looking good. The direction this fire is going, the proximity to the smoke that where we are right now, and the fact that this wind is just unrelenting. It will not let up. You're out here for hours and you just want it to stop, and it just does not stop. It is relentless, and the wind gusts can literally knock you off your feet. Sean, my photographer, has to hold the camera because it is very nearly blown over several times. And it's almost like you're walking, and if someone took a double-handed shove to your chest, that's what it does to you as you're walking into the wind. It stops you in your tracks. That's just how powerful this is, and it will not let up, and it's going to continue like this all night long, guys.
That imagery, very descriptive, Jory, by just the way you're talking about the wind gusts. And I can completely understand what you're saying. You want the wind to die down, and of course it's not. By the way, Jory, thank you so much for that live report. We're also looking at some images that we just received on the right side of your screen of the fire in the Palisades area and just how completely destructive it has been this evening. Mark.
Yeah, you're looking at this gas station that's being destroyed. And what's eerie about this, in so many cases, is a building is going up and there are no firefighters around. Or if there are, there might be one engine doing one hose stream on something that might be ordinarily a 2 or even a 3-alarm fire under normal circumstances. It's getting the barest, if not the barest response, if none at all, you know? And so that's an eerie thing to see when you're accustomed to seeing fires being fought and resources being so stretched thin now that you cannot, most often you will see these houses just going up and no firefighters around because there just aren't enough of them in enough places to do the work.
It makes you really hopeful, though, that people did evacuate. So, which the fire crews that are out there, at least they are hopefully able to protect as much as they can. David Ono, you're really mastering this map over there. You have sort of an idea of where Jory is?
I do. It took a minute to find it, but I did find him. So here is where the Pacific Palisades fire began, and we've been concentrating a lot of our coverage throughout here, but this to show you how devastating the spread has been. Jory is at Amalfi and Sunset Boulevard, so keep that in mind. I'm going to expand out, and keep your eye. This is Riviera Country Club. I'm going to let Michael kind of expand out a little. I think I lost him a little bit. Here we go, Michael. I'm going to go this direction, and then that is Riviera Country Club, okay? So I'm going to expand out and let the map catch up here. So there is Riviera. This is Sunset Boulevard that kind of winds through the community, and this is Amalfi Drive. Ooh. And Jory has been reporting about this area right here. This is where he's been spending a whole lot of time. And look at the big swath of homes in this community that he has been watching go up in flames as the fire continues to come towards this direction. So right over here, Amalfi and Sunset Boulevard, this community right here, that's where Jory is spending his time, showing the devastation in that area. And if I could pull back out just to keep your eye on that intersection right there, that's where Jory has been, right here, Riviera Country Club. The fire started here, and all of this community has been devastated by this fire and continues to be. Back to you two.
David Ono, Jory Rand, thank you both for the coverage and the giving us an idea in space. You know, it's tough when we don't have our helicopter up to be able to pinpoint where these locations are. So we are making do as best we can. And David, you are mastering the map, and we do appreciate that. And so do the people at home, or the people who are in shelters right now wondering what's going on with their neighborhoods. We can at least pinpoint them and let them know, but street by street, if possible, what is going on. Now let's get out to that Hearst fire. That's the one that's burning up above Sylmar. We have a new acreage total,
yeah,
right?
we're just getting an email of the latest information. The fire now is approximately 500 acres. We know the firefighters, they're focusing on structure protection and public safety. There has been some closures. I-5 and State Route 14 closed, 210 Freeway East. And we know about evacuation warnings, Calgrove, Newhall Pass, Wildwood, Eternal Valley, as well as evacuation centers, which is what we were really trying to get to as well earlier. So Ritchie Valens Recreation Center off of Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Pacoima, Northridge Park on Reseda Boulevard in Northridge, and Sepulveda Recreation Center on Kester in Panorama City. So again, we're getting an update on this fire. We know so many neighbors here. We've seen Cassandra Gutierrez's live reports. We've seen so many neighbors watching, waiting, hoping. Some of their cars are packed. Their cars are facing forward. The last gentleman we listened to, he's been there since one of the first homeowners there, and he says he worked so hard. His family's inside sleeping, and he's got a German Shepherd, and the German Shepherd's nervous, so he sort of has everything in his mind if he has to evacuate, but he's just hoping and hoping and hoping that he doesn't.
And he's staying there to fight if necessary, and he's going to try his best to save that home. This is also horse country. This is an area that there are a lot of ranches. We've seen people with their large animals trying to get them out. We have some information now from Los Angeles County about shelters for your animals that are affected by these fires. For small animals, there's the Agura Animal Care Center. That's on Agura Road in Agura Hills. Large animals, horses and the like, you've got the LA Equestrian Center on Riverside Drive in Burbank, and the Pierce College Equestrian Center. That's on Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills. Those are where you can take your animals tonight if you need to get them out of there and get them to safety as well. You please don't leave them behind. They depend on you, and you can get them to safety. You certainly should. That poor man with his German Shepherd, hoping to be able to make sure everybody gets through this.
Absolutely. And I think about the horse community, and they are a tight community, and everyone helps each other out. But you have those trailers, and you need to prepare. When you start seeing that there's going to be a wind event, I'm sure a lot of people start hitching that trailer to their trucks, trying to make sure that everything is sorted out, because to try to move a horse, I don't have a horse, but I can only imagine it's a delicate situation. I know I've seen horses not want to go in these trailers when they're stressed out. We've seen it during fires.
They don't always deal with stress well, and they're huge, and so it makes it very difficult to move them. Regarding some school closures, Pasadena Unified, Monrovia, Azusa, Temple City, that's
Glendale.
associated with the Eaton fire. Glendale Unified,
Glendale
right?
Unified, yeah. But you know, we do know that Pasadena Unified School District, they're still offering their lunch and go opportunity for kids who need meals, that they can still have an opportunity to get their meals provided for them. And we know that at Glendale, they also said that the daycares are going to be closed. So if you have child care needs tomorrow, before you take your child to any of these facilities, make sure they're open, because a lot of people are being told to work from home. Don't come into the office, because fire crews, emergency personnel, they would like these roads as clear as possible. So tomorrow is going to be one of those days where we're going to wake up and we're really going to see what has happened overnight.
Yeah, I shudder to think what we're going to see once the sun rises and we can get a view of what's going on and what has happened overnight. And once we're able to fly it, we have not been able to lift off a single news helicopter all night and most of the day yesterday. So we haven't been able to tell yet what awaits us when we do. We have Michelle Fisher, who has been out there in the Palisades area for much of the day as well. And she joins us now with an update on the tragedy that's really unfolding there. Michelle?
Yeah, Mark, it is hard to see. We're on Pacific Coast Highway near Tuna Canyon. This is the 18,800 block. The wind out here pretty powerful, about to blow my hat right off my head. Now, when we pulled up to this spot, the home that was standing behind me was fully engulfed. That was about 30 minutes ago. Has burned. The house beside it was not on fire, and now it is on fire, because the home that was in this lot here beside it, the flames there set that second home on fire, and I lost my hat. But these are conditions that we've seen all day here along Pacific Coast Highway, as I've mentioned. Just as we have ridden down the road, I think we had some video earlier showing just the sheer devastation and what it looked like. As you mentioned, Mark, when the sun comes up, it is going to show us just the devastation within this community. Home after home after home after home, entire blocks just completely gone. And we know in this area, the homes are very close to one another. That's part of what contributes to this, but also it is the conditions out here in Mother Nature, these embers that are being blown so hard by the winds that are really at their peak right now. Is these overnight hours, we're going to bring the strongest winds, and we're certainly seeing what that looks like. As I mentioned, when I started this report, I had a hat on my head, and it's completely gone right now. So just some difficult situation for firefighters too, and as you mentioned earlier, resources just stretched pretty thin. So when there's a home that's engulfed to a certain point, it seems like fire crews kind of realize, hey, we're not going to save this one. Let's try to move on to a defensive posture at another property. And we've seen them doing that just up the road a bit. They were trying to save one house, but at last checked, it seemed like that house was going to go up too. So certainly we know that fire crews are working as hard as they can to try to get a control on as many homes as they can. But when the sun comes up in a couple hours, we're going to be able to get a better view, and hopefully Air 7, as you mentioned, will eventually be able to launch too, to show us an aerial view of the devastation here along Pacific Coast Highway. We're talking about homes that are not up in the hills, but actually homes that are beachfront properties on the water, complete blocks of them, home after home after home after home. completely gone. Total losses, burned down to the ground. It is hard to see. Just some devastating images that we've witnessed here tonight. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back to you guys in the studio now. I'm live in Malibu.
All right, Michelle. Well, hopefully you can find another hat in the live truck, because I worry about your head as well because of those embers, and it is really dangerous out there. So you be careful. We know that Michelle's been reporting live from Malibu, showing the complete destruction along PCH. David, you are sort of around the area. You can kind of zoom in on where she is.
Yeah, I figured out where Michelle is reporting from, and it is important to point that out in this map, because it'll explain a lot of what she is witnessing right now. So again, we're at the Palisades fire. This is where it started and just expanded out. Santa Monica's over here. Malibu is over in this direction. So I'm going to pull the map over in this direction right over here, and I'm going to expand out right here at the edge of the fire. And this is Tuna Canyon. This is PCH. This is the area where Michelle has been reporting from. She's been going up and down this community. So I'm going to expand it out even further. And, you know, she's been showing us down the road these homes that are on fire, but she's also been taking video of all of these homes along PCH, right along beachfront property, as she has been illustrating to us, and the devastating damage that she has been witnessing all along the way throughout her time within this community. So think about that. All these beautiful, extremely expensive homes that are not immune to this fire, and many of them have gone up in flames, as we've seen from her live reports and from her video. That happening right near here, Tuna Canyon, Pacific Coast Highway. And for a further illustration of the devastation of this fire, so I'm going to shrink it. I'm going to shrink it even further and even further. So Michelle is right over here in this teeny little point. And just prior to that, remember Riviera Country Club and Jory Rand, he's over here. Look at the expanse of this fire from Malibu all the way over kind of towards Santa Monica. All of this entire area and the many, many homes that are caught in the middle of it, that's where a lot of the devastation is. And as you've been saying, in the morning, when we get Air 7 up, this is part of the community that we will be looking at, and we fear that many homes will be lost within this community. Back to you, too.
All right, David, thank you. And it is an immense fire and getting larger by the minute. That fire, we've got an acreage count of some 2,900 acres. It's bound to be much, much larger than that. That's a very old figure, so we're going to try to get that updated. We haven't had really a briefing from any of the agencies in quite a while. But as we look at the Hearst fire that is burning in the Sylmar area, we know a lot of homes have been lost or are in danger there, at least. There's some evacuation orders underway. Reporter Cassandra Gutierrez from our sister station, KFSN, joining us now with an update from her position near the Hearst fire. Cassandra.
That's right. I'm still in Sylmar I'm still in Sylmar on Los Olivos Road, right next to Roxford, and you can still see the fire burning across the hillside behind me. At this point, we see this neighborhood is currently in danger. That fire is just a couple miles away from here. Behind this neighborhood, I am told by neighbors there is a mobile home, and I'm also told by neighbors that, I mean, you see these gusty winds here. You see those trees moving extremely fast. Erratic winds is what we've been experiencing all evening here into these early morning hours. I'm told behind these homes, some of those winds feel even gustier, and many of these neighbors have said this isn't their first time encountering close calls similar to this one. Just a few years ago, they saw this similar hill on fire, and what I have noticed from when we got here to now is that was in the last couple of hours, this fire is actually spreading a little bit. We are on the west end of it, so it is spreading a little bit off to the side, and you can kind of see the glow in the background. Since we've been here in the last couple of hours, this fire appears to be spreading, but at this hour, many of these people that live in this neighborhood have chosen to stay back. Several people have evacuated, but I will say, neighbors here say their vehicles are ready to go in case they have to evacuate. Many of these people have been coming in and out of their homes right now. It is pretty quiet right now. I can't imagine anyone is resting easy tonight, because I just spoke to a couple of neighbors here who say they will be keeping an eye on conditions through these overnight hours. Some of these people mentioned they have to go to work in the morning, and I will say this is a very tight-knit community. This community has been around for a couple of decades. Many of the people living here now are actually some of the first people that moved into these homes here that have not been around for, I am told by these neighbors, more than 30 years. So fairly newer homes that are right along this hillside in Sylmar, again on Los Olivos Road and Roxford Street. We are right in the middle of Highway 210, which part of it is closed, and I-5. So if you are evacuating or are thinking of needing to evacuate sometime between now and those early hours, you want to make sure that you are aware of your evacuation centers that you should go to, and make sure you are aware of those road closures out on the roads, because there are some detours, especially here on Rockford Street is what we're told, that there are detours by locals who live here in the area. And again, you see these gusty winds right where we are standing right now. They are pretty erratic, and if we can zoom into some of these trees, we could see those winds just gusting, and you could hear it, and you could hear them picking up. Sometimes they calm down, but then they pick up and they start gusting even stronger. And another thing I should mention here, it feels cold right now. It was about 50 degrees last I checked. It feels much colder than that. That's just a testament to how gusty these winds are. You could definitely feel the chilly breeze coming in, or these gusty winds, I should say, coming in. And many of these neighbors on edge tonight, their cars are packed and ready to go in the event that that fire inches closer and closer to these homes. And that's exactly what we have been witnessing, this fire inching closer and closer to this neighborhood here in Sylmar, and many neighborhoods in this area as well. There are over a dozen homes, many of them filled with families that have lived here, like I mentioned, for over a decade. A tight-knit community here in Sylmar, and many of them concerned tonight, worried, staying up, watching our newscast, making sure they are ready to go in case they need to go. And when we spoke to several of these neighbors, they mentioned they have the essentials, important documents, medications in their vehicles, and pictures and memories that they take with them in their hearts in the case that they do have to evacuate. But for now, live in Sylmar, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Cassandra Gutierrez, thank you very much. You are at Roxford and Los Olivos, and our tonight's master of the map, David Ono, joining us with a look at that neighborhood, which is so far okay. They're just waiting for word on whether they're going to have to get out of there immediately.
This map gives us an interesting perspective on what Cassandra is seeing right now. So here is the Hearst fire. That's where we see those flames right there. You see on that shot. They are burning on this hillside, and you can see the smoke being pushed in this direction, meaning the threat is in this direction. So right over here, this is Roxford Street. I'm going to expand out now. Roxford Street and Los Olivos is right here. This is where Cassandra has been reporting on. Now look at the swath, the huge swath of buildings and homes, big industrial buildings right over here, and a neighborhood of homes right over here. This is Roxford and Los Olivos. So I'm going to expand out a little bit more, and there, the Hearst fire is here. And so if it continues to push into this direction, look at the threat in this giant community. So that's why right now the 210 freeway is working as a fire break. Chris Christie was reporting earlier that it was already pushed up against the freeway. If it jumps the freeway into this neighborhood, that's where things can get really, really tricky and even tragic, because there's so many homes and people's lives affected from this one community if that Hearst fire continues to spread. This is where Cassandra's reporting from right now. Back to you.
In the next few hours, we'll determine whether it jumps the freeway and heads
Absolutely.
into that neighborhood, because this is, of course, when Dallas has said the winds were going to be the strongest.
Yeah, and you know what, we do know if you do need to evacuate quickly, the LA Fire Department has put out a checklist of the 6 Ps to help you remember what to bring. They include people and pets, papers, phone numbers, important documents, prescriptions, vitamins and sunglasses or eyeglasses, pictures and irreplaceable memorabilia, personal computer hard drive and disk, plastic, including credit and debit cards, and cash.
Yeah, check out the scene on Palisades Drive. This was earlier today. This is really astounding to watch. That people got stuck in traffic out there trying to leave the area after being given the evacuation order. Traffic was gridlocked. People got frustrated and or frightened and abandoned their cars, took their keys with them and left the cars. So that blocked the road. Of course, that prevented firefighters from getting in there. So they called in the bulldozers to push those abandoned cars to the side of the road to clear a path for first responders. And this is the result. And you see a lot of cars, they badly damaged. Some may end up being totaled, likely. But it was necessary in order to make sure that firefighters could get to the areas and try to save homes and lives.
Very effective, that's for sure. Got all the cars out of the way. Dallas rains, we've been talking about the winds all, for the last several days. And then I'm looking at the clock because around 2 a.m. you said, we might be getting a burst between 2 to 4 to
That's right.
6 a.m. possibly. So how are the winds
that's
looking
very
right
good. That's very right. And we are expecting that already. It's happening. But as we head toward the early morning hours around sunrise, that's when we have the best opportunity, everything being said, of getting even stronger winds. You wanted to know where the fire started this morning. It started around 10:15 to 10:30 in the morning in a canyon just north of the Palisades, and you can see it there. Strong northeast and northerly winds blew the fire southward. This was the shot that we had for you from the airport, but you can see where the fire was started there. Of course, clear skies, no lightning, so more than likely human cause. We look at the red flag warning until 6 p.m. on Thursday due to those strong Santa Ana winds. As Colleen mentioned, there will be a burst in the morning hours, which will drive winds up to 60 and 70 miles per hour in gusts. Then after that, we'll start to see improving conditions, thank goodness, late morning and into the early afternoon. And I'm hoping at that time, perhaps we can fly some of the smaller helicopters and hit some of these areas and make some progress with that. But overnight tonight, as we go into early tomorrow morning, it's still very, very windy. And you can look at this shot right now. This shows wind gusts still very strong, 41 miles per hour at Santa Clarita. And earlier today, Magic Mountain had an 87 mile per hour wind gust. And of course, hurricane velocity is 74. So that's way up there. No problems with anywhere from downtown LA all the way down to Long Beach, 2 miles per hour. This area hardly ever has to worry about fires associated with Santa Ana winds. But once you get down in Orange County, that's a different story. Along the foothills of the OC, very strong Santa Ana winds have been blowing all day long. Thank goodness we've seen no fires started there, and no fires have started out in the IE. All right, so as we look ahead for the wind velocities, they're still strong overnight, even into the late afternoon. For the Palos Verdes area. So that's a little discouraging. I'm not so sure I believe that model. These are numerical models that as meteorologists we can make our own evaluation, but I do like this for the Altadena area. I do think by late morning we'll start to see much less wind up there, which will be wonderful. The wind velocities start to back off fairly good. Low pressure still swirling around. You can see it on the satellite view, and it's moving but very slowly. So we're still in that strong pressure gradient, lots of cold air advection. It'll be drifting over to the east over the 24-hour period. So I think by tomorrow afternoon, a lot of these winds will be moving out, and that is good news. The red flag must remain, though, in through Thursday, because even Thursday we'll have some winds through the canyons, 15, 20, 25 miles per hour. It'll be a mild Santa Ana, no doubt about that. As we head toward the weekend, it'll be a little bit cooler across Southern California. We'll see temperatures in the valleys only in the 60s Saturday and Sunday. The next chance of a Santa Ana wind event, I'm forecasting lasting next Tuesday. Not as strong as this one, but it will be a cutoff low developing east of Los Angeles. And anytime that happens, when we have this type of pattern, it's a very dry pattern. Winds, Colleen, blow all the way out to sea. If you were out on the ocean today, 15, 20 miles out to sea, north and northeast winds. So that cuts off all moisture supply for Southern California. And that's when we have these strong Santa Ana winds, and of course the fire dangers highly elevated. But good news, as we get into tomorrow afternoon, I think we'll see a big improvement.
Be a relief.
It really
like
will.
To see that. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, let's go back out to Mark Hodorobles. He's in the Upper Hastings Ranch area. And Mark, you have been surrounded by so much devastation.
Yeah, Colleen, we're still here on Valley View. We've been moving through the area, so at one point we were about 2 blocks further up. I do want to show you, of course, we have these homes here burning behind us. This is Don Benito Elementary School right here. I did mention at one point this morning about the concern for this property. The school, though, the alarm's going off. Firefighters are kind of here in the area, but nothing burning there at Don Benito Elementary. But then right here behind us here on Valley View, we got multiple homes, a complete loss, but really interesting. Wanted to give a shout out to these fire crews with Cal OES out of Corona, I believe, that are doing incredible work here on structure protection to save this neighboring property. They're spraying water and perhaps something else there on the eve of the home to make sure nothing catches. They've been here for several minutes. They actually had a truck here, and that truck just went down the block to our right to get water from an outlet down there. They're going to bring the water back up here because they were worried they're going to run out of water and basically lose all of the progress that they made. So they went down to that fire hydrant, and now they're working here to make sure they prevent any flames from catching on this home. This is the 1300 block of Valley View. Again, this is Upper Hastings Ranch here in Pasadena, north of Alegria. So this is a part of the upper streets in the area. Just heartbreaking to see. Again, this home to the left, a complete loss, and they're trying to save this one. I said earlier that the winds were dying down, and right there we got another big gust again. So kind of unpredictable with the winds. Certainly still a wind event. It seemed like we were getting less gusts compared to earlier, but at times we are now seeing the winds pick up once more, which is really disheartening, not only for us to see what we're witnessing, but for these fire crews doing everything they can to prevent more damage in this immediate area. We'll send it back to you.
Well, Mark, thank you so much. Again, we're talking about these winds right now. They really are picking up, and it's just devastating to see the images. I know that David Ono, you're following where Mark is located as well. And
I was able to find where Mark is exactly. So again, this is the Eaton fire. He's in the Hastings community right over here. So I'm going to expand out right now. Keep in mind the fire came over here and it's spread all the way over here. We're going to expand out quite a bit. And this is Valley View that Mark was talking about. This is Don Benito Elementary right here. And he showed us a shot of that. And as of now, the school is safe. But this is the Valley View street that he was on north of Alegria, right over here. So he's talking about these homes in this community right here. One of them is gone, and firefighters right there in that shot are trying to save the others. This is the elementary school. These are the homes that Mark is talking about. This is Valley View Avenue. These are the homes that are in danger, and some of them are on fire. The rest are trying to be saved by the brave firefighters that are out there right now. That's the community that Mark has been concentrating on, Hastings Ranch, which has been devastated throughout this community from this fire.
Yeah.
Back to you.
All right, David, it's good to see that. And I had a question for Dallas, actually, about the weather and the winds. Dallas is he wasn't expecting this, but we've been talking about this earlier. He's getting mic'd up. And the fact that it dies down and then it kind of acts like a bellows, right? I mean, it pauses for a second and then it just really gushes. And there's a term for that.
Yeah, I just call it, I've always labeled it like the pulsating part of these Santa Ana winds. This morning, everyone is almost steady. You have steady, sustained winds of, say, 30, 40, 50 miles per hour even, and then you'll get those gusts. Then you move into the part of the storm as that low pressure begins to weaken a little bit and move further east into Texas. As that starts to happen, then you get kind of these little pulses of Santa Ana winds. They'll come in and blow really hard for maybe 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and then it'll almost not calm, but down to maybe 10, 15 miles, almost like the eye of a hurricane. You know, you go from this tremendous wind, then you get in the eye, it's calm, and then you get hit on the backside by the hurricane. And the Santa Ana winds do something kind of like that.
Okay.
And so what I think we'll see tomorrow, it's the coldest part of the high desert, and remember, that's where the winds come from. They come out of the high desert and blow out of the north to the south. It's cold up there at night. Sun's gone down, and that cold, dense air flows down into the LA basin. It's enhanced by this big low, so you've got a lot going on there. But what you're going to see tomorrow morning is the sun will come out, and then by lunchtime or so, the desert starts to heat up. As the heat rises, it cuts off that flow.
Then you get the onshore.
Right, so the winds will start backing down, and hopefully at that time, as we mentioned earlier, that they'll be able to get some helicopters going, maybe by late morning. And we'll be able to get Air 7 up too at that time. But boy, it has been a devastating event. It's one of those things, as a meteorologist, been forecasting here for 40 years. You see these events coming, and you just kind of hold your breath that a fire is not started. But, you know, 50% of the time, unfortunately, in Southern California, we have a lot of fires started.
Yeah.
And once they're started and you've got those powerful winds, it's very little firefighters can do but what they're doing, which is, you know, trying to do the very best that they can.
They certainly are, and they're coming in. A lot of them are coming in on their time off to help these,
just
fight
wonderful.
these fires.
I tell you, I think our fire and police departments here in Southern California are the best in the world. That's my opinion.
Certainly working together with this one.
Dallas, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Michelle Fisher has destruction in the Malibu area, and the pulsing that Dallas has talked about, where the winds kind of pick up and then die down a little bit and then pick up really hard and then die down a little bit. You've seen that firsthand. You got your hat back, I noticed.
Or a new one.
I got my hat back. I had to climb into some bushes to get it back, but it is back, Mark. We have seen that firsthand. And the winds, they like to blow incredibly hard as soon as we step out of the news van to bring our viewers a report. But enough about that. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see this home behind me on Pacific Coast Highway here, beachfront property. When we first pulled up about an hour and 15 minutes ago at this point, there was a home here on fire. That home is now completely gone. The home next to it that you're seeing also engulfed pretty heavily with flames right now, and it's a domino effect. So we saw house 1, house 2, and now house 3 beside it. Right next to that Topanga Canyon sign is now also engulfed in flames too. So really just a difficult situation as we see how this fire and these flames spread down a complete block and just cause sheer devastation. I don't know if we have the video that we shot a bit earlier in the evening that we can get to kind of demonstrate some of the complete devastation along Pacific Coast Highway. These beachfront properties, just one after the other, after the other, after the other, just completely gone. And as we've mentioned multiple times, we'll really get a better picture and idea of what that looks like tomorrow and the devastation when the sun comes up, number one, and number two, when we're able to launch Air 7. We know the conditions tonight, because of these strong winds that are fueling the fires, have also limited the ability for us to get Air 7 overhead to help us cover this fire, which is really been a challenge for us because Air 7 just does such a great job showing us the portions of the community that we aren't able to see as well from this ground vantage point. But what we have seen is heartbreaking. What we have seen is devastating. And even as we heard from our meteorologist team all week long in preparation for this event and how bad the winds were going to be, I think when you see what those winds do in real life and just the devastation that it causes for families, who have poured so much of their resources financially into homes, multi-million-dollar homes. It's hard to believe what they're going to be, hard to believe and imagine what they're going to be feeling tomorrow morning as they come and survey their property, or maybe even what they're feeling tonight as they are watching our newscast and looking at their homes burned to the ground. It's a difficult situation being felt by homeowners not only here in the Palisades and Malibu area, but also in other communities across Southern California. We're thinking about them, and we're certainly praying for those homes that have not burned yet, that at some point the winds will die down, and that as many homes as possible can be spared. So that's the latest live here in Malibu for now. I'll go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, I want to quickly ask you, is the fire at this point, from your perspective, going north to south along PCH? Is it marching in a direction, or is it kind of random?
I would say it's kind of landing. It doesn't seem right now as if, do you guys have my audio? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
Michelle, we can hear you right now.
I can't hear you right now.
All right,
So I've lost, let me change the
We're
batteries
sort
in
of
my
having some IFB issues of our own.
Sorry.
All of our earpieces are sort of going out. We've been on air a long time, so all of us are.
Yeah, we've been on air for a very long time.
Yeah, a lot of battery operated equipment,
So
and the
all the
batteries run
communication,
out.
switching out batteries and changing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't get to
we
hear
all are feeling
much
the
of
same
your
thing in the
answer there.
studio, in the field for sure.
So
yeah.
I actually
I
didn't
mean,
hear
I
much
think
of
the
your
fire
answer.
has pretty much landed.
Really?
Landed, to answer your question, landed, and is not it's not necessarily moving from one point to the next to kind of answer your question,
I see.
but has the possibility to die down. It doesn't seem, if conditions stay like they are right now at this point, I think maybe we're in a good spot. But that's from where we're standing right here. If we hop back in the news van and drive one way or another down Pacific Coast Highway, we could see a different story. And I think part of that is too, so much of what we've seen along Pacific Coast Highway has already burned. I mean, you know, what else is there possibly for these embers and this fire to actually touch? Because so many homes that we've seen are already destroyed completely. So that's also part of the equation, is that there's nothing or very little left to be touched, unfortunately, which is a bad place to be in. But that's the reality.
Well, it sure is. This whole thing is just horrible to watch unfold. This disaster, really, that is unfolding in Southern California. David, you are in keeping an eye on the map. You know exactly where Michelle is at this point and can kind of pinpoint for our viewers at home what she's looking at.
I'm going to expand it out, and then this is what we're going to be concentrating on once we're able to get Air 7 up, and what we're going to be examining. So this is the Palisades fire, and it burned down in two directions. This is towards Santa Monica. This is towards Malibu, where Michelle is, and she has been reporting from right around here, Pacific Coast Highway, Tuna Canyon, right here on PCH. And I'm going to expand out even further, and you could see all the homes. She went down PCH and got this incredible video of multiple homes that are right up on beachfront property and are on fire. So we don't know exactly where that is, but it was multiple homes. And now that we've expanded out, you could see starting here around Topanga Beach and then going all the way down PCH to where this is where Michelle was. And if you continue to go right on down the PCH, you can see all the different homes that are lined up. And it can go further and further and further. So these are the communities that we're going to continue to check on all the way down PCH that could have been the homes that were lost. Also, I want to point out, if I go in this direction, kind of on the opposite direction from where Michelle was right over here, and expand this out just a little bit, and you can see where the Mastro's restaurant was. We had our photographer in that parking lot this afternoon, and it was ominous looking. The winds were blasting. He was shooting towards this direction. This hillside was completely up in flames. These homes were in trouble right up in here. That's why this is outlined. And this was just a devastated area. And it'll be interesting to check this out tomorrow when we're able to get up and over it. We fear that this community right here could be really hit hard, because we saw this whole front of this hillside was was completely gone, and the winds were absolutely blasting from this vantage point. So PCH is going to be a great deal of concentration when it comes to assessing the damage and figuring out exactly how far in this direction this fire went. And we think it went considerably far. And Michelle, with her outstanding reporting, has given us a pretty good idea on how much has been lost already. We can make some assumptions that it is going to be pretty bad news tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and David, you know, we talked earlier with Michelle about the Getty Villa as well, and she was saying that the fire had not gotten into that Getty Villa, but that it was threatening it. So it is going to be very interesting to see when daylight happens and we get to see the full scope of what's happening. We hope to see the full scope because we're hoping that we can get our helicopter up and firefighting helicopters as well.
Yeah, once the winds drop below about 50 miles an hour, we'll be able to get Air 7 up. And the same is true likely for the smaller LA County and LA City helicopters. And beyond that, then you get the bigger aircraft and they'll be able to do their work. So we'll be able to get a better view of this probably right around sunrise. In the meantime, you know, we've got tens of thousands of people in between these different fires in all these different areas now that have had to evacuate, either a mandatory evacuation underway or they've been warned to evacuate. Some of them are moving out of their own accord. And that carries with it a cost to the psyche, a cost to your emotional well-being. And earlier we spoke to Dr. Lucy Jones, a name that is familiar, of course, to most of us. Normally we talk to her after an earthquake. She's a seismologist by trade, but she is also someone who has dealt with having to evacuate. And she has, because she's a scientist, she's studied some of the traumatic effects of that. And here's what she had to say about the trauma of a day like today.
Well, it's extremely disrupting. I went through it a decade ago with the station fire. I was in the first block evacuated. And, you know, we're creatures of habit. We need our certainty. And anytime things become very uncertain, that increases our fear. You know, the psychologists have really studied how people respond risk to danger, whether it's an earthquake or a fire or winds or whatever. And when we feel powerless, we're more afraid. When we feel uncertainty and don't know what's happening, we're much more afraid. And so and when you're forced to leave your home, you're losing a really big base of uncertainty. But I think all of us, I mean, the evacuation orders are less than a mile from my house, or at least the watch. And that might happen to me tonight. That itself, even before you're forced to evacuate, is a very high level of uncertainty. One of the ways to deal with it, which I personally is like, reach out to people around you. Maybe there's somebody who needs help. And if you can do something for somebody else, you're going to feel more in control. You're going to feel more powerful. I activated a disaster group that I did planning with a year ago. Check in, is everybody doing okay? And we shared information. Somebody needed help being evacuated, and we all felt better, too.
As an example of people who had to evacuate tonight, this is one of the more heartrending images.
This was so hard to watch. Fire. I know, I'm looking at some of my notes because this is Sophie Flay. This was when we first, got word of the Eaton fire. This is an assisted living facility, and they had to evacuate. And look at, that had to be such a huge task to do with all of these people who need assistance, and to see the way that the nursing community, everybody's there to help get them evacuated into a safe place. I think they may have been evacuated to Los Feliz.
Some of them ended up in Los Feliz. A lot of them ended up in wherever there were locations that had space for them. They were evacuated and sent there, but some of them are ambulatory, many of them clearly not. And they were wheeled out, some in wheelchairs, some in office furniture, some on stretchers. But they made it out safely, all of them out of there. There's been no damage that we know of to the building from which they were taken, and that's more good news. But whenever you've got somebody who is elderly and or disabled, who is accustomed to a routine and accustomed to living in a certain place, even under the best of times when they have to move, it's difficult and traumatic and can be life-threatening.
Absolutely.
So you can imagine what it must be like for them to have to evacuate under these sorts of conditions.
And I can only imagine their family members watching this happening. But again, you know, we've seen, you know, we've had loved ones who have needed assistance, and it is so hard. I'm just completely in awe of the staff here at this assisted living facility that they were able to get everybody out. And we'd never heard of anybody getting injured in this evacuation. But again, obviously, it's traumatic for them. Many of them are in different hospital rooms or assisted living, rehabilitation centers. They're sort of fanning out everywhere, and we don't know the status of that assisted living facility tonight.
Right. A word about injuries, because for much of the evening we were able to report happily that no one had been injured, but that changed right around 11:30, closer to midnight, when we learned that an LA firefighter, a 25-year-old firefighter, suffered a pretty bad head injury. She ended up being transported to the hospital. Her condition not known to us at this time. And then also some people apparently showed up with burns
to a restaurant
in Malibu.
Yeah.
And we're awaiting word on their conditions, or even to confirm where exactly they were taken. But there have been some injuries, and something to note, I mean, we've seen ambulances rolling code 3 at various points in the background while our reporters have been talking. We don't know the disposition of those, whether that was what the situation was that warranted a code 3 ambulance response somewhere in these fire zones. But when you have a city of 3.8 million people, you know, life does go on in other parts of the city, and people are still falling and hurting themselves. People are having heart attacks, whatever else normally goes on that requires a medical response. Those things are still happening. So LA City Fire and LA County Fire responding both to this massive disaster and also to just the normal day-to-day things that happen in LA.
Exactly, and you're thinking about it. You think about they're staffed for the normal day-to-day operations. Of course, they've called in extra resources. They were asking some people who had the day off to please, you know, come back to work and show up. But again, I'm thinking about what you're saying. You know, all the heart attacks, all the car accidents, just there is the life that goes on, and so many people right now are really watching this, because most of us know somebody who knows at least somebody who's being impacted by these evacuations, because it spans so far. Once it went into Malibu, to Santa Monica, and then it just went to Eaton Canyon, and then now we have Pasadena, and I mean, these winds, they have really been so far-reaching with these embers tonight.
Yeah, and you're looking, which fire is this that we're looking at? Is that the Hearst fire that we're seeing on our screen right now? Eaton fire. Okay, 1,000 acres. That is also a fairly old figure now. We can expect that it's much more than 1,000 acres given the rate of the winds that we have seen. But, you know, 1,000 acres, a number of structures have been lost. We've had reporters there for the entire night chronicling the loss of structure after structure in many of these neighborhoods, and how many more structures are still under threat. And we are literally in the point at night at which the winds are the highest.
Yeah, exactly. I know Dallas said, you know, right now up until, really it was right now till 6 a.m., we have to really be aware of what's going on. I know that when we had the one press conference that we have, so I'm curious to find out when we're going to have another press conference, but the one press conference we had at 3:30 this afternoon, they said to really watch between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. So we are really in that target time where don't let your guard down. If it seems like we're learning that maybe there is a new press conference that's been scheduled for 8 a.m. And of course, we will bring that to you live. But again, don't let your guard down if it seems like the outside is calm around you, because Dallas has been saying these pulse winds, they come back.
Yeah, I have some questions about why we haven't had a press briefing in such a long time, given the nature and size of these fires.
And
these
severity.
Very disastrous fires that are taking such a huge toll, and to not have had a press conference hourly, a briefing hourly on the status, on where to go, that is troubling. You know, it's one thing to put things out on Twitter, which we are grateful that these agencies are doing that, but we need information as well. And acreage numbers are interesting, but there are other things we need to know about.
No, and a lot of people turn to us to find out where do they go, what do they do, if they are evacuated, where can they go if they have an animal, if they have babies. You know, life is complicated, and trying to get out quickly is not easy. You think about just if you have to go out of town for one day by yourself, that's enough. When you think about going out of town with your family, that takes on a whole different chaotic chore. So, and then added, you know, the added stress that you may be leaving your home for the last time, this home that you have put in so much love and history. You know, it's true. But again, we're trying to give as much information because people do need to evacuate, and they do need to have some place to go.
Indeed. So let's kind of recap, if we can, and go through some of these locations. Some of the notes we've been taking throughout the evening about some of the evacuation centers and places that you can take either animals or people and where to go. So I'm going to look through what I've got here. Bear with me. We're going to go through it together and figure this out. Pasadena Civic Center. That is an evacuation center. If you're in the Pasadena area and you're impacted by the Eaton fire. As we look through, what else have we got? We've got...
I know we just got an update a moment ago on the Hearst fire on where you can go, which was very, very helpful. But again, as we keep looking, this is why it's just challenging for everyone to know where to go.
Where did I put that?
Listen, I can't even go through all these
pieces. See, I called for it and I wasn't ready, so this is my own fault.
You certainly weren't. You certainly weren't. Now I'm trying to find it.
Right.
Pasadena Civic Center is one of the areas an evacuation center has been set up.
If you have large animals, the Pierce College Equestrian Center, the LA Equestrian Center on Riverside Drive in Burbank is another place where you can go if you've got a large animal that needs to be evacuated. And certainly a lot of folks dealing with the Hearst fire up there above Sylmar. That is a place where they can go and need to get to.
And we know that the evacuation centers for the Hearst fire is the Richie Valens Recreation Center. Again, Richie Valens Recreation Center, that's on Laurel Canyon in Pacoima. We know Northridge Park, that's on Reseda Boulevard in Northridge. The Sepulveda Recreation Center, that's on Kester Avenue in Panorama City. So again, these are all areas that this is for the Hearst fire. Again, it's 500 acres, it's growing. It's one of those areas that we're closely watching right now. That evacuation warning is in for Calgrove, Newhall Pass, Wildwood, Eternal Valley area.
We knew this was going to be big trouble as the day started. You know, took my kids to school. Yeah. And as I was leaving, the winds were already kicking up.
Yep.
And I thought, it's 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, and we're getting winds this strong. And the worst part of it is not for another, 15, 16 hours.
Right.
We're in big trouble here. And the fact that the winds were so strong that it kept our helicopter from flying, knowing, of course, that that's also going to affect firefighting rotary aircraft and fixed wing as well. That is also, it's just turned out to be really big trouble for everybody involved because the air attack hasn't been there in as robust a way as possible, certainly not after dark. And as a result, you've got firefighters battling, basically doing it the old-fashioned way. Yep. with tools on the ground, which is effective, but not when you've got winds of 80 miles an hour, gusts of 80 miles an hour, as we saw in Eaton Canyon.
And we can't use the technology, so we can't use all of their great technology that they've developed over the years. The aerial assault, which is always so effective. But again, Mark, you're talking about this morning. I live in the South Bay, I live in Manhattan Beach, and I was shocked to see the winds. And I was thinking, oh gosh, this red flag warning, it's hitting this area, because usually for the last few weeks, it seems like we've been waking up to pea wet soup every day. So to feel those winds whipping around, it's been... Yeah.
It's been, and it's been as what the meteorologists predicted. Dallas talked about it. He's been talking about it for several days. about what the conditions were going to be. That this was going to be a big, strong Santa Ana event. We were hearing statements from the National Weather Service and folks with National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration talking about this being a life-threatening Santa Ana event, which frankly, I don't think I've ever heard that before.
Nor have I. And earlier today, when there was a press conference earlier, I just know that LA Fire Chief Christian Crowley, she did a lot of planning. And so there was so much planning, and they kept talking about how much planning was taking place. But this is in the 11, 12 o'clock hour that I think they were obviously couldn't believe the way that the winds were really materializing, and just the rapid pace and the resources, they were so limited.
Well, I'm not sure what general said it, but there's an old saying that no battle plan survives long once you're confronted by the enemy. Things always change because it's never the way you planned it out. You've got to adapt, and this will be an interesting study. What can you do when your air resources can't be brought to bear as with as robust a response as you would like and as you're used to? And this is what we're seeing as a result. And the fact that this is such a catastrophic wind event, when you've got hurricane force winds that are that dry, there may not be much that you can do. You're just kind of at the mercy.
When you were seeing Leanne Suter in Eaton Canyon getting wind gusts of 85 miles per hour at moments, you see her almost being knocked off her feet. It was, and you see, our other reporters who were in the Palisades fire. We know these winds were powerful. They were certainly sending those embers far, and those embers, they definitely, they were destructive. But I am going to be so curious to see what areas that are not near canyons, like those beachfront homes on Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu, were really incredible. We do have some video from when Leanne was almost getting clobbered by the wind gusts. I know that we can show you some of that video from some of the powerful moments from Leanne Suter's reporting tonight from Eaton Fire.
You guys, the wind here is unbelievable. You just heard Dallas talking about how strong these gusts are, and I can tell you, we are experiencing them firsthand. We just had a gust, literally just a couple of seconds ago, that I'm going to say is probably around 50 miles an hour, if not more. Duncan, my photographer, we both had to hold on to each other just to stand up in the wind. It sounds like a freight train is coming through the trees here. Like, here comes another one. You can hear it kind of building as it starts, and then these winds really hit hard, these gusts, and that is the problem for all of these firefighters. As we look up the hill here, it's hard to see because there's so much smoke. Every once in a while, the wind will kind of blow out the smoke, and you can see the fire making its way all the way up the hill. But right now, there's just so much smoke in the air, you can barely make it out. But we have seen where there are hot spots now because so many embers had come from the fire burning in Eaton Canyon. All of those embers have blown up onto the street, or across the street, I should say. We have not seen any houses across the street yet on fire, but we have seen where at least some of the brush, some of the trees across the way have been on fire. There is a tremendous response by Pasadena police and other agencies coming up in here and going through the area with their announcements on urging everyone to evacuate immediately, warning of the danger, and this truly came up so quickly. So many folks up here really didn't even have time to grab anything. They had to just jump. Here comes one of these gusts we're talking about. Yep, these things are so strong. I have covered a lot of fires in my time out here in Southern California, and I have to tell you, I've not experienced one like this in terms of the gusts. I've been in windy fires and Santa Ana blazes, but these gusts are extraordinary, and you can understand why. It's fueling these fires, both here in Altadena and Eaton Canyon, and then of the fire in the Pacific Palisades. The wind is vicious, and that is what is spreading the flames, and again, blowing all of those embers out into the area.
Mark Cota-Robles has been involved in this from both ends of it, because he was in an area, he lives in an area, ended up being under an evacuation warning, not a mandatory evacuation, but kids and mom left the area just to be safe, and then now he's come into work and he's covering it. So you are seeing both sides of this, and it is quite an event, Mark.
Yeah, I know Leanne said the same. We've both been in Pasadena for many years, she longer than me, and I've never seen anything like this in Pasadena in terms of the wind and the fire activity. So this is Upper Hastings Ranch. We are on Star Touch Drive. We've been on this street before. This home, you can see firefighters are doing their best to get these flames out, but you know, it's honestly going to be a total loss here. We've been driving around just a bit. We actually drove all the way over to Sierra Madre, which is the neighboring city here, just when you cross over Michelinda to the east, which is under evacuation as well. Sierra Madre, everything north of Sierra Madre Boulevard was evacuated earlier this evening because of this Eaton Canyon fire. And we did not see any fire activity that we could come across. There was a lot of firefighters kind of doing structure protection. The street seemed a little bit busier than Pasadena as far as this immediate area. There were still people driving around, but for the most part, it seemed like people had evacuated Sierra Madre as well. But that being said, if you left that area, we can report back that I did not encounter any homes on fire in Sierra Madre. The same cannot be said here for Upper Hastings Ranch. It is just really difficult to see what has happened to numerous streets here in this area amid this wind-driven fire. We heard that big pop right there, perhaps. Lots of things popping as these homes go up in flames. Firefighters doing what they can. This is Laverne Fire, actually, that is part of the mutual aid right now, working in this area. Again, Star Touch Drive, we're off of Valley View as well. So many homes that have been impacted by this fire, fully engulfed in flames over the past few hours, and firefighters kind of moving on from one street to the next, at times driving past homes that are burning. There's only so much they can do. There's only so much water as well. We have seen LA County Sheriff's deputies as well making sure that the area remains evacuated. In fact, on one access point, sheriff's deputies did not let us through as the media. Then we came back another way. So we've been reporting here for the past few hours, kind of getting a sense on the damage, what's happening, the winds as they continue. I said earlier, they do seem lighter than earlier. We're not getting the sustained winds like I experienced closer to like 8 or 9 p.m. But we still are getting strong gusts from time to time. So we're not done yet. This thing is not over. A lot of concern that this fire still could spread. So we'll keep you posted, but this is the very latest, at least from Upper Hastings Ranch. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you so much for that live report. Okay, we'll be checking back in with Mark Cota-Robles throughout the morning. On the phone with us right now is LA Fire Department, Margaret Stewart. Margaret, are you there? I want to first of all.
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much for joining us. You know, we have quite a few questions about the response tonight, because let's talk about the status, though, right now of the Sylmar fire. That I think it was the last check. It was 500 acres.
That's a rough estimate. We won't be able to get a better estimate until daylight, so that's the best we can go with right now, yes.
Do you have any information? I know the firefighter who was injured, I don't think was working on the Sylmar fire, the Hearst fire, but do you have any information on your injured firefighter who was had to be transported tonight?
I do not have an update. She was at the Palisades fire, but I do not have any new information.
All right. So with regard to the Hearst fire that's burning in above Sylmar, what we don't have the acreage estimate is we'll get by sunrise. What are you hearing in terms of what's in danger right now, the neighborhoods that are under direct threat, and that the people that should be concerned?
So our mandatory evacuation zone is north of the 210. The Olive View Hospital is the east boundary, does not include the hospital. West up to the 5 and the 14 split. And so that whole area around like the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park, the Silver Springs, that area above the 210 is the mandatory evacuation zone under immediate evacuation. That's where the fire is concentrated at this time.
Have you been hearing anything about, we do know that this is an area that it's a large equestrian community as well. Have you been hearing any problems with people trying to get prepared to evacuate or to take their animals, or just evacuating ahead of this, just in case, being that this is happening during the overnight hours?
We do know there are a large number of specifically horses that have been evacuated. I don't know that people were doing it prior to, because there was no telling where a fire may take place. But there has been a lot of evacuations. I don't have any information saying that anyone's having any particular difficulty in doing so.
Any homes lost in that area?
There are structures damaged, but I do not have a number, and we don't have an assessment of that right now.
And any injuries that you know of with regard to this particular fire in Sylmar?
Not in the Hearst fire. I do not have any injury information.
Mm-hmm. And what about a cause? Do we know anything about where it started and how it may have started?
Not a how. The initial response was to Yarnell and Foothill Boulevard. So that was the area that we initially responded to. But in terms of a cause, no.
And what about firefighter personnel arriving on the scene? I know that, we did the call out earlier for LA City Fire, trying to ask for their off-duty firefighters and personnel to please voluntarily, call your supervisor to see where you could be needed. Do you have a pretty good amount of firefighters who are right here on the front lines of this fire? Should it kind of spread or cause evacuations?
Yes. So we have over 400 firefighters, just LA City. So at the Hearst fire, we have 12 different fire companies, and we have resources from other agencies as well. The call, yes, that we did put out was a recall process for our own firefighters. And so they'll be scheduled to come in and backfill and to augment resources. But we do have over 400 firefighters between the two incidents, in addition to the outside agencies that are assisting.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I can't remember another time, maybe during 1992, during the LA riots, or at some point during that, where the fire department put out a call for off-duty firefighters to come in. Is this something that happens frequently, or is this a very unusual tactic being employed here?
Well, our recall process is well established. However, it's not something that we have to use very often. So it's not typical, no, but it is, an established process. So it's not unheard of, but it's not something that we typically have to do.
Okay, and the response has been robust. Have firefighters been calling in?
Yeah, our Department Operations Center is handling that and providing the staffing, and we do not have a shortage.
Okay.
That's good to know.
All right. So when will some of the air assets be brought to bear that unfortunately have been grounded for much of the day?
I can't provide a time because they're just constantly monitoring the weather. It's purely the winds that are preventing them from being able to fly. We can fly at night, so that's not an issue. It's just the winds. So as soon as they have a window of safety with the winds, then they'll be up flying.
What have you been hearing from, or have you been able to get in contact with any of your firefighters who have been battling these fires and the wind? Because I know that for the reporters who have been out in the field and our photographers who are out in the field, this event has been unlike anything they've ever experienced, and they're very seasoned journalists.
Yeah, this is an extreme wind situation. We anticipated these winds. We knew it was coming. We've been messaging on it, the several days prior to this, asking people to be prepared, to be, as we say, ready, set, go, to evacuate. So it was not unexpected. We had resources augmented and in place prior to, this morning, yesterday morning at this point. So we were prepared, and unfortunately, when we have these kind of winds, this is the most significant of the season, clearly. And where the fire ignited, the location of it in those hills like that is what's just compounding the challenge.
Do you think that you're going to have a lot of arson investigators, obviously, taking a really close look at to what could have, if somebody did this intentionally, or, you know, I know that, you know, in the Jesucita fire in Santa Barbara County many years ago, it was gardeners who clipped a rock with one of their tools. So I know that it could spark by someone who wasn't actually trying to start a fire.
Yes, it often is something like that. We have no information right now on the cause for either of these fires. We do have our investigators assigned to each one, so they will be out collecting whatever information is possible. Sometimes when these start up in the hills, there may not be any evidence. There's no surveillance video. We may not be able to determine, but they will be investigating.
Okay. And do we know whether the ignition point was at Foothill and Yarnell or whether the call came from there? Because I'm looking at pictures of that intersection, and it's, you know, there's a strip mall on one side, looks like some houses on the other corners. So have we been able to clarify the exact kind of point at which the fire was located when you first encountered it?
I can't provide that precise information. That is what we call the reporting address. So that's where our resources responded to, and then they could see in the hills. So, you know, to the north, the hills to the north of that address.
Okay. And that's past what looks like a freeway overpass, and then to the hills. Okay. LA Fire Department spokeswoman Margaret Stewart, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate the information you've been able to get to us. Godspeed and good luck, and we hope to see the birds up in the air just as soon as possible to help deal with this. Thank you again for everything that you and your department are doing to save lives and property.
Well, we do know that the morning team is turning out right now. We have Irene Cruz, one of our morning Eyewitness News reporters. She is live at the Palisades fire. She's just arriving on scene. Irene, it must be pretty shocking for you to be just turning up and seeing the amount of destruction and the fire that is so active.
Absolutely, Colleen. Good morning. It is really tough to see how much this fire has grown and how devastating it is for this neighborhood out here. We were actually headed towards Palisades Charter High School to see what the scene looked like there, but unfortunately we're stopped here at Sunset and Amalfi because we came across some very active flames. We decided this is not a safe situation to go through. You can see that orange haze just blanketing the sky there, and just a few moments ago we heard a lot of cracking, a lot of crackling, things breaking, and we're not exactly sure what is burning, but it is possible that what's behind me here on fire is a home. And I do want to point out that the wind speeds have really ramped up in the past 20 minutes. I mean, just 20 minutes ago, things were relatively calm. We were just seeing a light breeze, and now that wind is really starting to pick up. And what's a big concern right now is you can see that black plume of smoke moving towards these homes over here. So there is that potential for these flames to catch over here. And I know just moments ago, you can see the wind picking up here, moving us around just a bit. The embers were really going up into the sky, and that was a bit of a danger for this entire neighborhood. The winds again picking up, and this is something we're going to be seeing throughout the morning. Just those gusts pushing all these embers, pushing all that smoke through the area. So really just a devastating scene, and heartbreaking for a lot of the families who are watching this coverage and not knowing exactly what they're going to be coming home to or what we'll be seeing in the next few hours or so this morning. Mark and Colleen.
Well, it is troubling to see that the winds are picking up, but that is kind of what the meteorologists have been predicting, and this is about the time when that was supposed to happen. So you're going to be out there as our eyes and ears to let us know how things are happening out there. In terms of the wind, it is kicking up, right? You're definitely feeling that. Are you seeing any emergency vehicles heading into the area?
Absolutely, the wind is definitely picking up. I'm actually feeling it affecting my eyes right now because it's slipping through the cracks of my protective glasses here. I'm going to have to put on some stronger goggles just to make sure that we are safe. I haven't seen any emergency crews come in through this way. A little farther back, we did see a number of fire trucks that were moving through this area, and they've been handling hotspot to hotspots. So they have just been very mobile around Pacific Palisades, trying to take out any spots that they are trying to prioritize. So it's really good to see that they are doing that and protecting as many homes as possible. But again, like places like this, where the smoke and the flames are moving so quickly and are a danger for the homes right here, it's going to be very tough for fire crews to get to each spot, hopefully on time. But I mean, this morning and overnight, we've been already seeing some damage to homes. So it has been a difficulty with all of this fast moving wind.
It must be pretty eerie out there. It doesn't seem like a lot of people are moving around.
Absolutely. It definitely feels ominous. It feels eerie. I'm sure a lot of the people here have already evacuated, as we saw yesterday with that chaotic scene of people leaving on foot at one point with luggages, some people abandoning their cars. So in this neighborhood, what we're seeing is some just cars left on the street here. The gates of this home have almost been busted open, probably from the wind overnight. So it does feel incredibly eerie. And what I'm hearing as well is very disconcerting because of the cracking and the breaking of structures that we don't even know exactly what is burning. So that is very troubling to hear and see, and also smell the smoke in the air. It's very hazy, and air quality obviously is very, very bad in this area.
Yeah, I see. I can absolutely see what you're going through. I know that we've had eyewitness news. Our team of journalists have been fanned out everywhere. Jory Rand was in that similar location for several hours, and it was the winds just kind of. They lulled, and now they have been, really picking up. And so you be careful out there. And I know that, Michelle Fisher, she lost her hat. She was also covered in Malibu, quite a distance away from you. So be careful, because I do know that wind, it can move you and rather quickly and abruptly.
It's interesting, too. Jory has been kind of chronicling, or was kind of chronicling, for the last 3 hours or so, as the fire slowly marched in his direction,
right?
Sunset and Amalfi. And it's been something to watch it come closer, and it's getting closer to you now than I think it was to Jory when he was reporting earlier. Leslie Lopez is able to talk to us a little bit about the weather conditions out there right now and how things are shaping up.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is just really tough to watch and see, and we're waking up, and once the sun comes up, we'll be able to see some of this damage. But the windy weather that we're dealing with right now is going to continue forward. We have red flag warnings that are going to continue. Unfortunately, this is a long duration. This is going to go all the way through Thursday. Some of the peak winds, though, are happening now. So if you are wondering how long will the worst of this last, it really is going to be several more hours before the winds calm down, and that really does not happen until we get into about noon. We really need some daytime heating out towards our deserts to calm and back off some of the wind. So again, right around lunchtime, we should see a really big wind velocity reduction. Still looking at 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, gusts upwards of 85 miles per hour. There have been reports over at Burbank Airport, the airport, receiving an 83 mile per hour wind gust. Of course, Palisades, you're looking still at some very active flames in the region. We will get to see the ebb and flow of these winds continue forward for us as we're heading into the next several hours. So again, you'll experience, yes, a little lull for a brief period, but again, there'll be strong gusty winds for several moments after that. And that'll be the case as we get into your afternoon. Now, we move forward after the afternoon, and I would say right beyond lunchtime, we will start to see those winds calm down some. I wish I could say it's done and over with. We're just backing off on the winds. It won't be as strong as where we are right now this morning, but we are still going to look at some wind gusts and still some very dangerous conditions. And so that is why that red flag warning will continue forward all the way through Thursday. Gusts over into areas closer towards the fire that is burning near Sylmar. We're looking at 50 mile per hour wind gusts there. We'll move you over towards the fire that is burning over near Hastings. This is going to be about 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, gusts of about 83 miles per hour to to 80 miles per hour. You know, when we talk about this particular area, this is not a Santa Ana wind corridor. Pasadena, Burbank, Glendale, they do not receive the Santa Ana. So this is a very unusual wind event for them. And the reason this has happened, we have these mountain waves that are cresting right over the mountains. There's a little northerly component. We needed that cold air from the storm that brought in some snow for our mountains. So all the components were there to create the opportunity for this interesting wind event that is not often seen through the Pasadena area. And here we are with a fire that is burning just below the foothills. Of course, canyons and foothill areas, the worst places you can see the fire. There's just not much stopping that forward movement and forward progress of the fire. So that continues forward for us here today. And then we also have some very gusty winds continuing onward as we're looking out towards right now. I mean, these are the winds that are happening now. I mean, these aren't forecasted winds. This is the peak wind, 52-mile-per-hour winds out towards the Simi Valley. Howling winds. We have howling winds in Malibu, also out towards areas closer towards, it looks like even Fillmore, about 50-mile-per-hour winds right near the coastline of Malibu, 43-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And there you have it, 50-mile-per-hour winds out towards the Pasadena area. Again, so unusual to even clock that near the area. Very just understating this. I mean, to see an 83-mile-per-hour wind gust at the airport of Burbank, I mean, it just hasn't happened in decades. If that, I mean, that might be a record there. 16-mile-per-hour winds out there in Glendora, 33 out towards Anaheim. We're looking at 32 into Riverside and 36-mile-per-hour winds. So, I mean, it is really gusting too out towards our Inland Empire and then also out towards areas of Orange County. So that coastline also being hit hard with some gusty winds. Now, there is wind that is really just calm and quiet out towards Long Beach. We don't really have much in the way of that, but you head out towards, it looks like, areas closer to Anaheim, and that's really when the winds begin up again. And you'll see that really start to pick up. If you're driving along the 405 or the 5, you make it to Anaheim, then the winds really start to increase again, and then now you're in this wind corridor that's very strong and gusty through San Bernardino out towards Orange County. And then beyond that, we're looking into our desert communities. So again, most of the winds, the timing of this, we don't see a drop-off until we get out towards, it looks like, the afternoon. The afternoon, we will start to see some winds quiet down. I wish this was going down to 5 miles per hour, but we're still staying at a pretty high threshold, 22-mile-per-hour winds. We're not in this extreme category, though, where we're seeing 40, 50, 60 at time mile-per-hour wind gusts, but we will see those wind gusts drop down to about 22 to 23 miles per hour later today. And that will, at least the good news is that will permit some of the aircraft that the firefighters have been really holding back on being able to lift and get going because of the very strong and dangerous winds that are out there. John and Rachel, we're going to send it back over your way. But yes, we were talking about 3 separate fires burning right now in Southern California. Over to you.